smiles from down below. I know I found my heaven. I felt the rumble under my feet. Never less, gonna bring the best. Feeling like I'm best dressed. Feeling I am blessed. I guess I'm feeling lucky. I'm gonna chance this Russian roulette. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I'll never stop. I'm better
PUBG Mobile version 3.2 update. As part of this update, we've added new themed mode, new items, and various improvements. Let's check them out. First, we'd like to introduce you to the new themed mode, Mecha Fusion. In this themed mode, you'll find a new futuristic-style ship containing loads of supplies called the Steel Ark. Several Steel Arks will appear on the map in each match alongside player transport aircrafts. They can land anywhere on the map. It's worth mentioning that a Steel Ark loaded with supplies will fly around during the match and drop supplies consisting of an airdrop crate and several supply crates at specific drop points. Use these abundant supplies to help you win. This new area has a huge interior space with a towering and layered structure. Interact with the environment to reach the different floors of the Ark. Inside, you can get rare supplies and summon an important battle vehicle of this mode, the Armamech. Let me tell you more about it. The Armamech has two weapons that you can switch between at any time. These are the magnetic arm and the missiles. They're a perfect combination of the combat abilities of the two smaller mechas. They make for a near-flawless battle machine. In addition, it has an enhanced jump, thanks to support from the Levitron's jet propulsion, enabling it to jump great distances and heights. Its super mobility allows it to move at ease on the battleground. Lastly, the Armamech can be separated at any time. As long as two mechas are close together, you will be able to combine them to form the Armamech. After combining, the pilot of the Levitron becomes the pilot of the Armamech. The Levitron is a new special vehicle. It can switch between a speed form and a magnetic form. In speed form, it gains a collision acceleration ability, and in magnetic form, you can activate its magnetic arm. The Strider, on the other hand, serves as the lower body component. This is an offensive two-seater vehicle. It can target designated areas and bombard them with missiles. Combined with a Levitron, they form the Armamech. Join your friends and experience the might of mechas. Besides the Steel Ark that spawns mechas, there's also the Assembly Base, where you can get supplies for yourself and your mecha. The Assembly Base contains not only mechas, but also a repair station, where you can replenish your mecha's health, fuel, and missiles. After battle, don't forget to come to the Assembly Base with your teammates to resupply. In this new version, we've also added a Legendary Pilot Challenge. Complete difficult challenge missions to get special cosmetics for themed items and vehicles. You can get rewards such as a dance move and special elimination broadcast for the Armamech. Try taking on the challenge. In this new version, other than fun mecha battles, several new items have also been added. The first is the jetpack, which can be picked up and equipped to increase movement speed. It comes with a rocket jet ability that can be used to briefly boost off the ground, which is great for getting around quickly. Next is the personal AED. As long as you have this item, you'll be able to rescue yourself when knocked down. After using it, you'll recover from the knocked down state. Of course, for an item as amazing as this, each player can only carry one. But do note that moving during self-rescue interrupts the process. Find a safe area to use the item so you can return to the battleground. Next is the Magnet Gun. It's a downgraded version of the magnetic arm in gun form. Switch to it by tapping on the firearm bar. It has the same abilities as the magnetic arm. It uses magnetic energy to pull and grab vehicles or other players, opening up more possibilities in combat. Try experimenting to see what it can pick up. Lastly is the Respawn Beacon. It will show up in either the Steel Ark or the Assembly Base, and it recalls eliminated teammates, but it will use up their respawn chance. Life is precious, so proceed with caution. Additionally, the popularity event is back. We added a popularity gift redemption shop this time, where you can use the tokens earned from popularity battles and team popularity battles to redeem rewards. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. For Metro Royale, we've improved a lot of the processes. Furthermore, we've also added new honor rewards and Chapter 20 collectibles. Moreover, you can now bring your companion on your Metro Royale adventures. For more details, keep an eye out for Metro Royale update videos. In the new version, we'll also be hosting a grand home competition. You can register for it as long as you've reached 200 home prosperity. Let your imagination run wild and share your dream home with the world. Additionally, we've added a mysterious, elegant, ancient capital resource pack. Many home items will also become available in a related upcoming event. Aside from these, we've improved and updated home building, browsing, interactions, butler actions, and more. Want to find out more? Keep an eye out for home update videos. With Mecha Fusion's arrival, World of Wonder has also seen plenty of updates. For gameplay devices, the PvE enemy spawn device, random action device, special vehicle device, and other gameplay devices have all undergone a series of updates. For example, the themed mode's mechas have been added to the special vehicle device. These include the Levitron, Strider, and Armamech. These devices are sure to get your imagination flowing for some awesome creations. Also, we've launched a pre-made map where you can play all kinds of creations built from a variety of themed scenery ops. Furthermore, get ready for the brand new Steel Arena map template. Here, players can pilot mechas and engage in battles. Give this new map a shot. Additionally, we've updated a bunch of other World of Wonder content. For more details, keep an eye out for World of Wonder update videos. That's it for this overview of the new content that will be available in Mecha Fusion. Cool mechas and thrilling combat await you in-game. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Hi everyone, let's get acquainted with World of Wonder version 3.2. This version is loaded with surprises. Besides piloting cool mechas for exciting battles, there are brand new maps to experience. Let's check it out. First, there's a brand new themed map template. In World of Wonder, players can now play all kinds of creations built from a variety of scenery objects. Engage in thrilling battles aboard the Steel Ark. At the same time, get ready for the brand new Steel Arena map template. Here, players can pilot mechas and engage in battles. Give this new combat a shot. In addition, players can compete in shooting competitions with target dummies and have fun playing soccer. Head to World of Wonder to discover even more fun maps and gameplay. So, get in the game and try it out. Next, we've also made a few system improvements to World of Wonder. Players can now go to the player information page to check their World of Wonder play statistics and creation data. As for creation tabs, we've added a Friends tab. Now, you can find your friends' creations more easily and to check out what creations they've been enjoying. Additionally, to better help you find the maps you like, you can search for them by creation ID, creator UID, creator name, creation name, and more. There are still more improvements for you to discover. We made some improvements to gameplay devices and interactions. For gameplay devices, we've improved and updated the PvE enemy spawn device, random action device, special vehicle device, and more. For example, the themed mode's mechas have been added to the special vehicle device. These include the Levitron, Strider, and Armamech. What's more, we've also improved various interactions. Creators can now edit the orientation and scaling of items directly. In Freeview mode, objects can be moved, rotated, or resized by modifying their coordinates. Interactized objects can now be held and tossed by characters, and they can also be moved by hitting them. Discover more improvements that let you be as creative as you like. Finally, In World of Wonder editing mode, the team leader can edit the permissions of team members when group editing. That's a wrap for this introduction to some of the new World of Wonder content. We look forward to seeing all your brilliant creations in-game. For more new version updates, be sure to follow the official community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, it can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added two new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot. PUBG Mobile version 3.2 update. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode, new items, and various improvements. Let's check them out. First, we'd like to introduce you to the new themed mode, Mecha Fusion. In this themed mode, you'll find a new futuristic style ship containing loads of supplies called the Steel Ark. Several Steel Arks will appear on the map in each match alongside player transport aircraft. They can land anywhere on the map. It's worth mentioning that a Steel Ark loaded with supplies will fly around during the match and drop supplies consisting of an airdrop crate and several supply crates at specific drop points. Use these abundant supplies to help you win. This new area has a huge interior space with a towering and layered structure. Interact with the environment to reach the different floors of the Ark. Inside, you can get rare supplies and summon an important battle vehicle of this mode, the Armamech. Let me tell you more about it. The Armamech has two weapons that you can switch between at any time. These are the magnetic arm and missiles. They're a perfect combination of the combat abilities of the two smaller mechas. They make for a near-flawless battle machine. In addition, it has an enhanced jump, thanks to support from the Levitron's jet propulsion, enabling it to jump great distances and heights. Its super mobility allows it to move at ease on the battleground. Lastly, the Armamech can be separated at any time. As long as two mechas are close together, you will be able to combine them.
Caster, emergency. We are going into standby. Going into montage right now. Four, three, two, one.
We've seen the battles happen yesterday, and it is absolutely insane. The energy wild, and we are here one more time, day 2 of week 1 here in the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia. I'm Tashmin alongside Cuckoo TV, your casters today, and I am so excited to see a brand new group play today.
Yeah, very excited to see a brand new group today. This is Group E, and we do have Exquisite Esports, two teams from the Philippines, Exquisite Esports and Enigma MSI. One from Myanmar, which is Yangon Galacticos, and one from Singapore, which is Flash Vision Esports. And
Oh yeah.
unfortunately, for those teams who have fans on Group B, they aren't playing for today. So we have PBE, TTQ, Dread Esports, and Fearless Esports.
Yeah, it's a very interesting day yesterday where we start to see patterns come through. There's a lot of times where I think we were all questioning about the power rankings where, some of our predictions start to come through. Harame Bros looking very strong yesterday. GE, a lot of hits or misses. There were also moments like Myth, which really surprised us, taking Miramar by storm. The question is whether or not the momentum will be staying on today. And I think for a lot of you guys over at home here, if you guys don't know, this is considered the Challengers League, where we are seeing teams that are not currently in Tier 1 franchise play, where they are trying to make their way into another series, another way, and also potentially make it over to the bigger stage. Who knows?
Right. Maybe. I did see some posts on PUBG Mobile Esports.
Ooh, okay. What did you see? Share
I
it.
think it was last night or this morning.
Mhm.
It was all about the PUBG Mobile World Cup. So
World Cup. Oh yeah, I forgot
includes,
that was a thing.
yeah, it includes the PMCL. It was posted already. So I hope these guys are now pumped and inspired to actually be better on playing PMCL. Well, anyways, talking about yesterday, I just hope that Austria Esports will bounce back from yesterday, because they actually needed like 3 or 4 games before they actually went ahead and get their scores up. And we do also have Myth Clan, who actually needed the Miramar maps before they actually went ahead and dominate the game. But then again, let's talk about first, Tosh, our maps and point system. We talked about the maps already here. Miramar will be the last two maps. Sanhok will be the first map. 3 Erangel maps afterwards. And then the point system, we talked about this also, that it actually urges the teams to be more aggressive with a 10 points of placement for the first place, and elimination point will be 1 point per elimination. And it goes down. Like, if you actually get second, it doesn't actually give a lot of impact to your score, right?
Yeah. You know, it's actually insane because back then it's like the coveted chicken dinner was what everyone had their eyes on. And that was, I think, for a long time some of the strats, right? It's never really a balance. It's always been chicken dinners first, that 15.6 priority, and the rest will just come in the bag, you know, as we try and get that final circle. But now it's a totally different meta, a totally different mindset. I'm loving in that. And speaking of loving that, I also really like the score system coming through, because we have a weekly ranking where every week if you place first, you get 20 and so on. So you can see if you end the week with these placements, you get these scores. Now these league points go into a rankings, so the more that you earn every week, it goes into your placements for weekly rankings, which finally translates into league points, which is the plus award points that will be given based on the weekly ranking. And with that, you will get extra points at the end, which is going to be at the start of finals. So if you're gonna get every single week a big amount of score, you're in first place, you're gonna be getting that extra point, perhaps I think up to 30 if I'm not wrong, but don't quote me on that, because that point can be the change of whether or not you start the game strong or a little bit slow. It also gives you a little bit of breathing room as you go throughout the grand finals later.
You're right with that. But before we talk about that, let's now talk about the groupings. Groupings will be the same all throughout the day. It's going to be A, C, D, and E. This means that we talked about this already, that Group B, which is Playbook Esports, Time to Quick Esports, Dread Esports, and Fearless Esports, won't be playing for today. But then again, there's going to be a brand new team or a brand new group who will be playing in for the first time in the Summer League. We have Exquisite Esports, Enigma, MSI, Yangon Galacticos, and Flash Vision Esports. I'm very excited on how Enigma MSI. By the way, MSI means Misfits International. So it's another
Misfits International. I like that.
Yeah, it's another clan in the Philippines, and they are collaborating with Enigma now, and they're actually using their main players together with Caps and FV from Enigma.
Oh yeah, you know, Enigma used to be their standalone org, right? So that was a thing that was very fun. So I'm loving these merges to come through as well to empower these clans. Now, speaking of empowering, these prize pools should empower these teams. 18,000 US dollars on the line, you can see on the screen here. And you also have an award for your best performing team, as well as your weekly terminators. So those are also worth a few $100 each. And this also comes in a weekly form. So if you perform every week, it's going to be a total of 450. Now, when you come into this tournament, I think while the prize pool is going to be very coveted here, again, as you mentioned, there is something else on the line, which is the Esports World Cup, which I am very excited about watching as well, because we're going to be seeing the best of the best. Now, I think in this situation, it's kind of like more of an open circuit compared to what we can expect from the Tier 1 League, which is more of a partnership going on. So which means that almost anyone can qualify if they manage to come through to these qualifiers, to these tournaments, through these circuits. And it's also a new way to discover fresh new blood and new teams. And I think every year, I think there's always an org wanting to pick up a new team, wanting to pick up a new player, and this is the best place to find these players.
Yeah, this is the best place. It's the PMCL. It's the tournament for the region of Singapore, Myanmar, Cambodia, and the Philippines. And
it's so underrated, these regions, actually. I'm so sorry.
yeah,
to
it
cut
is,
you.
because you know what? Like, Genesis Esports got into PUBG Mobile Global Championship when they actually played for PMPL Southeast Asia Wildcard the first time.
Yeah.
So this is where other players or teams can actually hone up their skills and actually be at the global stage. And speaking of the global stage, like what I mentioned, it is already announced in the PUBG Mobile Esports page that the PMWC will have one slot of this tournament, of this region. So meaning it's already the champion who will actually get the slot. But before we talk about even more about that, let's talk about first our newest RP Ace 7, available right now until July 15th. enjoy perks worth over 80,000 UC. New custom color Nightscape Gladiator set also includes the Graceful Watchers set. Includes also the upgradable Nightscape Gladiator PP19 Bison. And if you're feeling, if you want to dance, you know what I mean, you can also post it on social media, which is the victory dance. And there's a lot more. There's the buggy, there's the backpack. If you're a fan of the G36C, which is I'm a fan of, definitely the Precision Carver will be a really nice skin.
Oh yeah, and I think it's also very exciting as well. You look at this stuff. That we also have another one as well, which we'll be talking about later. I mean, we do have the buggy here. I also really like the backpack. I mean, we were just talking about skins the other day. How I feel like I always missed out on some good ones. So this is also something else I can add to my arsenal. Because end of the day, right? You always think that you only need one skin. No, you don't. You're gonna get bored. You're gonna want more skins, and it's always very fun when you have a variety to play as well. Because I mean, PUBG Mobile is very realistic. So when you have all these small things added to the game looks a lot more colorful, a lot more fun, and it's definitely something that I enjoy a little bit more. I just love cute things. I think you can see my background here, so this is something that I would definitely want in my arsenal.
Right, and you could also see there the exclusive Shadow Blade finish. So if you like to do the what we call here in the Philippines the Tondo Gaming,
Oh
if you
no,
wanna
not the
blade
Tondo
someone
Gaming.
yeah, you can definitely use that vibrant glory skin. You just need to, grind it all up because once you buy the RP, it's either you grind it or you buy it. What do you normally do, Tosh? Do you buy it or do you grind it?
We don't talk about how much I spent on this game, guys. We don't talk about it, guys. I mean, it's like my little guilty pleasure, Like, I spend so much time on this game. I mean, I'm not the best at it. I'm actually terrible at it. But it's just so fun, especially with the new mini games coming through as well. That's very fun. I just saw the one during the ad just now that where you can find the little, you can turn it, your teammates can turn into little items, and you're supposed to find them like a Gary's mod moment. That's very fun. I like playing that too. Now let's move on to this one. This is the PUBG Mobile X Shelby Supercars, which is going to be available until 9th of July. So you can find it under the event called Motor Cruise, where you can have a chance to own either a Tuatara or a Tuatara Striker. And the vehicle tokens that you get in this event, you can bring it to the next event as well. So if the Tuatara is not your thing, which I highly doubt it isn't, because this looks so cool, you can bring it over to the next one.
And I know for sure from the PH broadcast, Queen Toyo, one of the casters, is already grinding out to get one of these skins from the PUBGM X Shelby Supercars collaboration. Because she's the only one who's actually buying all these skins in our broadcast before. But now, yeah. And we are back at it again here. And we are actually going to talk about now the prediction, which I noticed something earlier, Taj, with your prediction.
Oh,
so
no, I'm getting called
out.
out.
We're gonna see that starting game number 2. But for game number 1, I actually put here Strangers Tribe Aromacy.
I mean, you did talk about them a lot yesterday, like a lot. So
Right.
I would love to hear more about them from you.
Well, I actually noticed that they were trying a lot of things yesterday.
Right.
Which is very, very unusual. Which is, for day number 2, I would expect them to be back to their normal state.
So that yesterday was not their usual style of play.
Yeah,
then?
that's not their usual stuff. I know for sure that Strangers actually plays kind of like Ostia, but not really that so aggressive. And based on their results from last season, I mean, now that they added more firepower from PMSL CSA, this means that they can be, at level with Ostia Esports or even the others, like Harame Bro or maybe PBE, right?
We love the story of a team just really rising to the top, and they are definitely a team that I haven't really had on my radar quite yet. So them surprisingly me would definitely be a very big welcome. I mean, Genesis is something that I spoke about with the producers today. I did say that Sanhok was a little bit harder for me to put in my predictions. I mean, Ostia just come through from Mr. I forgot. I just remember that YG can also be strong on this map as well because of the style they bring in. But I'm gonna be putting in Genesis. I mean, yeah, honestly, if you ask me, like, would I personally put Genesis on Sanhok? No. I feel like they thrive on the bigger maps. They thrive as I mean, again, it comes back to what you said about Genesis, right? Mid to long range. This might not be the most ideal map for them, but
1 minute
if
to
they
game.
manage to play these, I would say long range fights across the map, getting them as they come into the circle, crossing through areas, it can work out in their favor. But honestly, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not very confident with my prediction right now.
Well, I mean, Genesis Esports got the circle all throughout the game yesterday. Remember,
Mm,
the circle shifted. Like the first stage was on the northern side, which
mm,
benefits them a lot. They
yeah.
drop at Paradise Resort, which is sometimes they. If you remember back in PMSL, they had a hard time on securing that spot because they had like, if I'm not mistaken, the Xavier when they actually
Mm.
played
Oh my God, the
in PMSL.
Xavier.
So yeah, let's see and find out if someone else would try to challenge them
Okay,
for that spot.
5,
In 4
4,
seconds,
3,
guys, we're gonna be moving into the
2,
first map, which is gonna be
1.
Sanhok. And we are flying in Tash Bunny, and I just want to make a shout out to one of our viewers right now in the
Mm-hmm.
English broadcast in
Okay.
Facebook. Shout out to Max Diaz, one of my supporters, by the way. So thank you very
Aww.
much for joining in the fun. He actually didn't join in yesterday, so I think he was busy. But anyways, flight path coming from the western side, middle portion up to until Mongnai, and this will benefit a lot for teams like 214 Sin, God of Death 7. We also have Enigma MSI not dropping at boot camp. This is new.
Cool. I think it's something they want to change up as well because in the day, right? I mean, yesterday they did. They most likely most of the team that from the groups that's been playing today that didn't play yesterday was watching, and they've been obviously marking these drops to us, and they're trying to figure out like, okay, which teams do we actually want to take? There's a possibility that they don't want to take these early fights. It is day number 1 for 4 of these teams playing today. And to them, it's their ice-breaking day. It's the day that they have to figure out how they want to find their momentum and just fit into the group. For the teams yesterday, they may likely already still have that momentum still going on, but they also have to figure out like, okay, we're playing with a brand new group today. What can we expect? What do we want to see? And I am this island, this small island is painful. But speaking
Ooh,
of
look
that,
at this.
Vape takes 1 pick off. That's a lot of damage by Moek. So early, that opening is huge. Zaizi from outside and Bunny from inside of this area. Already marking Zai's XZY. How do you pronounce it? XZY? XZ?
Well, let's just call him Zai.
Zai? Yeah, Zai outside
Yeah.
of the area. So this is, I mean, again, we already expected this very early aggressive sort of plays, but I'm actually kind of surprised that God7 is changing up the pace because yesterday it was a bit dismal for them.
Right. And you know what? This is not just the only engagement happening right now. In Painan, there's also something happening there. And at the same time, Yangon Galacticos eliminated 1 player off from Myth Clan. So there's 3 engagements happening. Oh, there's another one actually. Flash Vision versus See You Soon, but Moke is now going to get in. He actually doesn't know, or probably he does know that there's 2 players inside. Though Bunny will go down with the AKM. Nice play there coming from Moek. Now RSG needs to get in so that they can actually cover up their men. But then again, it's going to be Master Vape now going in for a kill with a Micro Uzi. But God of Death 7, very low in HP for both of them. Guys, and there we go. The knockdown onto Moek. And God of Death 7 now. It's only just going to be Pacquiao. The other guy, which is KS, is actually far away from the vicinity. Oh, there you go. That's a knockdown again coming from Naughty Boy. And look at that. He just fisted all the way through and eliminated him like that.
Oh man, that is it was quite a long drawn out fight for early map, but speaking of that, God7 still with, I think one last player left alive. And I think in this situation for God7, I think it was a little bit too long how they wanted to take with RSG. And I think for RSG yesterday even, like, they are definitely one of those teams that you don't want to crash into their compound. They're good at holes, they know how to punish, and that's exactly, I mean, what I expected from this particular outcome. And we were just talking about how just now I mentioned that it was a very dismal day for God7 yesterday, and I thought, okay, perhaps today is a whole different day. They look a little bit more confident. They're changing up the tempo. They're changing up the pace. But the same outcome is still happening. So I'm not too sure what exactly is going on with God7 at this particular time and moment.
Well, God7 currently at 26 points, so they do have those points to back their gameplay out. But right now, we're looking at Flash Vision Esports. First time we're seeing them. Right now, there's Fit together with Master Rix. Already dead here, ooh, but see you soon now. Will get needed. Splash damage onto them. Master Toki now goes for the spray, but he will go down with that DBS, and now it's going to be just Cowboy for the gang of Flash Vision Esports will be remaining in that small house. And see you soon, just clearing the houses.
Yeah. I think SysKE yesterday had a pretty good day. Not the strongest, but they did have pop-off moments, which now that, it comes back to this, I sort of understand your prediction onto them. They're a very aggressive, very firepower heavy team. It's just that they tend to take a little bit too long on these long drawn out fights and also not managing to get that reposition. They also like to go a little bit too aggressive where they don't really have the time to really think about if they want to jump in. I think for them it's more about jumping 2 feet in the water instead of really thinking about it.
Right now, they're circling around the vicinity, the compound where the last player for Flash Vision Esports is actually ready with a frag grenade. He's actually cooking it up, canceling it out altogether. But ooh, he actually got noticed already now by Boyshan. The nade will come out through. Not going to hit anyone. Cowboy with a DBS all ready for action. Ooh, but it's all surrounded by See You Soon, Tiger Kill enemy, and they eliminate Flash Vision Esports.
It's really unlucky. First game for them and going out this early. I think there's a lot of pressure when you come in the second day, knowing and seeing all these points pile up and knowing that you have one whole day, you're one whole day behind to keep up. But it's okay. It's only a Sanhok game. But speaking of that, Chris, yesterday he had a pretty good day from TQ. Chris has been massive when it comes to getting these trades, going for those pickups. And also, I think that he's also been huge when it comes to those trades as well. So I'm really excited to see more from him. I think he's definitely one of those players that I noticed survives the longest in the team as well. And speaking of survivability, Asta in trouble. Yangon Galacticos. This is what we love seeing from them last season. Regardless, one knocked already. Romeo boy here cooking up that nade, waiting for the right time. He's trying to play off that information. Doesn't quite get it. Both teams mollied and made it out. Repositions quickly into the other compound. Moves out of the way. Incas, no fear. They just rush into this building. All those nades come through. Breaks it. And Yangon Galacticos. What happened there?
And I told you, Tosh, ASTE, different form from yesterday. They were just trying to test the waters. Yesterday, they were trying different things, which is very unusual. Now, this is what you see, the usual ASTE. And I am predicting that they will get a lot of points today with this type of performance. Now with 5 eliminations in the back.
Now, I think MFG is a very interesting team. Like Lil Yatka especially, his aggression is on a next level. He's so quick to move forward, unknown as well. And you can see them just not only single-handedly win these 1v1s, 1v2s, but also they have really built themselves in a way that you might think there's only one person in the area, but the followers that come from them just really blow you away. You're just not expecting the ambush from behind. Lose zone play for this particular team. And I think there's a lot of questions for me, like for MFG right now, because I mean, I think yesterday that you were really highlighting that you really were expecting more from them from MFG in Miramar. They really did deliver. But I'm questioning today, what did they learn from yesterday till today? And thinking that this praise comes through from zero.
Nice.
What a shot from the ground onto a vehicle. Punished. Chris running for his life from behind. Boyshan cooks up that nade. Not the nade, sorry, excuse me. It's Smoke just to really pick up his teammate here. And the reset to come through. Time just passing as Chris. You can see that Nate cooked up. He knows exactly where everyone is. He's just really thinking about it. Quick reposition. No clue where everyone is. No, everyone from SysKE is able to get picked up and immediately taken down once again. That nade. Ew. Hurts them. Takes down 2. Trying to go for the lobby. Kaya trying to make something happen. Chris out there in the open. This is a ballsy play. He knocks down. The molly pushes him out of the area. Chris, unfortunately, will be immediately taken out by Boyshan. He wastes no time. A quick reset once more. They have to worry about one more member of TQ, but I don't think he's going to be hanging around. I think he might be able to try to go for those exit frags perhaps, but the top, I think the top has been great at getting these pickoffs, but it's a smaller map. If he's not careful, those long-range snipes from across the area can just really take him out.
Yeah, this is bad for TQ. They were like far away from each other, wherein they weren't able to support each other when See You Soon actually pushed. So they See You Soon actually found out that that is the case. That's why they actually crashed and burned. Like one of their players got eliminated already, but then again, they still won the engagement here with a 3-1 exchange. Now Boyshan, here's the top. Boyshan here, just waiting for the right time, and that is it
Wait, no!
for the top.
Oh man, that's a rad move. The top probably was not expecting anyone to be there. Poor guy. Regardless.
Yeah, poor guy.
Yeah, poor guy. Harame Bros all the way at the top. Honestly, it's very quiet for them very early. We know that Harame Bros is one of those teams that love making a ruckus, especially early in the game. They are the type of team, I mean, we talked about it, right? How they were just actively moving on the map and finding frags. But this time, today is a little bit of a different tempo. It's a bit of a different tempo. Here's a new team, Enigma. They want to take this fight up against XQS, but has to reposition. Waiting on the other side of the area. Oh, that nade!
Ooh, almost.
Yeah, nearly knocks him down.
Yeah, almost knocked down here onto Zyle. You're gonna have to look onto Macbeth. Macbeth is one of the best fraggers in the Philippines, to be honest with you. I've seen him played in the PMNC. They actually got one of the highest eliminations, and they weren't able to qualify in the PMCL. So that's how good this team is now that Enigma acquired them. Now, you can see XQS realizes that they're in disadvantage here, or maybe they're just going to try to reposition because look, Super Pickles is still in the vicinity, but he will now go into the blue zone, or maybe we'll try to just get inside on a different route.
Yatka, I just mentioned about him playing on the other side. And it's a very interesting play here. Look at how the formation is from MFG. I like this. It's almost a crunch from so many different areas, making sure that no crossfires can come through. But unfortunately, SysKE is looking really strong today. Kaya especially has been on a rampage. He's been great with those flanks, great with taking up this first contact. And for now, Lil Yatka, he has no clue how to play this terrain. No information can be seen. TKE has been really good denying that information. A reposition as well for the vehicle. And now look at Boyshot on the prone, trying to see who's hit will be popping out from the side of this terrain first, and let's see how it's gonna go because here comes the vehicle. They're just gonna, I think what they're gonna do is just quickly just
nice.
leg it away from the blue zone because it hurts! But then you have this guy just walk up to someone's face and just take him out!
Yeah, it was Yatka. But then again, it's gonna be Boyshan, who's waiting for someone to actually get in from the blue zone. Unfortunately, is just all out of patience now. And there's actually one just right beside him from MFG. Boyshan now will just try at a different angle. And look at what See You Soon is actually doing. They're letting one player on the edge of the blue zone and everyone else inside that compound. A really effective gameplay is what they're showing right now. Federalis on the kill feed, getting Popov down. And there's going to be a third party coming from ASTE. Ooh, knocking down two from Arami, bro. Hopefully we could see that.
Man, Harami Bros, we just mentioned that, but this might be the good thing for us. Just Sky Nino alone, we've seen him do wonders, we've seen him do 1v3s, but he says not today, not this map, no 1v3s here, I'm running away for my life. Quick reposition. Honestly, this terrain could work out in his favor, but he has to be careful because, especially in this Dacia, not the tankiest vehicle around as well. So I think what he's gonna do is just buy time in this little area and just wait for someone to cross by. Survivability is the name of the game, at least in this situation. But here's Range. I think we talked about Range yesterday, how he was immaculate as an IGL, fragging IGL on top of that, not afraid to play straight in your face. And also, his calls have been phenomenal for Ostia. I'm sorry, excuse me, for Harami Bros. I wouldn't say it's like the one that gets like 5-10 chicken dinners, but it's enough to really keep the team alive, at least until the final few circles. And speaking of that, my prediction today, GE, look at how they've positioned themselves. 2 on one island and 2 on the other, making sure that if, say, there is a circle shift, they can buy time. And spoke too soon, Ostia, out of the game.
Yeah, out of the game. Speaking of Range, he learned from the OG. We have Few from Harami Bro, who has not played yet, but MM, formerly from Harami Bro, got sprayed down, very low on HP. There we go. Marnet gets the knockdown onto MM. But there's going to be a trade here from XQS or Exquisite Esports. Smile is currently down, got naded as well, but still has that HP for the revive. Now Koopa will throw another one. Juggy, on the kill feed, ramming his car over to someone, but it's gonna be Koopa together with SQS now gatekeeping GE. This is not really a good spot, by the way, for GE because they're gonna have to swim right over onto the other side, which is I believe they still have one more guy, which is Marnet. Or probably they're in altogether in this island already.
This is a very
Oh, not yet.
interesting one. Yeah. Buying time, honestly, but Myth still on the other side. XQS. I'm surprised at how long and drawn these two teams are sort of dancing here. I was expecting it to already be explosive, but it seems like both teams are just really sizing each other up. Nate comes out, Nathan. Nothing quite yet, but oh, I spoke too soon. Super Pickles out. Another spray, trying to find out Nathan. Marnet. This early aggressive fights, very in your face, just swings out. A lot of firepower coming from this one, but he's also can cause a big problem because it does put him in dangerous situations, but not this time. Let's get picked up there by his teammate trying to pick up his friend Koopa. Not able to do anything. The answers come through. Marnet keeping it very safe. He does have tier 3 helmet, at least just to buy a little bit more time. He spots out Super Pickles, picks him out, lobbies, another one to the bag. Koopa all alone, a nade to just really flush him out of there. And I don't think he spotted him. Yes, he does now. Knows exactly where he is. A little bit of a dancey dance behind this area, behind this cover. Both teams sharp, but in the end of the day, it's going to be Marnet that gets him in the end.
I like how Marnet went for the shake and bake there. Left and right. XQS didn't know where to actually look at. And you know what? XQS actually died there all because of ASTE sandwiching them on the other side. And one of the players, Nathan, if I'm not mistaken, were trying to hide behind that tree. That's why Marnet was able to actually knock him down. Now, this gives GE the time to be able to be inside the circle, and I was supposed to think that GE had that disadvantage. Now they have the advantage. Now they also have Myth Clan though, that they need to figure things out here because they need to get that compound. Because if you try to rotate all the way from this side to the other side of the road, it's very much open.
Right now, ooh, 2-on-4. What on earth happened there? And this is a huge play. Because what they did was just this bottleneck area, all I had to do was just spray downwards. MSI at the bottom. Enigma. Macbeth going in for those heals, playing inside of these smokes. Just barely touching the side of the blue zone. It's gonna be hard as well because as soon as he steps out in the open, he's basically gonna be fresh meat. It's gonna be shots from so many different areas. Marnet, very adept here, very aware of Myth close by. I think they do want to hit this area, but GE learning from yesterday what happened when they try to go aggressive, what happened when they try to just really ram into a compound. Not sure who's inside, and on top of that, that pressure coming in from the high grounds, the high terrains, APG, Myth, and on top of that, another team on the top side. I'm sorry, I missed that. It's gonna be a problem. BZ knocked out of nowhere. Jappy is just sharp for that.
Yeah, really sharp position also for Jappy. He's actually all in the middle. The other three guys of Erangel is just right down below. They're actually checking now where the blue zone or where the circle actually will go into. Now, RSG is on top, so Jappy is all safe. Ooh, but the ASTE now pushing in. Kai goes down. Incas together with his teammate Miner knocks down Federalis. And ASTE versus Erangel is all up engaged.
Cooksinate, Miner. Throws it out. No Fear is gonna go down. Look at that. Macbeth on the one end. He's just trying to go for that third party. Getting those pickups. And he does. Look at that. No Fear. 1 point.
Nice.
The back range has popped off on one end. Miner still not done. He knows exactly where range is. He's out in the open. The frag, the nades come through. A range taken out. Beautifully done. Miner is just honestly doing so good at throwing these nades. Look at that. A mess in the backside. The nade misses. Does clip him.
Oh no.
But Miner's on fire. He's running for his life. He does have a health pack, a med kit. Needs to just buy some time in terms of heals. Amas as well doing the same. This is a very, very intense fight over in this terrain, in this area. And it's really hard to go through these compounds because there's so many different ones. GE playing so close to the side of the circles. And it's so hard for Rise to really do anything. There's 3 GE GE member just staring right back in his face, and Marnet gets thrown out from 2 different areas. We talked about Marnet and his very aggressive plays all the way to the front line. He gets punished for it, and that's exactly how it should be. But Harame Bro is not surviving another round.
Yeah, and the ASTE will be the ones to eliminate them. Though this is the risk that they actually took. Now that the circle is not within their reach, now they have to grab vehicles in order for them to be inside the circle. And then there's so many teams already in position. One of the teams is RSG. But then again, we see here now GE. Oh, and that's going to be Itchy knocking down Diddy. And then it's going to be just Rix for the side of APG Esports, who will try to defend themselves. It's going to be a 3v1 situation. Now the nades is going to be cooking up for Risk. Oh, can he actually get not one knockdown? There you go. Just right in that same position. Oh, and Smile goes down as well. And now it's going to be a 1v1 healing now for the side of Rix. Oh, but Itchy with the nade finishing off APG.
Oh man, Ichi said yesterday wasn't really the best day for him, but today looks really good this first start. GE, all they have to do is just go for this reset. This might be in their favor. I was questioning just now their playstyle for this particular map, Isaac. Whoa, Miner is on point with these nades today. Look at these angles he's playing. Disgusting. So good.
And that was very hard, to be honest with you. Like, I mean, you're throwing up a nade on top of that hill. And then Macbeth knocks down and eliminates Stranger's Tribe Aromacy. And at the same time, RSG eliminates Enigma MSI. Unfortunately, for my prediction, they won't win this time around.
This is a very interesting area for Zizak. It's a great area, high ground, gives him a lot of advantage. But if the circle hard shifts, that's gonna be painful for RSG, let's be real here. Because they're gonna have to jump off. Speaking of jumping off, Naughty Boy clip, that's a lot of damage coming through, and he's just running for his life right now. It's really hard because GE, they're playing these angles to perfection. And speaking of perfection, West Era. Suppose not Zizak. Might take him down, nearly does actually. Zizak forced to move into the different area, but look at Smile, he's like, yep, look at me. Just let me go this way, distracted. Yep, okay, go down. Dropped.
And remember, Tosh, how GE went inside the circle. They were like at the edge of the blue zone. Now they're in position to actually get this winner chicken dinner. It's a 2v3 situation now. Naughty Boy together with Vape will try to split up. Vape will be the other angle here for the side of RSG. Naughty Boy also at on top of this hill. Smile doesn't have any idea where the other guys are at, so I mean, I think he hears the footsteps already of Naughty Boy, so they will have they will have to be forced onto Naughty Boy, and then Vape will probably get an angle here for GE.
This is great as well because Naughty Boy and his teammate are not in position to play off each other. Look at that, Naughty Boy spots out, gets sprayed. West Era does not have that high ground advantage. Almost the equalizer. West still very much alive. Both healing up right now, but they are going to just try and really crunch them from the other side. But this is going to be a problem because they have no clue that the other member of RSG is all the way down in the bottom side of the train. This could be a huge pincer, a crunch, in fact, if he's able to get the timing right. Now, Naughty Boy gets that heal, and the situation, Vape is just trying to buy time, trying to bite his way here. But the circle just slowly just inching toward each other. Pop. Ooh, Smile is eating so much of the damage as well. Master Ichi, as on the other hand, has not shown his hand at all. So he does have a vehicle. They can go for a quicker position. And I think that might be what they could potentially do. But I think in this situation is about trying to see or figure out who exactly is going to make the first move, make the first mistake. And in this situation with both teams, RSG already marking these players, top goes down, big, massive. A spray into the smokes might be the end here for GE. Rushing forward here, RSG didn't have the best day yesterday. This could potentially be something they needed to really swing the odds in their favor. They did get a pick up onto Smile. Now going in for their steals and jump shots coming forward. Master Ichi goes down, but it's gonna be Vape on the other hand that brings the first chicken dinner to Risk Esports.
Congratulations to Risk Guys Esports getting their first winner chicken dinner for week number 1. And we were not expecting Risk Guys to actually win at all in this map because they haven't really shown much from yesterday, and now they actually got the circle. They were very lucky with that, and then they were also able to get into the right position in that scenario against the best, which is GE. And GE, unfortunately, they were on the on the downside or on the low ground disadvantage, and that's why they weren't able to do anything at all at the very end.
They got pincered as well. It was so hard for them to move anywhere. It's a small circle. The high ground advantage was onto Naughty Boy. Vape is just playing off the information that was fed. So it's huge because he knows that Naughty Boy is not going to be able to shoot downwards. So the only thing he could do is just swing out. So I think GE had a big shot here. It's just positioning wise that is going to be a problem. But wow, prediction number 1, pretty close. Excited for that
highlight
because
in
yesterday
three,
was
Wow.
terrible for me.
two,
Yesterday was terrible. Okay, but coming into today, I think it's a very interesting sort of play. I thought it was a little bit more slow paced than I would have expected compared to yesterday's Sanhok.
Well, I mean, for the first part, I mean, it was like 3 or 4 engagements happening all at the same time, and then I think they were like, I mean, they bailed out from the scene except for God of Death 7 in the early stages, and then this is how GE actually went inside the circle. They were on the other side of the island of Sanhok, right around boot camp, and then they were able to push Exquisite Esports all because of ASTE's sandwich gameplay on to Exquisite, and then it's just that ASTE crashed onto Harami Bro. They were down to only 2 players, and then right at the end, it was GE who was able to get into position. Unfortunately, they had the lower ground, and RSG takes that win. The MVP of the match, though, it's going to be Miner of Strangers Tribe Aromacy with 3 eliminations, 862 damage, 4 knockouts, 2 assists, with 149 heals with 1925 survival time.
Yeah, I think in this situation, Miner, I mean, we talked about Miner yesterday, and I think there was a lot of situations where we talked about how Miner is very young, he's very hot-blooded, a little bit too aggressive. The overheats were definitely something that he had to watch out for. But in this situation, for this map, those kind of traits are definitely needed. We saw how he played with those nades, we saw how he's so quick to take up space and just really put in the pressure to give his team a little bit more space to play around him. Miner is just honestly, I think everyone should keep an eye out on this guy.
Well, Miner actually was one of those players from last season who
Upcoming.
actually survives the last always for Strangers Esports. But now with Strangers Tribe Aromacy, he's showing that he can be one of those top fraggers in the scene right now. But here's the stats now for the winner chicken dinner team. Off from Risk Ice Esports, they got 10 eliminations, 2,000 damage, 10 knockouts, 7 assists, 382 heals, with 22-23 survival time. This team in this map, they just went ahead on and waited for all of the other teams to actually, come to their position. It's just that the circle were in the reach at the very beginning from stage number 1 up to until the very end.
You know what's really interesting? I think yesterday all eyes were on Bunny. Like, he was doing that 1v3, that insane 1v3. He was doing pulling all these clutches, And then you come into today, Naughty Boy and Vape are just definitely 2 players that just like, whoa, okay, this potential was definitely here. It wasn't really seen yesterday. So it's not a hero play, it's not one-man wonder, it's not Bunny and friends for sure, it's definitely RSG. Now, we're talking about stats at this particular time for 22 minutes. Again, that's why I said 22 minutes, so it's actually it feels a bit drawn out, especially for this particular map. And I don't blame it, because it was such a very, very hard circle to navigate. It was in between all 3 islands. People couldn't figure out whether it's going to be the big island or the smaller island. GE had a great idea on how exactly to navigate that 2 on one island and 2 on the other, which gives them a lot of time and space, just play off each other, wait for the crossfires, making sure that their teammates are going to be safe on one end of the island and the other. And I think in this situation right now, when it comes to the total headshots, I was expecting more, I'm not gonna lie. It is a long range island, and I was sort of expecting like more of those those long range, long eliminations from one area to the rest. But it was just definitely very, very fast. Everyone was just all over the place. It's hard to get these pickoffs.
And GE's gameplay in that match were very, I've seen them very patient in this match.
Oh yeah.
They just waited for the last second before the blue zone actually moves, before they move on to the next position. and that gave them the opportunity, because all the other teams were like fighting each other inside the blue zone or even in the edge outside the circle. So that gave them the chance to be able to get in and get into the circle. But unfortunately, again, going back to the point here that they were on the lower ground, Risk Guys Esports was able to get the higher ground advantage, and they got 20 points in that match. GE got 14 points, ASTE got 12 points. So my prediction was kind of close. When it comes to elimination, they got the second best total elimination here with 9.
You know,
Then
speaking of
there's 9.
eliminations,
Overall
right?
standing
I'm
in
sorry to cut
3,
you.
Right.
You know, when you look at Harami
one,
Bros, I think we were talking about how yesterday they were the team with the highest amount of eliminations. And on top of that, they were the team that has like no chicken, no problem. I think it's kind of a little bit uncharacteristic for them to only get that placement point and only a single elimination point. I understand, granted, it was a very tough circle, but really hoping to see them back on track as they were yesterday. Speaking of back on track, GE overtaking by the rank points right now because of this particular game, but now tied. We were questioning earlier as well about like how far away, far ahead those are. I'm guessing, despite how far they are, it's still gonna be very competitive.
Yeah, very competitive. Looking at the overall now, that they are tied with the defending champions, Genesis Esports. RSG though, again, I'm not expecting this from RSG. They're now at top number 3 with 46 points. Austria Esports still quiet here with 45
Back to
points.
Caster in
They're
5,
playing quiet, but
4,
you know what?
3,
Playing
2,
quiet gives you
1.
top 4. I mean, you can be satisfied with that, right? I mean, if you can be more aggressive to show that you can get more eliminations and probably get the winner chicken dinner on the next games, then maybe Austria will have the path here to be able to get the number 1 spot right at the end of the week.
Whew, I mean, yeah, I mean, again, right? I mean, we talked about how Austria is a slow cooker sort of team, so you know, I don't doubt that at all. But given the way that this whole league is built, slow cooker might not be the best for them because they might not be able to get a head start on those league points and league rankings coming into the grand finals. And I know for Austria, getting that head start is going to be huge for them in the grand finals because since they take a long time to cook, it gives them a lot of time to really, you know, just really take up that space to figure things out. Coming into this next match is going to be an interesting one because we're going to go straight into Erangel. And I really liked what I saw in Erangel yesterday. It wasn't the really slow, you know, the first match is always so chaotic, you don't understand what's happening. It's very, very structured. I'm seeing a lot of structure coming through from all these teams. You can really tell that they've done their homework, they've really prepped for this, and they've really started to understand what to expect from each team. Now, my question is today, we're having another team. Is it going to be a reset once again? Because this is a brand new team who's never played yet, and the other teams need to know, like, okay, we have 4 new teams. What are we going to be expecting? Now, for you, Cuckoo, what are you expecting to see from these new not team, sorry, excuse me, group playing today?
Well, I'm expecting them to actually take over of the dropping points of the other group who's
Okay.
not playing today. One of which is the Yasnaya Polyana. Now that we're moving into Erangel, the 3 Erangel maps, Dread Esports will not take Yasnaya today because they're not playing.
Okay.
So Yasnaya is one of the biggest cities in Erangel. So one of the strategic positions as well on the map. So definitely one of these teams in Group E can definitely take that. Another thing is for Playbook Esports. Playbook Esports
Going to
usually drops
LP
around the
in
western
5,
side if we noticed them
4,
yesterday.
3,
I'm not sure if
2,
that's their permanent
1.
dropping point. It's probably just because of the flight path. But before we even continue about that, let's now talk about again the newest Royal Pass A7 is available until July 15th. So enjoy perks worth 80,000 UC. You can get the custom color Nightscape Gladiator set. You can also get the Graceful Watcher set, and includes also the upgradable PP Bison Nightscape Gladiator. And it also includes your new dance or victory dance, which you can actually flex on your social media. We would love to see you guys play the one in the character in your PUBG mobile app, and then also in real life, you know, so that we can see that you can, you know, groove and dance together.
You
And
know,
there's a lot
speaking of
more.
that, I wanted to ask you, has anyone done a cosplay of of the Nice Cape Gladiator set or Graceful Watcher set? Because these are gorgeous.
I'm not sure if I've seen one
Going to
playing.
Super
I really
mean,
hope PUBG
five,
Mobile posts it on
4,
their social media because I
3,
would love to see the
2, 1.
cosplayers actually do these because these are lovely. And speaking of lovely, they have this redefined speed. Actually, our PUBG Mobile X Shelby Supercars collaboration is available until July 9th. These are again lovely. They're gorgeous. They look really cool. They look eye-catching, which is don't know what you want if you want that as you go through the maps in game, but you feel really cool. So there's that. You can find it under the featured event, Motor Cruise, and you can get your own Tuatara or Tuatara Striker. And the vehicle's tokens don't expire, and you can be used in the next corresponding event.
And you know what a Tuatara is? Have you searched about it?
Tuatara? No, I have
Yo,
not.
it is actually a reptile.
Wait, Tuatara
it's-
is that actual reptile?
Yeah, it's the New Zealand's largest reptile.
No, wait. How big are we looking at?
Like 0.5 meters in length. So that's long. Like,
Do they
a
bite
meter.
people?
I'm pretty sure they do. I'm not really sure. I'm not from New
I'll
Zealand.
stick to the car. You know, the Tuatara Striker. I'll stick to those. I don't want to get bitten, but very cool.
Yeah, very
really,
cool.
really cool. Yeah, they are very, very cool. Definitely something I want to get in game. Imagine if there's one in yellow.
Oh yes. One thing I want is also in green
In green.
because
The
that's my
reptile?
favorite color.
Oh, green is your favorite color.
No, like the Shelby supercar. Maybe they can like put up something in green, maybe dark green in color. You know, something like that.
Army green.
Army green, yeah.
Be kind of cool.
I mean, we had the previous collaboration.
Imagine
I mean,
neon
there's-
green.
Oh, neon green, yeah.
That'll be kind of cool, though.
And there'll be like neon lights below the car, right?
Imagine if PUBG Mobile lets you customize your cars with like stickers
Ooh.
and stuff. and
Really nice
neon.
idea. Yeah,
That'll
you
be-
could put on nitros, something like that.
Yeah, that'll be kind of cool. That would be kind of cool. Like imagine
Right.
like with every elimination you get like a little what do you call it? A little boost when you drive. That'll be kind of cool. But coming down here, hey, we're matching. It's green.
Well,
Is that what you brought
Yeah,
up?
it's green. Yeah, I mean, we didn't really set that one up, but this is what I'm talking about earlier, guys. Like we were talking about the first game prediction. So I actually told you guys that you're gonna have to expect that the next coming predictions would be the same.
Okay,
So,
I hear you.
We are picking Austria Esports, and the reason why I'm picking Austria Esports is, I mean, they had their warm up yesterday already. I know for sure that they got a good fourth match, which is one in Erangel.
Mhm.
So coming into the second game for today, I'm pretty sure that Austria Esports will have the same momentum. That's what I think right now.
You are right. I was just saying earlier how I would have sort of like expecting Yangon Galacticos to take Sanhok. They are not my prediction, but I sort of had that feeling from the previous seasons that they did well on Sanhok, and that didn't happen. So I don't know why, but I'm not feeling very great about this prediction. I don't know. That's like a feeling I have in my heart right now. But feel free, Austria, to prove me wrong. I mean, Harame Rose seem a little bit better, but I'm actually quite surprised as well in their performance in their first map. And there are some teams that do well on day one, and I'm really hoping that that isn't the case for Harame Bros. Because I think we've seen moments where just like, oh my god, is this what we're gonna be expecting for the entirety of the season? What a bar they're setting, what a tempo, what a pace, and then suddenly day 2 and beyond they just sort of like dip, but you don't hear from them again. And I'm really hoping that isn't the case for Harame Bros. Regardless, I think we're still going in for the same picks as we were yesterday, which I'm a little bit upset about because I was looking at the groups that were the new group that was playing today, right? Exquisite Esports, Enigma, MSI, Young Galacticos, and Flash Vision. And coming into this one's the only one that I can really give a vouch or really have a little bit more confidence in predicting is YG. And I'm really hoping
Right.
that the rest of the teams can really be like, you know what? She's saying that about us. Just really prove us wrong. And I really love to hear that. Regardless, ladies and gentlemen, as we going into our first Erangel of the day, let us know your predictions in the comments.
wow.
We would
Yeah.
love to see it. What you guys think. Give your energy to these teams playing because today is Group E's first game for today. Now's the time you want to keep your eyes on the screen because Erangel is where things get serious, running across the map, and this is happening right about now in 10 seconds. What do you want to see? Quickly, before we go in. Cuckoo.
Well, what I do want to see is some hot drop happening. Well, right now we're gonna move into Erangel. Let's go. And we are flying into Erangel. First Erangel for today, second match of week number 1, day number 2. And we can see now Enigma MSI going to Zarky. First time that we're seeing a
Wait,
team
I want to
going
see
to that
someone
area.
drop on Georgia Paul. We talked about this yesterday.
Oh yeah, right. I know for sure that Yangon Galacticos goes there. I'm pretty sure they go to the containers,
Yeah.
not to the George apartments below. TQ goes there, but MFG will go to the northern part of Georgia Pool.
Wait, Austria. This is a late drop, very late.
Well, they usually drop in SMB.
They
so
do. I don't know. I'm just surprised that they still decided to go there, cause it's kind of again northern and southern. I don't know. I'm just hoping for a different drop spot, I suppose. But look at how many teams are going toward that side of Georgia Paul.
oh, look at that circle now.
SMB circle, let's go!
Yes, indeed. Now, Tash, here's the problem. GE, who usually drops in Novo, they actually went ahead on dropping in Rosa, which is their second drop point. So this will give them a big headache later on, because you would normally see a lot of gatekeeping or bridge camping right around the two bridges on the left and the right side.
Yeah, but we've also seen some insane moments where people take the speedboat, people swim over. I've seen moments where we have, 2 people crossing the bridge and 2 people in the water. So that's going to be very fun to navigate. We talked about how we would love to see a bridge circle. I mean, even if we don't see a bridge circle, I think bridge fights are very fun to watch, especially, since I think it was like last year or last year, the introduction of the double layered bridge. That was fun. I love seeing teams really adapt to that. I think it's a lot better as well because it gives a lot more space for teams to really figure out how to play in this area. Oh, shout. A little bit of a pickle there.
Look at Harame, bro. Early rotation from Pachinki. They actually opted out and now went ahead on going to the southern island. So I think they learned from their mistake, I believe from season 1 of the PMCL in spring. Usually they stick with their usual spot. Oh, there we go. Nice shot there from Heartless. Knocking down Turks, and Turks will most likely die in the process, and Myth Clan now down to 3.
Honestly, I'm seeing Myth have these early rotations as well. And, coming back to what I say about learning from previous seasons, I think it's a lot harder to get into SMB than off of it, in my opinion. Especially if the circle is there. It's definitely a smaller island. There's a lot more water to work with and not a lot of space. You want to be able to take up the prime locations very soon. Federalis, quick to find another one. Heartless out of the game.
And Federalis using a Micro Uzi Mini 14 combo. See you soon, though. They're in Ferry Pierre. I think there's at least one player from Harame Bro who's already on the southern island. And then they opted not to loot in Pachinki, but looted just right around the jungle areas of Ferry Pierre. So this is a different, gameplay or strategy coming from Harame Bro. Like what I said, they learned from their mistakes from last season, because normally they drop in Pachinki, even though that the circle is in Subsnovka military base, and they had a hard time on going onto the other side.
This situation, I'm trying to figure out like what exactly to expect. I really expect Rix's. Wow, look at this zigzag driving. What a pro. Koopa not able to land his shots. More sprays to come through. Whoa! Did you see the drift? That was epic. One more time. Oh, hi Juggies.
Juggy.
I love
actually played with Juggy before.
I
Tash.
love Juggy. I love Juggy. I was just gonna say that I love SMB circles because of how chaotic the rotations are.
Look at the headgear
I'm
of
not
Super
disappointed.
Pickles.
How many bridge trolls have we seen already? 3, 4?
Did you see the headgear of Super Pickles?
I
Is it a
love
cat?
it. It's the cat. I love the cat headgear, man. I tell you, right? Like, it is my dream to get the bunny suit so that when I kill people, when I play, I just see a bunny running toward them. That is so terrifying, no?
Yeah, it is. And then you see a cat.
Yeah. That's why I love the skins in PUBG Mobile, man. There's
What if next time you see a dog, right?
I mean, the whole gang, you know? Why not, right? That's why I said the skins in this game, yeah, they're gorgeous, but it's the funny ones that I like, okay? Like, imagine just seeing like 4 different animals just like rush you in the compound and you have no clue
I think there's a horse already, right?
There's a
already.
horse?
Yeah,
No way.
I think there is.
I need it. I need
I'm
all
pretty sure I
4.
remember one. I remember killing one in game.
You killed the horse.
No, like
You
a
killed the
player
horse.
who's wearing a
Yeah, you
headgear
killed the
with a
horse.
horse.
Listen. If I saw a bunny person wearing the bunny suit, I would die to the bunny suit, dude. I have no heart. I don't have the heart to do that.
I'm playing
to them,
rank.
Oh man, okay. Looking at this area here, Harami Bros dropping themselves here in this particular area. This is what pier. And I think I really like this area because you don't really know where the circle is gonna pull to be exact. There's still a possibility, like a very low possibility of the circle being a land circle, a main land circle, but you know, it's good to hope.
Look at YG now, Tosh. This is the first bridge, or actually the second bridge camp that we've seen,
Yeah.
and they're actually taking over of the left side part of the bridge.
Yeah.
Now Myth Clan, ooh, Astja already in position in Subsnovka military base, and Skynin able to spot one. Fortunately, wasn't able to get the knockdown, and Myth Clan will be able to bail out from the scene. And look at them. We're not gonna stay there anymore because we know there's a team who is actually staying in there. So they're gonna just stay for now on the sides.
I
Just,
like this terrain they're playing in. It's
yeah,
nice.
the
It's a
terrain.
nice little, I would say, a nice little dip, gives them a little bit of cover. But one nade just rolls down and you're toast, man.
Well, I remember one player from the Infinity way back in PMSL,
Oh my god,
I think 2 years
missed
ago.
the Infinity. They were great.
Yeah, I think it was the player now in Vampire.
Oh yeah, Newsy.
I'm not sure. Yeah, Newsy. Yeah, Newsy.
Newsies.
Yeah, Newsy.
Newsy's the
Nated
goat,
one whole team in that dip that we're talking about now.
What a legend. Speaking of legends, Macbeth moves out of the way. Enigma in a situation where the blue zone's on their side and they have to fight MFG for it. MFG had a great day yesterday toward the end of the day. Found their groove. I think they're doing pretty well today as well, given the fact that, you know, Sanhok, they still managed to get a few pickoffs. I think one pickoff ends up eliminate and placement point. So I think for a lot of teams, Sanhok is definitely one of those maps where it's like, okay, it's a free-for-all. Try to get as much points as we can before we move on to like the maps that actually we have to spend a lot more time on. Miramar, like Erangel. And see, I predicted this already. I talked about, you know, getting onto SMB. The biggest problem is getting onto the island. When you're so
Right.
late in the rotation, you have to worry about maybe 3 bridge trolls waiting for you from the top side of the bridge all the way to the middle side and the bottom side. You have people waiting at the edges as well if someone is trying to get onto the island or off the island. It's not very fun. So the safest route would be to swim, but you're like sitting ducks, right? Because if someone were to wait
Right.
for you from shore, you're getting blasted out.
Oh, look at that circle
Oh,
now.
that's just gross, man. That's just
Yeah.
painful. The circles have not been kind for the last 2
And
years.
look at where ASTE is currently at. They're still in Yasnaya, which is I talked about that
What
before this
happened?
match even
Why are
started.
they taking so long to rotate?
I'm not sure. Well, I mean, Ramibro actually went ahead and rotated like already, like early in the game. They didn't
very
really
early.
went to Pachinki, and now look at them. They're in the middle of the circle together with all the other teams like Ostja. Ranked now able to spot Naughty Boy, and this is RSG who was actually swimming in the waters,
Exactly.
and now they're like fish in the sea of Erangel. Ranked just trying to pick up all of the players of RSG. And again, this is what we talked about I mean, you can go for a boat, you can go for a swim, but if you go for a swim and someone would be staying at the edges of these ridge, then it's gonna be hard for you to swim over to the other side.
Yeah, I mean, this is. I think a lot of teams have already started to understand how to navigate SMB circles, and they are very prepared for that. SMB circle potentially means getting onto the area quickly, which also means being able to get these free points as people swim onto the shore. Gatekeeping the shore in general, I rarely ever see a situation where a team gets onto shore scot-free. I've seen a few, but they do like this very long swims from mainland all the way to the southern side of the island, which is potentially even more dangerous because you're taking way too much time to get to where you need to be. Less time to lose, less time to take those points. Perhaps placement points, but in this particular meta, in this particular format, I think elimination points are the way to go. It's best to just go for the fights, you know?
Right, and I remember this circle from last season. It's either MythClan or Ostjo who will actually get the winner chicken dinner, and we're looking at the same pattern. Because remember, MythClan was trying to get in position in Sovsnovka military base, but then again, there was Ostjo who's already in their own positions there. So it's just a battle of position right now, and you could see all of the other squads here who were playing their first time in Erangel, like Enigma, MSI. They don't really have that, too much experience when it comes to, playing this type of circle in this, type of league. So I'm pretty sure they're going to have a hard time on going onto the other side of the island.
I mean, look at all these late rotators, and I understand why they're doing that. They're hoping that the blue zone, if they push late enough, they can tank it, get onto the island without anyone waiting for them on the other side. But you can see a lot of teams are very much prepared for this situation as well. GE holding on, exit in trouble, let's knock down. Barnett has his sights on the members of 214. I don't think 214 wants anything to do with this fight as well. They're just rushing straight onto the island itself. Master Ichi almost gets knocked down. Now it's an all-out fight. Mix knocked. Unknown answers back. West Yogi taken out of the game. Or at least knocked down at the very least. Now for MFG, 3 players left on the blue zone. Unknown going for the heal, and I think for him, it's gonna be a little bit hard, especially on a buggy, to really take this fight. Unknown out in the open, punished, and GE is so quick for that. Speaking of that, it's gonna be Marnet. We talked about how impressive he is with these opening picks, with these opening fights. And the momentum is just not stopping. Not here. Not on Sanhok. Smile as well. Finds one. Dale. Out. Now for top, he's too low. He does still have some time to put in those heals, but in this situation here, they're just going to go for a reposition, and it's not going to go straight for the island. They don't care. They want to take this fight. They want this whole bridge. The sprays come through. Rankin so quick on that. Surprise, surprise. What a spring for him. Dale also answered back, taken out. At least it's a trade for his teammate. Now both teams suffering heavy losses for this long, drawn-out fight in the blue zone.
It's a 2-2 trade now for both sides, Genesis Esports and 214. Ranked really using that advantage that he had earlier on. And now Ranked knows where the specific position where the other G is at. And right now, he's actually taking damage coming from the frag grenades. Also at the same time with the blue zone. So this is kind of hard for Genesis Esports. And this is what Genesis Esports hated from last season. Every time the circle goes down to Sovsnovka Island, it's like they're sure that they're not gonna, get that winner chicken dinner, because they usually drop at the Rozok, but they sometimes drop at Novo. It's just that this time around they picked the wrong dropping point.
Oh man. Flash Vision, once again, stuck between a rock and a hard place, or rather the blue zone and Young Gun Galacticos. They've lost 2 already. They can't go anywhere. They don't have anywhere to go. They're gonna have to tank out the zone, and for Master Rix, he only has 1 health kit left. Nothing more he can do here. 2-4 as well. Heavy losses. I was actually quite surprised that for GE, as well as 2-4, they're still very, very healthy. Still kicking, not the worst situation. I spoke too soon. Blank's in trouble. XQS was ready. Koopa still becoming a thorn in every single team's side. Smokes out and Super Pickles, no problem for the pickup.
And this will give information for Genesis Esports. They know that 214 were the ones gatekeeping them, so this will give them some signal for them to be able to like go to the other side now, while they know that there's another player who got knocked down on Exquisite Esports. And looks like Koopa is not going to go for the revive anymore.
Yeah, let's wait out. Look at how many teams are in the blue zone. Quite a number, actually. It's really hard to figure out how exactly to play in this particular one for SMB. Now, YG does get onto the island. ASTE, we were talking about how late their rotations are going to be. But like still, all four still very healthy, still managing to get pick off on top of that as well. They're just really taking their time and it's working out so well in their favor. Enigma MSI eliminated in this situation as well. Definitely a slower pace for this particular game. Oh, spoke too soon. TQ also down and out.
And it's, again, the circle, very hard for them to, rotate, especially if a lot of teams will have to, bridge camp, like what Yangan Galacticus did already, now that they're inside the zone. Master Rix dies as well in the blue zone. Still ASTE, look at them. They went ahead on, like, looted for as much as they can so that they can avoid all of those engagements right around the bridge area. This is a really smart move, actually, for ASTE.
Not the worst kind of circle as well, just straight smack dab in the middle of SMB. Harame Bros, very comfortable. They have a whole compound to themselves. XQS, they could potentially play at the southern side of the island, but they're gonna have to shift eventually. STE, this one, they did manage to make it onto the island. The late rotation working out in their favor, and for Yango Galactico, surprise, No Fear is here. And look at this rush forward! We saw one card just smack dab fly into their spaces. Incas dropped down. Kai's spraying will be answered back. Going to go for the pickup in this situation. But his teammate Romeo Boy on the other end is just quick to answer. Reiner as well gets just picked up in this situation. No Fear running for his life. The final one left alive. He wants to take this fight. He knows exactly where the other member is. Puts himself in the smoke, sprays out. Cute Loki! The legend, the man himself! Just saving his team. Go for the pickup. Flash Vision is out.
And all of those
ASTE
loot
as
for
well.
nothing.
Exactly.
Gosh, all of the looting that they did, all for nothing. Eventually, Yangan Galacticus now will be third party by See You Soon. They heard the gunshots. Now, Romeo Boy of Yangan Galacticus together with another guy who's still alive. They're like split up right now. And Davan now cooking up the nade. Will that one connect? I hope not for Yangan Galacticus. They're still trying to adjust to this brand new season of PMCL. But for now, looks like they're gonna loot up every single loot that ASTE brought to themselves. And Genesis Esports now already eliminated at 11th spot. And again, this circle really is a big disadvantage to a lot of the teams.
It really is. All the way to the southern side, terrain only headed, only high ground in one particular area. It's so open as well. There's not a lot of places you can play. If you have a rock on one end, you have to watch your back as well. Now, a lot of teams are playing toward the corners of the circle, the edges, and I don't blame them. Being out there in the open, it's gonna be dangerous. It's the potential to get crossfire.
Oh,
What
nice!
What is that nade, Kaya? Not his first crazy nade of the day, but he doesn't seem to be stopping Davan Prony. He hears the sound of the vehicle coming in for XQS. XQS playing this very safe. These vehicles could potentially give not only mobility, but also a place for them to take up space and also cover eventually. Nathan moves forward. Ooh, that nade narrowly missing him. Nathan just really just circling around the area, trying to get as much information as he can. Also, drawing out a lot of the attention that his teammate might possibly have on him. Not quite yet. You can see a little airdrop in the corner there too. I think he is thinking about it. Yep, he is. This could be massive. Ghillie suits will be huge. Tier 3 helmets, Tier 3 shields. And for Kaya, the buggy, again, Harame Bros is the only team that hasn't moved at all.
And I noticed the guns being used right now by other players. M762, one of the hardest guns to actually use. But now, Ostja versus God of Death 7. Nades coming from both sides. Not Lam Moik gets hit there. Ooh, with the nade coming from Gui. Gets him down. Skynet also knocks down Bunny. And now the push from Ostja is going to happen. But it's going to be Red Bull who will do the first move. Kainin is gonna get revived here by his teammate. Ooh, another nade coming from God of Death 7. So they actually traded nades here. But then again, it's gonna be Red Bull who will still commit with the push that he's doing right now. Together with a Molotov, he's actually gonna go into the fire and he's gonna die. All because of his own molly.
That's so unlucky. That is just so unlucky. God 7 we were questioning what was going on with them. I think there were predictions for them yesterday, but they did not show up. Today might just be a whole different day for them. His teammate gonna be picked up here. Ozja is just stuck in this corner. Where can they go? The only place they have is in this little airplane. What? Yowie! That was so ballsy! Drops up from the above, gets that pickup, gets some space as well. All the way out there in the open. Zai's stuck. The Molly's gonna potentially just flush him out. There's nowhere else to go. Kelly will be answered. Another team third party on the online. Pop so low. MFG down for the count. Skynin still in the back of the area. The car blows up. No information could be seen right now. The smoke's just really cutting them off, and it's a good respite for them, honestly, because they do need to go for that reset. They do need to reposition themselves. Puff eat some damage and need as well to come through. I'm actually open and answers back. Puff gets the pickoff, but will be taken down. Blue zone doing its work, and Skynin in trouble. This is an all-out, and the only team safe right now is Harame Bros.
Harame Bro just focusing the circle now. As the others, like RSG, Oscar, and God of Death 7, just fighting for their dear life. And now you can see here Master Vape just holding his angles here. Now the circle shifted. We are now on stage number 5. The circle did not go to their position. Most likely, this is actually within the reach of... yeah, I was about to say see you soon in the XQS. Though you can see here, Harame Bro also has a compound just right in the eastern side of the circle. So they're actually all good.
Oh man, Skynin last man left standing all the way up there in the north, and there's 2 teams to worry about. That's terrifying. RSG potentially could play with that airdrop as well, so that also could be a good thing. Bunny knocked down on one end, not too sure what happened there. I think Harame Bros. Oh, I can see someone in a vehicle already for Harame Bros. I think they really want to take this fight. This silence, it's gonna be very brief. Like that broken. Oh, that's great. Let's get someone else. But SQS also coming in from one end as well. So there's a lot of trades coming in on both sides of the area. It's really hard to pinpoint who's attacking who in this 3-way. And you can't really tell where anyone is at that moment as well, because everyone's just moving around either with vehicles and another one will be on foot. So you're too busy spraying at the vehicle when the other person will just be like, okay, you're spraying there, I'll spray you from behind.
Skynin?
Go down. What?
Oh, Skynin almost. Oh, there we go. That's it.
There we go.
That's cute, low-key. Able to get that elimination onto Ostia, so our prediction is not right for now. But did you hear what the MM was using earlier? It was a FAMAS, one of the airdrop weapons.
It's been a while since I've seen actually in action, right? So it's very fun. Federal is out there in the open. One vape, just waiting. I'm actually still till it's been what, 2 days, and I'm still so shocked at how ballsy Federalis plays. In the open, no cover, and nothing.
Look at
he does
him.
this all the time. No fear.
He just jumps and no fear, right?
And he still gets away with it every single time.
This is how good Federalis is. I mean, the reigning defending MVP of PMCL from the last season. Now, look at the RSG. Focuses on Myth Clan. Utilities now being used here onto the side of Myth Clan, but Vape, I'm not sure what he's doing. I mean, he's kind of wasting all these utilities he has. Might as well, like, save it for later on. I mean, you are inside the circle anyways, right?
Maybe a desperation move since he's the last man standing, so I don't think he has an idea how to play this on top of that, because imagine how many sounds he hears around him. No, not sure if it's the same team or a different team. Sure, he waited it out. So I kind of can understand the pressure he's going through, but at the same time, I also understand your perspective. Regardless, for Erangel Galacticos, having cute Loki as the final man left standing is a good thing. Actually, we've seen moments where he can just get those chicken dinners as the last man standing. We've seen potential moments where he's able to isolate fights, just win one-on-ones. So right now, you see Federalis back and forth. Vape goes down. Federalis has been hunting for this guy for a good 2 minutes now.
And right now, Federalis hears the gunshots on this side of Myth. And the knockdown coming from Devon actually helps them out. And there's going to be one more player left for the side of Myth Clan, and that's going to be it. Federalis annihilated Myth Clan down to 3 teams remaining. And it's a 4v1v1. Most definitely, the chances are on the side of Harami Bro on getting that winner chicken dinner. And they also have 6 eliminations on top of that.
Yeah, and Harame Bros, I don't know if you saw it just now. Federalis has tier 3 shields on the helmet as well as the Kevlar range. Takes a bit of damage, just trying to go for the information. The spray comes through. Amas will be punished, but will immediately be traded out. And that's the beauty of seeing Harame Bros in full power! Erangel Galacticos, not quite there yet, but winner, chicken dinner for Harame Bros. I need chicken.
Yeah, this was my second pick,
Aya got
other
a
than
pick.
Austria Esports. But
Yeah, this is Aya's prediction.
yeah, this was Aya's pick, and someone in our group chat just asked if we have correct predictions since yesterday, and I said I got one yesterday, which was Genesis Esports, and now Aya adding to the mix here, able to get that correct prediction for match number 2. But this is good for Harami Bro. This means that remember the overall rankings, they were tied with Genesis Esports because they don't really have so many chicken dinners, and the ranking points is totally different. Genesis has the higher ones. Now with this winner chicken dinner, this means that Harami Bro will take that number 1 spot after this game.
Man, Harami Bro, I think Harami Bro is definitely one of those teams where, you know, you question, right? Okay, they're having a bad game. I know some teams tend to tilt. They kind of fall into this tilt pattern. But Harami Bro has really good mindset shift. I think that they're realizing that every game is a new game. And I'm realizing that that fresh new mindset means a fresh new motivation for them. And they're doing so well. Harami Bro this time around is a very different type of play for Harami Bro. Understanding that this kind of circle means early rotations. They don't take their time going around the map looking for picks. I mean, yesterday I think it was a lot more skirmishes for them, right? In every single location they decide to go to, they're going for these fights. They're forcing these fights. They want to get as many of these eliminations as possible, and it definitely worked out in their favor. Definitely a team that no chicken, no problem yesterday. And today they're like, okay, I don't think that taking these fights is going to be easy. I don't think I want to play the gatekeeping game, because if you saw a team like GE, like Erangel Galacticos, like 2-4, their biggest problem right now was that they go in all these really drawn out fights. They suffer heavy losses in this kind of situations, and I like the fact that in the Harami Bro playbook they have a playstyle for every single type of circle.
And Jappy will get the MVP of the match. We haven't seen him that many in the highlights. We saw a lot of Federalis earlier on, but he got 3 eliminations with 3 knockouts, 16 heals, 24-15 survival time with 1 assist, and 568 damage. When I actually saw range play from Harami Bro, he's one of the calmest players out there in person. Even if he's now I think the IGL of the team, I think he can calm the team down so they don't really get so much excited and get that win. And now they got that winner chicken dinner for match number 2. Yesterday, Tosh, if you remember, it has always been for Harami Bro, like they almost get that winner chicken dinner. They get a lot of those elimination points, but unfortunately at the end they weren't able to finish it right. But this time around they were able to.
Yeah, it's really exciting when you look at these situations as well. I think for Harami Bro, is not only are they very aggressive, they know when to take these fights. I think this is one of their quieter games per se, and we talked about that as well for Sanhok. And again, I don't blame them for this situation. SMB is definitely a harder circle to navigate. Now, coming into today, I think it's always going to be very fun. And I did say that I really wanted to see the rise of these brand new team. I think Erangel Galacticos is still playing in a way that I expected them to play. You expect these very bombastic kind of explosive plays. There's gonna be I can already foresee for Yangon Galacticos, they're gonna have games where they just drop a 30 point at one point, and then suddenly they go quiet for a few games, and then they drop another banger at 22 or something like that. Because that's how it's been for the last, I think, few years now. After watching their team, FV is definitely a team that I believe it's a new territory for me, because it's really hard to expect what to see from them. I think Flash Vision has always been a little bit more quiet. I'm really hoping with this particular newer roster, the newer players, they can kind of like really surprise me yet. But again, this is what their second game. They might need some time to really figure out the group and dynamic of what they want to bring into the game itself. And on top of that, I think they got served with 2 very difficult circles in their first 2 games of the week. Oh man, unlucky for them.
You're right. And you know what? For Yangon Galacticos, they kind of like Austria Esports, where they play a little bit slow at first, and then eventually they get it right. So I would say I'll give them like one more Erangel map, and then maybe on the 4th match of the day, which is the last Erangel map, maybe they can be dominating and actually at the same time maybe get the circle as well. But for the others, like unfortunately for our prediction, Austria, I mean, they got the circle right at the very beginning. They landed in Sosnovka military base, but unfortunately, the circle went ahead on went on a hard shift onto the southeastern side of the whole map itself. So that was very unfortunate for them, and there were a lot of teams who actually gate kept them from getting inside. And here are now the match standings, by the way, guys, on the streams. We have Arame Bro getting 18 points, 13 for See You Soon, Tiger Kill Enemy, 12 for Yangon Galacticos, Austria Esports with 7, as well as Exquisite Esports, Myth Clan with 5, all the way to Genesis Esports and Risk Guys Esports, 3 points for God of Death 7, MFG, and ASTE. And then we also have 214 Sin, 2 points for APG, 1 point for TQ, Enigma, MSI, and then last is the team that you talked about, which is Flash Vision Esports. And their lineup is, again, different compared to last season. And I just hope that with the addition of Master Rix, who actually played for the APG Esports lineup last season, hopefully they can, add more firepower to their squad.
Yeah, overall standings now, you were completely correct about your math coming in Harami Bros on first place. I think when you look at Harame Bros and GE, it's a very stark comparison, like what the objectives are for the team. GE has always been about making sure they can survive longer and then going in for that placement, going in for those eliminations. Harame Bros is more towards getting those eliminations, and then the placement points are secondary. So I'm really liking this shift in mindset and mentality. It really shows us a different kind of like playstyle they can bring to the table. Now, Austria, interestingly enough, they are a team that seems to go a little bit out a little bit too soon, right? Like not too soon, really early, but toward the middle of the game, toward almost the end of the game. But it doesn't mean that they go down quietly. There are a lot of situations where they are getting these eliminations 30 in the bag, and I think in this situation as well, they don't always go down early. So I think consistency is key for Austria. While it isn't going to be consistent when it comes to those chicken dinner, it's going to be consistent in performance. So that is what we are going to be expecting from this particular team. Now, I think when it comes to our predictions, it's less about who gets the chicken dinner personally, and I think more about teams that are going to be performing consistently is definitely going to be up on my prediction list. And I know sometimes there are these conversations like, okay, casters are being a bit biased. Casters only go off of like these situations where these teams always winning, so we're just going to go for them. I mean, do you blame us though? Coming back into today, I mean, us casters, analysts can only go off patterns. When we have these outlier games where a team just suddenly pops up and does better, trust me when I say, guys, that we love a good underdog story. But it's hard for us to put in a prediction when the underdogs are not performing yet. Because after this, we're going to be going for a quick break to Erangel one more time. I can't believe it. We're going to Erangel already for a second map, and that map already felt so explosive.
Oh yeah, indeed. And I was expecting more from the team or the teams who didn't play yesterday, especially for Enigma MSI.
No, I wasn't expecting anything from them. I'm sorry for cutting you. I weren't expecting anything because icebreaker matches. Yeah. So okay. I was expecting that, but that's just me though. But like for you, like what were you expecting though?
Yeah, I was expecting more from Enigma, especially from Enigma MSI, since this is their first time in PMCL.
Maybe
Uh,
they have the jitters, perhaps. Since
yeah,
it is their
maybe,
first time?
maybe,
Yeah.
maybe this is the first time in this league,
Hmm.
and I know for sure that they have their own plans, they have their own strategies. But before we even talk about all of these, we're gonna have to go on a really short break here. Cuckoo TV and Tash Bunny will be right back.
Arc or the assembly base, and it recalls eliminated teammates, but it will use up their respawn chance. Life is precious, so proceed with caution. Additionally, the popularity event is back. We added a popularity gift redemption shop this time, where you can use the tokens earned from popularity battles and team popularity battles to redeem rewards. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. For Metro Royale, we've improved a lot of the processes. Furthermore, we've also added new honor rewards and Chapter 20 collectibles. Moreover, you can now bring your companion on your Metro Royale adventures. For more details, keep an eye out for Metro Royale update videos. In the new version, we'll also be hosting a grand home competition. You can register for it as long as you've reached 200 home prosperity. Let your imagination run wild and share your dream home with the world. Additionally, we've added a mysterious, elegant, ancient capital resource pack. Many home items will also become available in a related upcoming event. Aside from these, we've improved and updated home building, browsing, interactions, butler actions, and more. Want to find out more? Keep an eye out for home update videos. With Mecha Fusion's arrival, World of Wonder has also seen plenty of updates. For gameplay devices, the PvE enemy spawn device, random action device, special vehicle device, and other gameplay devices have all undergone a series of updates. For example, the themed mode's mechas have been added to the special vehicle device. These include the Levitron, Strider, and Armamech. These devices are sure to get your imagination flowing for some awesome creations. Also, we've launched a pre-made map where you can play all kinds of creations built from a variety of themed scenery objects. Furthermore, get ready for the brand new Steel Arena map template. Here, players can pilot mechas and engage in battles. Give this new map a shot. Additionally, we've updated a bunch of other World of Wonder content. For more details, keep an eye out for World of Wonder update videos. That's it for this overview of the new content that will be available in Mecha Fusion. Cool mechas and thrilling combat await you in-game. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Hi everyone, let's get acquainted with World of Wonder version 3.2. This version is loaded with surprises. Besides piloting cool mechas for exciting battles, there are brand new maps to experience. Let's check it out. First, there's a brand new themed map template. In World of Wonder, players can now play all kinds of creations built from a variety of scenery objects. Engage in thrilling battles aboard the Steel Ark. At the same time, get ready for the brand new Steel Arena map template. Here, players can pilot mechas and engage in battles. Give this new combat a shot. In addition, players can compete in shooting competitions with target dummies and have fun playing soccer. Head to World of Wonder to to discover even more fun maps and gameplay. So, get in the game and try it out. Next, we've also made a few system improvements to World of Wonder. Players can now go to the player information page to check their World of Wonder play statistics and creation data. As for creation tabs, we've added a
And we are back here in the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Summer League. And again, this is yours truly, Kuku TV, together with the one and only Tash Bunny. And this is week number 1, day number 2. We're done with the first 2 matches. We're still with the 2 Erangel maps left and 2 Miramar maps left. And we talked about a lot of things before we actually went on a short break. I said that these new teams who are just coming in from Group E. I'm expecting a lot for them because they already have. My point here is that I've seen them played well, like Young and Galacticos, because they actually had a day for them to observe all of the other teams, right?
Yeah, I think they're doing very well in this game in particular. I think Galacticos, despite it being their first game, they're doing pretty okay. They're slowly getting that groove, getting into momentum. And, you know, I think, like, out of the 2 years or so that I've been casting, you know, back then when we used to see Wildcard, Yago Galacticos playing, I think one of my favorite things to watch about YG is Cute Loki. And I'm so happy to still see him on that roster till today. I think he's one of their longest standing players. And it just reminded me of back in the day when Cute Loki would do this insane clutches, like he will get this high ground and just be able to snipe people from the top side of the area and manage to get chicken dinner till the end. That was kind of dope. So I'm really hoping to see more hero plays. I mean, we don't really, I think in a situation where hero plays are happening, I think for a lot of teams you don't want to see that happening as much as you can. You want to avoid it, but like it's always very fun to see these moments happening. And speaking of what else is fun, we have the RPA7 or the A7 available happening now until July 15th. So if you want to get it now, because it's a limited time thing where you can get yourself the Nightscape Gladiator set alongside the Graceful Watcher set. So for the guys, you get the Gladiator set, and the girlies, you can get the Graceful Watcher set. And if you guys didn't know, you can get a max rebate of 720 UC. And this stuff, all of these perks are worth well over 80,000 UC.
Yes, and there's a lot of other, skins that you can actually use. And speaking of Cute Low-Key, he's actually one of those players way back who actually uses snipers.
Oh, oh yes, he did!
Remember him using a Car 98?
Yes, I forgot. Right? Thank you for reminding me.
So if he has this Phono Tempo M24 skin, well, maybe he can do a lot of damage.
He would 100. He's gonna 100% get it. I just know it. It's a really cute one if you go and see how he plays. But coming back, I wanted to ask you, Kuku, do you know how the dance looks like? Because I haven't seen it yet.
No, I have. Oh, I think I've seen one content creator here in the Philippines done it already.
Really? If you guys are watching at home, can you guys tag me if you guys are doing it and posting on social media? Can you guys please tag me, because I would love to see how the dance looks like. Also tag PUBG Mobile, why not, right? Who knows, they might feature that. But speaking of that featuring, we also have the Shelby Supercars collaboration happening from now to July 9th. This is under the Motor Cruise event, where you can get the Tuatara or Tuatara Striker, and the vehicle tokens you get can be used either now or in the next corresponding event. I'm gonna be real with you, I am conflicted, Kuku, because like if I were to have this, right, like what if the Shelby cars are awesome, they're cool, right, and I want to get them, but what if the next collaboration is better? Then what?
You
see,
well,
I can't pick, you know?
It's better to just have everything, right?
I can't have everything. You gotta have one good thing, you know?
Well, maybe PUBG Mobile can, give us some like tickets, or maybe like a sample, or maybe a trial version. So
we want to try it in the game, and then we decide if we like it or not. That'll be kind of cool. Speaking of that, can you stop copying me? God damn, that's two in a row, dude. Relax.
It is Vince Gio's copying us.
Oh, that's true, Vince. Vince, what are you doing? What? Okay, Okay, coming back here, I'm seeing some GE picks again. Bling X going for Austria after our pick. So honestly, this Harami Bros pick again we're late. I think we saw this trend yesterday from me. I'm getting
Right.
my picks right like game after. But I'm also very intrigued with Aya plays picks because I think hers was correct just now. Does she know something that we might not know about this Enigma roster?
Well, it's probably just because the circle on the first Erangel map shifted on the south side of the map, so
Mhm.
Enigma didn't had any chance on showing how they can play well. I know Aya is a big fan of Misfits International, which is the other collaborator in the team right now.
Uh-huh.
So I think she knows something that we don't know.
Okay, I'm honestly I'm loving that we're seeing these picks come true, and it just gives me like a little bit of like would I trust you? I would trust Aya because her picks have been on point for the past 2 days. I'm not gonna lie, it's been so good. Now coming into this one, for Sammy and Stalker, I mean I'm gonna be real. I am a GE fangirl, and I have been so tempted. Like if I could put every game is gonna be GE, I would. But I also have to be an analyst first and foremost. So, you
Right.
know, I wouldn't be like I wouldn't be surprised if GE actually gets this. I mean, they come very close, and I think that's the beauty of seeing Harami Bros, GE, Austria. They are definitely one of those teams that they're gonna make it to the top 5. It's very rare they don't make it. Even if they don't make it, they're probably gonna go down with like an insane number of eliminations. I think we saw Playbook Esports do that a lot yesterday.
And speaking of Playbook Esports starts very slow. They really play it really slow yesterday,
Mm.
so it's kind of bad for them to have a rest day for today because
Yeah,
they
yeah,
they
need
needed
the
to warm it up.
momentum.
Like I know how One Boy and Ryman actually needed to warm it up. Like for how many days before they even fire it up
Oh, real?
in the tournament. So I think for now, I mean, let's not talk about them because they're not really playing. But we're now gonna be inside the third map of the day. Let's start again in Erangel.
I'll bring it back. Ladies and gentlemen, flight path going up from the northern side of Pavka all the way till hospital. Come on, give me a Georgia Paul circle. I am begging.
And you know what, Tosh?
Yeah.
The flight path this time around, like today, it's not the like yesterday where like we see a lot of like south flight path. For today, there's a lot of like northern flight paths, like in the previous Erangel map. We saw that earlier, so now we're seeing the same thing. Again, this will force GE to be landing on Rozok. Nova will be open. So Snubka military base is all the way far down on the south side, and I'm not sure if Austria will still commit to that, or will probably just land right around Gatka area, which is where we're looking at right now.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting how we see this game goes. I mean, we had it. It's gonna. It's. I mean, the SMB circle was very fun to watch. It's
Ooh.
nice to be seeing a. I don't want to say it. I don't want to jinx it. It was gonna be fun seeing this circle coming up onto mainland itself. Now, the reason why I really wanted a Georgia Fall circle is because its terrain is. It also has a lot of what do you call that, compounds. You also have that bridge in the middle, which also means it might potentially be a water circle or a bridge circle. And wow, we already see some road rage happening very early. Austria starting off strong with not only a car crash but also a machete pickoff. Poor Macbeth. Isn't that
And
kind
this
of
is all
like
because of
poetic? His name is
the-
Macbeth and getting meleeed. Sorry, you were saying?
This is all because of Austria landing on a different spot, and Enigma wasn't expecting this. And right now they lose Macbeth, which is their IGL.
Oh yeah.
So
I mean, not
that's a
necessarily
big.
the worst thing in the world. I mean, Macbeth can still IGL. You know, it's not, but it's just losing on the firepower. It's This early
Yeah.
is not very fun, but that's what I like a bit more about Austria. Is just they're very proactive in just swapping up their drop spots. Because I remember in certain regions, right, they have teams that get so mad when people crash their drop spots, and even like just making threats sometimes to the other team, like that's just disrespectful or rude. But in the end, this is still going to be a battle royale. There are going to be moments where again, a lot of these drop spots are just patterns. If we have a team that kind of breaks off of that pattern, it's a 50-50 for them. It's either they're going to actually win that fight when they crash into that spot, because I'm sure every single team that drops somewhere already has a contingency plan if someone were to crash into them.
Yeah, you're right with that. Now, Gui was, planning on going to the compound where Zyle was at, but he went with the buggy. If he actually went on like foot, and Zyle actually, was able to spot him, then Gui would not be alive anymore. But you can see now, Gui just circling around that compound, scouting for enemies as
Wait, did
Zyle
he spot
hears
him?
this one. I'm not sure.
I don't think
I'm pretty
he
sure that
did.
Gui doesn't know it.
Yeah, I don't think Gary saw it. I think he knows that MCAP. He probably did mark MCAPs. Wait. Oh no, he doesn't.
Oh no,
Wait, this could be huge potentially, but
he doesn't know.
yeah, he doesn't know. He's already circled twice. I think he has an idea that he is somewhere, but he was not expecting him to be in that vehicle in the backside of it. It's kind of smart, honestly.
Right. And this is why you have to close the doors whenever you get into compound, so that you can, just in case like someone would crash in and he saw that the doors are actually closed, you can just surprise him and eliminate him easily. But it's gonna be a long story for Enigma and Ostja. For now, it's gonna be TQ. Who's now getting scouted by See You Soon Tiger Kill Enemy. Boy Sean already looking on the side here of Zero. Zero doesn't have any vehicles, if I'm not mistaken, so I think he's gonna have to ask for help here or support from his teammates, which is gonna happen now. And Zyle still at the back of the truck. Oh, actually spotted Gui now. Gets the knockdown.
Surprise!
But unfortunately, look at this, Tosh. All of the three members of Ostja is now within this reach, and now the nade coming from AstroX will probably most likely get him knocked down,
That
and
was a
the
good
golden boy of
prediction.
right,
a
golden
great
boy of
prediction.
Cambodia gets the knockdown there with a nade.
Yeah, now look at that. Red Bull earlier got some pick as well. We saw him just crashing into someone's Kainin. Pick of his own. Gewi in trouble. Now for TQ, they hear the sounds of the fighting and they're like, okay, let's get into our vehicles. Let's kind of figure out what a third party are. We're just sprinting out of here. And it looks like sprinting will be the answer. Just gonna move further away from this area. Zero. Try to catch any stragglers just really crossing by. No one here quite yet. Just gonna go for that reloot, that refresh, move on out of the way to his teammates. Hospital area fully in their control, and this is massive because hospital area you have a place for vehicles. You can actually tuck your vehicles inside of the compound as well, which means that your vehicle has less like a probability to get blown up. It makes it survive a little bit longer. Now I would really like to see a bigger part of the map on the screen if possible, because I want to see how the rotations are going to go. But hold that thought, because Austria now gets marked with TQ. This might not bode well for them because they were in the middle of a fight with another team. They barely got time to reset at all.
And TQ now focused on Ostja. And by the way, I just noticed that Enigma only has like one player left remaining.
Oh yeah.
And again, this is
They got
Aya's
punished.
prediction. So something that we don't know is this, that Enigma will actually die. Like 3 players already, and look at TQ just giving off some items for his teammate. First aid is needed always here in this game. Now, looking at Yangon Galacticos, and this is Yangon Galacticos' playbook.
They
They're
love this
always
high ground, yeah.
yeah, they love this high ground, the mountaintop of Gatka.
I mean, we've seen some insane clutches by Cute Loki, one versus the whole map before. Just because he had a positioning on the high ground in Miramar. I don't remember when it was, but I remember I casted that game. That was insane. Now, coming back into this one for Enigma, it was interesting because, we saw one player from Enigma get that pickup onto Gewi. And then you immediately saw the rest of Austria just completely collapse onto the rest. It was to the point where Enigma wasn't able to answer back. So that is definitely something to watch out for, because remember, I want to say how smart he was for not reacting, and perhaps he should have waited a while longer to see if the members of Austria come through. No Fear in trouble, the nades come out as well. You see smokes come through. No Fear is so low, he needs to be picked up. The smokes is just providing a little bit of a wormhole for his teammates just cross over go for the pickup, but Joseph's a little bit faster than this setup. Gets a pick off of his own. He's at the side of this bridge. Now, it's gonna be a lot more difficult for Myth because they're getting picked off one by one as they go through these rotations. And this is not the first time they've gone through this problem. It feels like they haven't been finding the answer for these pick-off moments in the middle of their rotations.
Yeah, you're right with that. One thing that I actually want to say about ASTE is I don't like how they just take over dropping points of other squads.
Yeah.
Like what if they qualify on the grand finals, and then all of a sudden they would have to adjust again, just because the dropping point that they are used to, which is right now in Yasnaya in Erangel. Like say for example, Dread Esports would qualify as well, so they're gonna have like two teams dropping at the same spot. So I think ASTE would have to pick a much better dropping point compared to where they're at right now. And look at them, they're being gatekept by Myth Clan, and then all of the other teams or squads are already in position right at the middle. And the best position for me right now is where Yangon Galacticos is at.
Yeah, YG is always quick. I mean, one thing about YG that I really like is the fact that they're like, okay, the circles prediction is gonna be sort of here. This is a great terrain for us to work on. We can get a lot of pickups here. We can get our information. So this is where exactly we're gonna go, and they go straight for it. There's no hesitation. They want to make sure they get the area, and then immediately they go for this hold. And that's what I like watching about them, especially on Erangel map. Now, for this one in particular, Harame Bro, they've really built quite a solid lead, over 10 points above GE, which really just solidifies them all the way in the front. And then there's this big gap between GE and Austria as well. And I think these two teams is definitely going to be very, very competitive, so long as both teams remains very, I would say, consistent throughout the entire week. But I mean, there will be a shuffle eventually, one more time. So it's going to be another moment where teams have to figure out getting to know each other again in this particular map. I saw some damage coming through here. It's gonna be FV once again stuck. They're trying to figure out these rotations. Mid rotation wise has not been very ideal for FV. They're getting picked off one by one, two by two. 3 players still very much alive, so not the worst way in the world. But for FV playing, this is the 3rd map already with 0 points. I think the alarm bells need to start resounding at one point or the next.
Yeah, you're right with that. And I think it's better for them to just focus on the circle instead of like third-partying,
right?
third-partying this situation right now between Myth Clan and ASTE. But look at Miner. The smart plays of Miner right now, just sneaking his way through on the other side, and now has
that's massive.
Very good position. Knocks down Joseph, and this will give the chance now for the other squad members of ASTE to push onto the other side of the bridge.
Yeah, honestly, I really gotta give it to him. It's kind of like a very Federales style play, but less open than other Turks. Also in trouble. Miner's repositions are just so ridiculous. It's not huge rotations onto their end. It's just a tiny little move to the left just to really kind of throw off where the other members are going to be looking at. And as they're approaching the area, he goes in with that sprays and just really catches you off guard. Miner, really loving what I'm seeing from him today. It's very individualistic. It's just sheer brilliance on his end. Less about team play and more about him. And I can see why everyone is really keeping an eye on this one. Now, Younger Galacticos, perfect prime area for them. High ground fully in there. The whole terrain is in their favor, and that's going to be huge for them. Now, the other members at the bottom side is going to be a little bit in trouble because, like it or not, YG, especially with players like Cute Loki, is going to be great at picking them off. And speaking of a pick-off here, Incus finds Shroud, and Shroud will be the one taken out of the game already. Incus moving out of the way. Yes, Poliana is still very much here. He has to find a way to get into the circle very soon, but it's going to be hard because they were still in the middle of not only just looting, but also trying to get into a different area. Speaking of getting into an area, 214 walks straight into XQS's area. Super Pickle's all alone here. The nades come through, just really flushing from the top floor. Rank it, wants to push out. Where is he going to go?
Now putting up some smokes in order for them to be covered on the right-hand side of where they are at right now. But look at what XQS is doing. They're actually doing a great job on protecting Super Pickles. So this means that 214 Sin cannot just like push them all straight through. Like Koopa, you can see them on the left-hand side. Now Super Pickles goes for the nade. Now Super Pickles will try to bait or bail out from the scene now using this buggy. And looks like SQS is not really focused on going engagements. They're gonna just focus on getting into the circle and maybe just gatekeep them from getting inside that zone.
I don't think 214 is done quite yet. They're still stalking them, honestly. Like stalking like a predator, just stalking the prey. You know where MM is? Jucky. Spots him up. Attacks come through. MM is just so quick for that reposition as well. Jappy's sprays today has been ridiculous. I mean, we were screaming just now in the previous map how he's able to get that, you know, the player in the middle of a rotation with the DPS, I believe. Or was it a different shot? I'm not too sure. Intan in trouble. Nice jumping range. Shots are stinging, honestly. Talking throws. That's the best area to stop the mid rotations, and Nathan, whew, nearly gets caught out here. Survive! No, I spoke too soon. Solo sprays out. It's gonna be Kaya that comes out on top with that pick off on top of that, and that is painful. Koopa now in trouble as well. Kaya doesn't seem like he's gonna be stopping. You can see this aggression come through, and he wants more. He's looking for blood.
And I love the positioning of See You Soon Tiger Kill Enemy here. I mean, they have like one player right at the edge of the circle, and then all of the three members are on top of the hillside, just right on the western side of the circle. So this means that they will have much more coverage when it comes to the circle. Now XQS is just finding that right position inside that zone. And by the way, the circle has shifted again. And look at Yangon Galacticos right now. They're in prime position, Tosh. They're on the top of the mountain hills of Gatka. And this means that they will have full view or full angle of all the teams who are going to be coming into the zone.
Look at that. Got 7. They had a pretty decent day today in terms of survivability, but still not much they can do in terms of points. They're not building up that lead compared to the other teams that are just coming here into today, and this aggression comes through. Got 7 now in trouble. XZ coming from inside, coming out of the sprays. He's just playing it very, very close and very, very safe. Gonna go for that heal. He has to quickly just reset and go in for that pickup for his teammates. The information comes through. Gonna immediately get pick up Amura Chili. No problem with that. Both teams in a position where they are both getting hit up, actually. Little Yatka just throwing those nades on top side, hoping they just lands onto someone. Also, just potentially just buy some time, not only for the pickup, but Amura Chili. Wow, they land straight onto him. Chaos solo. Amura Chili is gonna be picked up one more time. MFG finally here. The cavalry is around and they are crunching from different areas of the warehouse. Where are you gonna go? It's kind of hard to run. They haven't had enough time to fully reset. Risk guys now down and out for the count. And this whole area is now for MFG. A little refresh as well with the boxes.
But the problem is the circle is not within that area, so they would still have to rotate all the way from that spot to an area where the circle is at. Now, looking at the kill feed, it's a Robert Bro now engaging with See You Soon, Tiger Kill Enemy, but then again, we're looking at ASTE getting closer to Yangon Galacticos. They actually picked off one of the players of Yangon Galacticos, and this is because they spread too much far away from each other. So this will, lead them to not having cover for each man that they have on top of this mountainside of Gatka. Now you can see Miner putting in some gas in the vehicle. This is where, your gas would be very, very useful, Tosh. Because sometimes you would use your vehicle so much in this game, wherein you would have no more gas available right at the mid-game until the end.
Yeah. This situation for Syst KE, I think it's so fun watching them. They're so aggressive. Speaking of aggression, APG in trouble, but DD is playing very aggressive and he is still very much alive. Just playing off the information. DOS Throwing out nade. You know what? Throw another molly as well. That's really flushed them out of the area. DD does eat a little bit of that damage. 214 in trouble. They're so low and getting chucked down from different areas. And look at that deal. Gonna go for the reset one more time. APG looking very good. Their nades just dropping at the best possible areas, thus quickly positioning themselves in the best situations. Just really clean up the house as well. There's nowhere for 2-4 to go. There's always blanks left. Blanks playing on the side of the train. He's trying to make sure to catch some nades. Maybe catch out one or two. Maybe go for a pick off, perhaps. Maybe he might be the last man standing, but he's gonna make something work here. Gonna go for a one-on-one, perhaps, in this different area. Has to be careful not to get traded out. The one more player for his teammate. Not happening! The crossfires from APG is massive, and they look really strong today.
Yeah, they look really strong now with the Ricks getting 5 eliminations now, total of 8 for this game, and now they have prime position out of the eastern side of the zone. If you look at the mini-map, they don't have anyone right nearby them, and now we have See You Soon and Ramen Bro fighting for position. Kaya now going for the cook of the nade. Range needs to heal up. But then again, there's going to be a splash damage coming from that nade. Ooh, Few. First time playing today is Few, and he actually died in the process now. But then again, here comes Federalis. Federalis gets closer now. Range still pressuring Kaya. And at the same time, Federalis throws a nade in. Ooh, very low on HP. Now pushes in with a DBS, and that is it for See You Soon.
Oh, that was beautifully done. Federalis out there in the open. And I like the way he played. He was just, again, no fear, no hesitation. Not even concerned that he might get crossfire. He had one person in mind for that pickoff, and that's exactly what he did. Now, Austria is primed, and that's exactly why they were fighting and going for these aggressive fights earlier, because they want that compound, and it did work out exactly in their favor. The whole area in their hands, but for APG as well, and in between, an airdrop. Whoever that gets the airdrop will have a big advantage to be able to survive and also have high power as they go toward the end of the circle. Now, one more time here for XQS. XQS, a very interesting team. Always see Super Pickles put in these very scary situations, but his teammate, there's a lot of trust coming from him to his teammates to really just collapse and just make sure that he can get out alive. Now, Yango Galacticos, eventually the circle will pull downwards, but I'm not too sure if, I mean, it's given them a lot of value if you think about it. They've had some fights, but it's given them that value in terms of that high ground, giving them the information. They've been able to get some pickoffs. 4 already in the back. Cute Loki will be getting... actually, you know what? Add one more. Little Yatka now in trouble. Cute Loki not stopping. He's aggressive and he's on fire. And speaking of that, it's fire. Nate not hitting. MFG playing it very safe, very close to the side of this terrain. What they're trying to do is for anyone that's just popping their head out, they're going to go down. And speaking of that, Z9K will be the one just spray out. And very aware that the flanks are coming through, honestly. And they have this really interesting way of one person looking up toward the top side of the mountain and the other one watching the flanks.
And that was a mistake coming from Cute Low Key. Should have just push right there and there, knowing that there's another team who is firing from the opposite side of them. So again, for Young and Galacticos, they're now down to 2. Still have the higher ground advantage, but eventually in 30 seconds, this circle will shift again. If the circle shift will not be within their reach, then it'll be hard for them to, survive until the very end. Because look at all of the other squads. They're in position already in all of the other compounds available inside the circle. And, I mean, they have the vehicles, but they can be gatekept by TQ or maybe even MFG.
MM in the lower ground. Playing it very safe. MFG as well just biding their time, and I think this is huge. Circle just shifting toward the middle side. Like it or not, these teams are gonna have to push toward the front, and this is a 4-way fight waiting to happen in just this one area. APG still has the advantage, and so does Austria. I think for YG, this terrain is not the worst in the world. They have some time to play and move down it, but MFG is just gonna slowly make their way above the side of the terrain. It's gonna make it harder and harder for them to really climb down. So like it or not, they need to quickly find a way to find that prime location for them. Because the middle side of the circle is completely open. Only some terrain for them to play with.
And APG has a prime position of the eastern side. They can probably get the northeastern side as well, maybe split up. I mean, they still have 3 players left, so they can probably do a 2-1 split in order for them to at least have control of that full control of that eastern side. But for now, Let's take a look at the quarter. The quarter now is planning on moving towards the circle, but then again, it's going to be Arame Bro now. Gatekeeping, XQS, Exquisite. Ooh, MM. Former teammates, Federalis and MM. MM gets the best of it. And now it's going to be just range for the side of Arame Bro. Arame Bro nading MM. MM now go for another nade. And nice throw there from MM. Former Harame Bro now with Exquisite, able to eliminate them.
Oh, that was massive. And meanwhile, TQ, the quarter is in trouble, top on the other side. But these nades are not doing them any favor. They are just rushing into Ostra's area. Ostra's compound, Skyline goes down. That trade, that steal, in fact, to MFG all the way on the other side. Astro just calling his teammate, going to go for that revive quickly. But surely, with the only final 3 left, they have to make sure that they have strength in numbers. And it's just hard, because there's 3, 4 different teams just eyeing their compound here. It's a free-for-all on top of that. The quarter in trouble, top so low. He needs to go for the reset. But with all this information overload, where you hear the sounds of gunshots, you hear the sounds of people just rotating into the circle, it might be a little bit hard to maintain their situation, their areas. Astro pre-firing every single corner and area just to make sure they don't just pop out and just snap him in the head. Not quite happening yet. You see mollies come through just to really flush them out. Spots one out eventually with the sprays, the zigzagging back and forth. Try to play it very smart. Cooking that nade first is throwing out of the door, making sure to catch anyone who's trying to push into the area. Astro is making sure that anyone who is trying to throw out the window will be knocked by that nade, and it does! Astro eats the full force of that blast, and he does it one more time. Astro, just how he was the one picking up, and now he will be picked up. And top, there's a reason why he's always been on top. He wants it, he loves his aggressive kind of plays. He excels in CQCs on top of that, but he's all out of utility. No heals, no nades, nothing. And the blue zone is slowly but surely creeping up.
And look at what APG is doing right now. Triangle formation in the minimap, controlling the south side, also in the middle portion of this circle. As Unknown able to see, say, Cloud of Yankon Galacticos, now down to only 1 player left. Now Gui getting ready for the push here. Ready with his DBS, now switching over to the UMP. Now going to spray down inside. He knows where the top is. But will he actually get inside, though? Ooh, he actually waited for his teammate to get inside. The top now very low on HP, and that is it for the quarter. We're now down to 4.
Yeah. Red Bull has been, today, aggressive. A very different style of play. A lot more aggressive than yesterday. It's very fun to see this dynamic change. MFG on the high ground, this is going to be very difficult for them. YG is at the bottom. Now, YG, they're just going to have to hang on tight. They can't go anywhere. They can hide in the smokes, and that is just a temporary spin at this point. Where can they go? Open area? The only thing hiding him is just a tree. We're down to our top 4 already. APG. One of those rare moments where we see them on top, and I am loving it. This might be what the fans have been waiting for a long time. This aggressive, high power team from APG. Right now, with a man advantage compared to Austria, MFG, as well as Yango Galacticos. Romeo Boy in trouble, the nades come through. Where can he go? There's the only thing he has, the only radius he has to play is inside of the smokes. And he's on fire, he's running away. Big Brown's down. He's still very much alive, but his time might be just running short. Not too sure how much he has. He does get that reset at the very least. How many smokes does he have? I think he just refreshed it as well. He's just running back and forth, left and right here. And surprisingly, it's almost like the Matrix. He's dodging every single bullet.
Yeah, dodging every single one. But now, Rix, together with Doss, the Demigods duo, the tandem. But then again, ooh, Rix now realizes there's someone right beside him. That's Gui. And all of a sudden, Tosh, APG Esports is down to 1. And this is just Diddy, who is actually far away from his teammate. And now, Austria has control now. MFG still alive with 2, though. It's a 2v2v1 situation. I would say Diddy would just stay quiet for now. If I were APG Esports, if they want to win this game, just let Austria and MFG fight it out.
Can I just say that I probably jinxed them?
Yeah, you probably did.
I was just priming them. The whole story. Ah, man. I need to not talk about the winning team from now on. Let me know in the chat.
They could probably finish the story later.
Yeah, let me know in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, if I'm the problem. Caster Curse is real. Now, let's talk a little bit about Austria. I think we spoke of them a little bit as well. I mean, we both predicted them in the last game. I think this kind of chaos, it's just really they thrive in these situations. You know what I'm saying? They love playing this kind of chaotic plays. They love these chaotic moves. And it works out so well in their favor. How many times have they been, run into today? How many times have they been actively trying to get these fights, just challenging teams head on? But now it's a different tempo for sure for Austria, for MFG, for Anchor, or top three, two versus one. The best way for DD right now is to play quietly and not be seen. Let MFG, let Austria fight each other out, and then let an Anchor, you can be the kingmaker. You can be the one to just spray them out in the back, That'll be the best outcome for them.
And that's what DD is probably doing now as Austria is on the move. Red Bull actually has the vehicle now, so most likely he's the one scouting for the squad. Gui got his MG3 coming from Rix earlier. I noticed Rix actually went ahead and switched weapons right when Dewey was right beside him, so that's one of the errors that APG Esports done earlier. But now they're now putting or setting up smokes. Oh, but one player off from Austria. Red Bull is currently down now. But now the MG3 just piercing those bullets through one player of MFG. Now it's going to be a 2v1v1 situation. And Austria will have the chance to go for the revive.
Yeah, no worries at all going in for that revive. I think they're very chill at this moment. They know that they have this terrain advantage. They know how to play off each other. It's all about just being able to get these pickoffs. MFG, still one person left alive, and we've seen XZ9K do some insane plays before. But the utility might be a little bit more than he can handle. He just gets completely barbecued on the other side of the area. And look at that. For Angkor, APG, he's already been marked. What can he do right now? The quick push by Red Bull, we saw him very aggressively run onto someone in the beginning of the game. The nades come through, none of them even hitting him. Thankfully, that 3 is actually giving him a little bit of shelter. Nades dodged by everyone, but one perfect nade is needed by Austria to get the chicken dinner of the day.
Wow, Austria gets the winner chicken dinner. I think we should have switched our prediction with match 2 and match 3 so that we can get it correctly. But it is what it is. Austria Esports able to bounce back from that circle where they actually had it, and then eventually they had to cross all the way through the northern side of the whole map from Sosnovka. Or actually they didn't really went to Sosnovka. They landed in Gatka, annihilated Enigma in the process, and now they got the winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, it's very fun watching Austria today because, I don't know, survivability a lot better than yesterday. I think Jappy was usually the first one to get knocked out very early. Wait, Jappy, right, Austria? Yeah.
No.
Sorry. Wait, Jappy is...
No, Jappy is a ramen bro.
Yeah, Harry bro. Sorry, what was the other player from Austria? God dang it, I'm getting confused by two teams. Don't worry about it. But
I think
anyways,
it's...
Wait, give me a second. Let me look at it again. All right,
I think
so
it's
for
Skynet
Austria... Yeah, no,
or
Skynet-
Astro X. It's Astro X.
Yeah, Astro X is always the first one to go for these opening picks, but today is a little bit of a different tempo for him. He's going into this very, I would say, this more of a support role. It's not like he's aggressively going for it, but he's trying to make sure that he's able to keep his whole team alive. Now, Popov as well was surprising me, I think, in the previous rounds, and I really liked that yesterday as well. We saw Nang X coming to the fray. So I'm really trying to figure out, they have this really stacked roster with, I think, 2 extra players, and I'm wondering what is Austria's, I would say, idea on who gets to play for certain rounds? Is it because of a map pick? Is it because of a strat? And I would really love to know more about how this team goes, because it is a combination of Cambodian teams, players as well as Thai players, and we know that Thai players are one of the strongest we've seen in the region, especially right now.
Yeah, you're right with that. We know Vampire Esports, who played in PMGC. And by the way, Gui and Red Bull, I do believe they played in PMPL Thailand.
Oh, yeah.
So they basically have that experience
I think
wherein they're
that's-
bringing really good aggressiveness into Austria right now.
That's exactly what I wanted to say, actually, for Austria, because I'm remembering that for Austria, they were aggressive, but definitely not like this. I think this is more, again, controlled chaos is what they're bringing to the table. It's very different than before, how Austria would play is aggressive, but it feels very reckless. it's definitely changed for them, and I'm really liking this addition of these two new players. It's really changed the dynamic of the team. Not too strong in the first days or so. I think we are seeing this, I would say, this first day, second day lull come through for them, but it's definitely a lot faster in terms of finding that groove for the momentum.
Yeah, you're right with that. MVP though for match number 3 is unknown with 4 eliminations, 6 knockouts, 2 assists, 956 damage, with 384 heals and 27 minutes survival time. So that was a little bit of a long match actually for match number 3, almost 30 minutes for that match. And I was like really rooting for APG Esports to win that match. It's just that they like went ahead and got separated from each other. Well, it's probably that Didi should have, went ahead on, joined the fun with Rix and Dos.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, though, for Austria, they got the winner chicken dinner, got 12 eliminations in the process, 10 total knockouts, over 2,000 damage with 4 assists, 645 heals, and 53 minutes of survival time.
Yeah, I think I saw the vision. I understood what APG wanted to do that particular match. The 2-1 formation is very vital because you can go for the firepower for these for the swing outs, for the trades, but also be able to have a crossfire at the end. It's just so unlucky that they're just running into teams just like the way they did. Now coming into this one, I think this might be what Austria wanted to do. I mean, if you think about it, one thing about them that I really like for Austria is just that they don't really have to. They're kind of like Harame Bros in a way. I would say less explosive, but definitely a lot more control than what they want to do. They understand how they want to approach certain things, and I think they've had some pretty good circle predictions in the last 2 days. So I'm really expecting a lot more from this team. I wouldn't be surprised if this momentum is exactly what they need to just really propel themselves forward. But, coming back to the flip side, I'm talking about Harame Bros here, a team that plays very similarly to them. For Harame Bros, a lot more of a quiet day compared to yesterday. I think yesterday Harame Bros were not on my radar quite yet, but they definitely caught my eye toward the end of the day. And I'm wondering if you're going to be seeing the same outcome as we saw yesterday for Harame Bros, where in the beginning, I wouldn't say they were quiet, but they were definitely not as explosive as it was what we saw at the end of the day. So I'm hoping that this game 3 might be... Sorry, is it already game 3? We're about to go to game...
Yeah, it's game 3 already.
Dang, it's already game 3. I'm having so much fun. So we're about to go to game 4, right? So, I'm really hoping that for game 4 might be the little click they need to just really swap out their tempo.
Well, for Harame Bro, though, I mean, yes, you are correct with that. I mean, they were really aggressive match number 2 yesterday, and eventually they didn't have any points in match number 3, and then on match number 4 they bounced back. But after that, after the 3 Erangel maps, on the Miramar maps, they were kind of quiet, to say the least. And I always say that Harame Bro is kind of like a hit or miss in Miramar. Sometimes they do, flourish in that map, but most of the time they don't. So let's see if they can, manage in this season's PMCL with those Miramar maps later on. But for now, Austria got 22 points, like we saw earlier, and then APG got 17. So this is kind of brand new for APG Esports. We don't see them this strong last season, and again, this is all because of the addition of the Demigods tandem of Dos and Rix, able to get those elimination points added to them every single match.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be interesting because Harame Bros, despite the fact that they weren't doing super bombastic in the last few maps, they were still definitely collecting points in terms of eliminations, and because of that, they have really put themselves well far ahead of GE. And Austria, thanks to that particular round, they did well. It does put them a little bit more neck to neck with GE. A bit quiet that particular one. Honestly, we barely saw them at all in the last map, and this is kind of surprising to me, to be real with you.
Well, looking at the overall standings here, look at APG now, 6th spot from what they normally do last season. Tash, they normally were right around 16 down below to the 20th spot.
Ooh,
so
I like this for them.
Big improvement coming from APG Esports, to be honest with you. And
Huge.
I want to do a shout out, by the way, to Sis Jenny
Yeah.
who is actually managing APG Esports now. So
Ah.
I'm pretty sure she's also adding more to the strategy of what
Mm.
APG Esports is showing now.
Yeah, I think it's definitely, again, investing in the newer region is definitely something that I think they needed. And I think this change is definitely something they wanted. They wanted to start with a new clean slate, and this is the outcome for that. So big, huge congrats to them. Now we're gonna go to our fourth map of the day. This will be the final Erangel. I can't believe we're already here. Like, honestly, I was quite surprised. Like, we're already done. We're almost done with all the Erangels. I'm like, are you kidding me? It's so bombastic today. It's just so exciting to watch. Now, on this one in particular, I don't think we've talked about our predictions yet, not yet. And I am curious about yours. I mean, so far ours have been sort of
I
matching.
think you copied me.
Hey! How dare you throw these accusations to me on air? Wow.
I think you did the Control C and then Control V on the chat. earlier.
Copy my homework, but change it up a bit. No,
Maybe
but,
I need to change like later on for
Yeah.
the matches.
Yeah, you
like,
know what?
for
Don't
match
don't
5 and
don't
6.
don't give your predictions before I do, so I don't
Yeah, sure.
copy you. No, I'm just kidding. I think so far, I think Erangel is. It's not really easy. Not really easy. I'm not saying it's not really easy, but there's not a lot of options right now that we've seen for the past few days for teams that are doing well. So, and we can only go off the last seasons, which I totally understand.
Right.
I think as the weeks go, I think we have 2 weeks together total. I think our predictions might be more same, but it's gonna be definitely for other teams, hopefully. So that will be like a whole different story in all itself. Now, I think we've seen SMB circle today. We've seen one toward the southern side of hospital, I believe, just now.
Right.
Yeah. So
just on the south side of the mountain. So
yeah, southern side of that mountain. So I think we've had some pretty dynamic.
I like the
very
variety
different-
now compared to yesterday.
Yes. Yesterday
Because
was just
yesterday was just like so hard for like
the lower
the other
right.
teams, because it was like just like one portion of the map where it was like 214 Sin who actually got those circle. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get a winner chicken dinner yesterday.
No.
So that's the thing about them. I mean, Rankid and their strategy normally would be at the edges of the circle, but
Right.
it's not working for them yesterday. But this time around, I mean, the circle is not within their reach.
Yeah.
But the thing is, the rotation is kind of sus right now, because like, for example, they drop in Milta Power, then they would have to drive all the way down south and then all the way down to the north. So
Yeah.
long ways out for them.
Yeah, but you know what's not a long way? The RPA7. You can get it now. Actually, it's not really a long way as well. I mean, you only have a few weeks to get it, so it's until the 15th of July. Wait, no, we're only hitting June. So you have a long way. Don't worry, you have a long way to grind this up to level 100. So you have the Graceful Watcher set and the cover alongside the Gladiator set. I think, again, as I mentioned before, it's really pretty. I like it. I really like the Precision Carver as well. It's also really cool. And, if you play that new mecha mode, I love the mecha mode so much. And now I can get cool Nightscape Gladiator Striders and play for that. I have really cool robots. Like, I'm down, man. Sign me up.
I would love to lasso you in the mecha.
That's just
mecha
rude,
theme.
man. You know what happens to people who get lassoed. You watch out. I'm gonna step on you in that game. Just smush you between my feet and just be like.
But you never have tried stepping into someone using a mecha armor,
No,
right?
I haven't. I want to though. You can, right? It's kind of like riding the tank and then you run.
So
over
I'd
someone.
be the first one to experience that
the
from
stomping,
you.
yeah. I mean, I also like the mode where you go on the tank and you just drive over people. That's also very fun. So that's also very fun as well. But you know what? We also have another one, which is the PUBGM X Shelby Supercars collaboration. Imagine if you go on a tank, right? And instead of a small Shelby Supercar, you get a big one as a skin for the tank.
Can a mecha destroy a vehicle?
I have not
I haven't really tried
tested
that.
that yet. I need to. Thank you for reminding me. I will go and ask my friends over in
Because before,
Sendai
when
to
we had
play
the
with me.
dinosaur, like the T-Rex.
Wait, the dinosaur was so fun. I love that mode.
I mean, that was so OP, you know.
Yeah, I like the pterodactyl. That was fun. It was so annoying to deal with. Like, if you get the pterodactyl, great, but if you don't, then that's so unlucky for you, you know? Yeah, that was very fun as well. I think, PUBG Mobile has done, like, great job with all these very, very fun modes. I think they have, like, the search for your teammates and, and eliminate them before they turn back into another item. Also very fun. It really...
Oh, you know what? There's like the self revive now, right?
Oh yeah. That's also very fun. I mean, honestly, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not really a professional or a rank gamer like you. So like these modes just really keep me entertained for hours and hours. And I like it because I can just like take out my phone outside when I'm playing, and then something like
Yeah, you
okay,
can play anywhere.
I can play anywhere, and it's really short. I don't have to worry too much. Like I get in rank game, you have to like spend at least 20 minutes to 30 minutes just really finish the whole thing, right? Like you have to do that.
Right.
But for me, it's like I can just leave anytime. It's not too much of a big deal if I'm busy, and it's a good time killer. And it's fun as well.
Like when you're on a short break, you can play in Nusa, right?
Oh yeah, Nusa's fun.
Just a 5-minute game.
No, I haven't really
The
been
last time I
playing as
played
much
in
Nusa.
the last time I played in Nusa, I mean
Yeah.
I was the winner. So
How
just
long ago was
flexing
that?
my.
How long ago was that?
No, I mean that was just like a week ago.
A week ago?
Yeah.
Okay, so it was quite
So-
recent. So I haven't played Nusa.
Yeah, I just wanna
in quite some
just
time.
wanna like try and test my skills again. I mean I was playing in PH Crims before, so I do have experience with playing with these pro players.
You know what? You shouldn't be here. You should be, there with the players playing.
Like what I mentioned, I was part of
let me
Demigods
cast
before.
you.
so-
Let me cast you. But speaking of that, MFG is my pick for this one, and you're going for YG. You know what? We did talk about this, right? About YG. You did say the last Erangel is gonna be the pop off moment. I don't doubt that. But MFG comes close and way too close a lot today, so you can understand why I'm giving them this for now. But Aya's pick, I feel like she knows something. What do you think?
Well, I like how Vince G is picking Genesis Esports. I mean, not really going biased on the PH side. So I like how Vince G is picking Genesis Esports. But for Exquisite Esports, I mean, I'm pretty sure they're struggling since the very first map that they played today. So
I don't blame them. It's their
I'm
first day.
pretty much sure that
Yeah.
Miramar would be their map. But for Erangel, I think it's gonna be Arame Bro or even maybe Yangon Galacticos, who
You're just
will
being
get
biased
this
because you
win.
just say Yango Galacticos because that's your pick.
No, I mean, you've seen them played. I mean, earlier they went ahead and picked the mountaintop, but it's just that they were like picked off one by one.
I mean,
By
trying to
all
get off
these
that
other
terrain is
teams.
difficult.
Yeah,
like
it
was
is.
just unlucky. And that's the downside. I mean, yes, it's great pulling the terrain, but you also have to worry if the circle doesn't go to you. Getting off is a big problem. It's open, it's steep, it's really hard for you to see anyone at the bottom side. So there's that as well. Now, coming back to that, I like Aya's pick. It's definitely very bold. It's definitely very different. I do not have any. I'm sorry, Aya. My trust to you has dropped by 40%.
Well, for the KH broadcast, they do have Austria Esports. Well, Austria Esports just won, so they can do a back to back though. I mean,
Yeah.
they're one of those teams. When they win like every single game, like afterwards. So
Can
maybe
be.
Austria can do a back to back winner chicken dinner now.
Yeah, that would be kind of fun. Seeing that happen, I would love to see a back to back. I don't think no, we definitely have not seen a back to back yet in the past 2 days. So that'll be very fun to watch. So your Yangon Galacticos pick is definitely shared with Mr. Kaut as well from so from Myanmar. So that's also something to consider. But for Risk Guys as well. I mean, Risk Guys today, their run is definitely more impressive than yesterday. It's definitely not Bunny and Friends. I'm putting my eye out on One Vape as well as Naughty Boy. Also very good in terms of, I think they have really good chemistry in the team. They're so good at making sure they have these traits come through. They have these nice crossfires. They're very set to watch each other's backs. It's just that they haven't really reached the top quite yet, but it's definitely a huge improvement from yesterday into today. So that is definitely not impossible. So I think every single prediction has been very valid, except for Aya's. That is definitely something I was not expecting. Regardless, let's see whether or not Aya's pick will stump us all, or we will just be looking at Aya like, okay, that's your brownie points for predictions out. You're done for today. So, ladies and gentlemen, our final Erangel for today. Let's go and see who gets the chicken dinner.
And now we're flying into the fourth match of the day. Right at the middle right now is what we're looking at from the western side to Lipovka. This only means that they can, do whatever they want in this game. They can drop to their usual spots. I think we're gonna have a pretty slow game for match number 4 here, Tosh.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, this is a very standard fight path. Nothing too much. Again, I know we were talking about Georgia Paul's circle earlier. We've seen an SMB circle. You know what? Give me something. Give me a Stalber circle.
I would want to see a Severny circle.
Severny, Stalber, same thing. I would like it
Yep.
to be like somewhere to the side of Stalber, like to Severny, because I mean, yeah, Severny is fun because you like sort of like an urban warfare, but at the same time, the Stalber terrain is very difficult to navigate. So that's also something that I really want to. As a caster, right, as a viewer, it's always fun to get difficult circles, but too
Alright.
difficult is also not very fun. Come
Ooh.
on!
One more time. It's gonna be the same thing,
You
but
said Control V and the game hurt you.
they're doing the same thing that you did
Hey!
for the prediction.
I won't forget this. Ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are watching at home, remember this moment. And then
And you know what?
Yeah?
You know, Tosh, no one actually got the.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm surprised no one dropped there actually.
Yeah, and it's all because of Ostja trying to do a different type of dropping point in match number 3.
I like
They
this.
usually drop in Sovsnovka, they drop in Gotka in match number 3, and then Enigma went ahead and changed their dropping point now to northern side of Georgopol. Now they're gonna challenge MFG, which is your pick,
Yeah.
to win this match, and ooh, this is kind of hard for Enigma.
I am so interested on how packed Georgia Paul is right now. The whole entire area is full of people. I don't blame them because that area is an area that has quite a lot of vehicles. So it's easier for people just navigate around the map, and you want to prioritize the vehicles above anything else, just for the mobility around this map and the quick rotations. Now, I was also interested in seeing, how a lot of people were choosing to drop toward the eastern side of the map as well. So on top of the rotations coming in from the Georgia Pole area, I want to see how many fights will be happening toward the eastern side of the circle itself. In fact, Ostja has to go up against Harame Bros if they want to get into that circle. So that's gonna be a battle of the giants very early in the game. And part of me was kind of hoping that Ostja was quick for the loot and just immediately runs toward Harame Bros, and we can actually see this early fight. Early fights to me are very interesting because it kind of rewards those teams that are so quick to loot. But it's very rare that we see teams
Ooh,
that
there we go.
opt for that. Well, okay, that's very, very soon.
I told you there's a horse.
Wow. Wait, bring it back. Bring back the horse. I'm just kidding. But you know what? It's gonna be a match in this one. And he is definitely going to be very happy with that early pickoff because he was the first one picked off in the last game by I think it was Red Bull by Ostja that ran over him and macheting
Right.
him to death. So this is definitely something like saying like, okay, that happened to me earlier, and let me do it back to another person just to get it off my system. And he did that.
Oh
Wait,
my
that
goodness!
nade, Macbeth!
That's 2 in 1.
Two? Come on! Have mercy! He is not happy, and he takes him out. The caps with that with a cleanup. Very, very quick
And,
onto that little
And
Yahiko.
I'm happy about this for Enigma. This will just show how lethal they are. I mean, they probably got the jitters away now after the 3 matches. So this is good. They now have a target. MFG now down to 2. And I think you jinxed them again.
Come on, no! Not like this! So early in the game? Relax!
Yeah, very early. Yeah, I think they're gonna have an early exit. Exit now.
I am so sure that this is scripted. I am so sure. Production, did you guys tell the players what to do? I'm just kidding. Oh man, this is massive for Macbeth. Early pickoff, on top of that, a nade to just really get a double there. Huge. And on top of that is MFG, a team that's been trying so hard to build momentum to catch up to the top. This is the biggest momentum killer you can give to MFG right now.
Yeah, you're right with that. And I'm just expecting them to not be good in Erangel, because I've seen their struggles from last season, and they really didn't had any like adjustments or like any roster change. So I'm expecting them to be good in Miramar, which is later on you will see the predictions that we have there. But anyways, ooh, two Singaporean teams running past each other. Flash Vision Esports and APG Esports, and I'm pretty sure that the Demigods duo Rix and Dos would really love to get a winner chicken dinner now because they got the momentum from last game.
Still remembering APG. The reason why I'm such a big fan of APG was that when I first debuted into English side analysis during the wild card, I believe it was the wild card. I was interviewing the previous roster of APG. I think it was Zero was his name. I think it was Zero. Do you remember Zero?
Yeah, Zero.
Yeah, he was great. He's great at interviews. So I remember one of the most famous questions I posed to him whenever I interviewed him was that, "You're doing so well today. What did you eat?" So it became a little meme in the APG fan community where whenever APG does well, because they have a huge fan base, it's always the
Right.
question, "What Tash? Can you ask the players what they ate today? Because I want to make sure that I ate something great so I could win my ranked games too." That was adorable. So far, he had fried rice. He had pizza. A lot of pizza. Not in the same day, separate days. But I think 2 of the interviews he had pizza. And I asked him, "Do you like pizza?" That would be the best, no? The insane Asian and Italian combo. I would have pizza for dessert. I think we should one day. I'll fly off to the Philippines, meet you there, and then we'll have garlic and adobo fried rice, and after that, pizza. I had adobo and adobo fried rice, and then garlic, and then after that, what did I have? Sisig? No, not yet. I had sinigang. Oh, sinigang's great. Yeah. Sinigang's awesome. I also really like sisig. Sisig's amazing. It's too spicy? Oh yeah, I like sinigang because it's sour. I love sour things, so there's that. Oh, speaking of that, let's talk a little bit about RSG while we're here. Now, RSG, I think RSG yesterday, I was sort of like, I wasn't like I was looking at them like, okay, they're doing all right on my radar, but nothing too special. But today, I think at the end of yesterday, I did make a comment to say, I said like, players that have been playing today, they have like this insane flip on how they can quickly do so much better today on day 1, on day 2, just by one night of change and homework. And I think the biggest improvement I saw today is from RSG. Because they're great. Look at that nade! Finds Junkie! Knocks him down! And this situation, he's just rushing out in the area. DD on the outside. APG answers back. They want to make sure that they can get extra value from that game. They had a huge game earlier, and they want to ride off this momentum. Naughty Boy on one end. DD eats up a little bit of damage. Now, you can see Harami Bros just sort of like hovering on the outside. Harami Bros, they would love to join in if they can. And I think they are. Look at that. They're coming in from 1-2. Like a 3-1 formation. It's going to be so hard to come around them. Zizak on one end. Nate's cooked up. DD, does he know? Ooh, survives that. Zizak quick on the reposition. Playing off those smokes as well. Plays near maybe. So if anyone were to rush in, at least there is going to be that crossfire waiting from them on the other end. Oh, FV. Oh, Macbeth! Oh, I think he overcooked that. Samura Chili quick on the takeout. Look at that. Yui's gonna take full control of the situation. Gonna try and get that pick off one more time. Then he comes through. Basically just grazes him. But Gewi in trouble. Blue chunking him down, and so are shots from the other side. Ozja not in the best situation to be in. Both teams are taking a lot of heavy damage here. The blue zone not doing them any favors, and eventually look at that. They're running out of utility. Caps finds out more actually, takes him out. The situation, it's gonna be so hard to go for that pickup. No one can get close enough to him without getting sprayed on the different areas. It seems like these fights is coming in from two different ways. Austria versus XS, exclusive on one side, and also on the other end. It's a 2 versus 2 or 3 versus 1. I'm not too sure right now, but Koopa providing a lot of support for his teammates on the other end. Super Pickles as well. Nate come through. They're so low. The nade does actually hit them. No, it doesn't. Nate 10 drops down, but manages to get the reset. In this situation, here comes another nade. Saved one more time by the tree, by the vehicle. Nothing is hitting them. The sprays are putting in so much pressure onto Austria. finally just gets found out. The play zone finds Kainin. Astro gets run over by a car. This is chaos put in a single area. Exquisite in trouble. Koopa is running for his life, and Austria just trying their best to pull themselves together and go for that reset.
Chaos in the blue zone now. 3 teams fighting for supremacy. Austria, Exquisite Esports, and then you can also add Flash Vision Esports third-partying this situation right now. Astro X, very low on HP. I think he just got revived by his teammate Koopa now. I'm pretty sure he's trying to go to where his teammates were at. But now dying in the blue zone is Nathan.
I mean, I did ask for a Georgia Pole circle. I guess I'm getting it, sort of. Southern side, on top of that, Young Galacticos doing a 2-2 formation. I think they will be rendezvousing with each other toward the middle side, or at least near toward the western side of the hospital near the beach. So that's great. If anyone were to cross them, it provides a lot of cover, and rotations won't be too hard. They don't have to worry about anyone coming in from the western side. So, Smile, tagged back. I'm liking the fact that there are going to be answers to these sprays. I mean, for a lot of time, we see a lot of people just crossing, but no answers. But 2-1-4 this time around, they want to take this fight. You shoot us, we shoot you back, and you are going to pay for that. Look at the damage coming through. Mix just pushing up forward. Mix just trying to find a little bit of an entry inside. Not able to do that. His teammate knocked down. West is just so low. Top slowly but surely. Just trying to find some areas to his friend. But West goes down. Smile goes down. 2-1-4 showing supremacy right now. A slow start to the day, but aggression is the name of the game, and they are not changing this at all. They find one more to pick up in their under their hands. And on the other side, we're seeing so many different fights on the other area. West finally run over by a car. GE moves out of the way with their 2 surviving members, and they are just running with their tail between their legs.
And it's all because of the on-point frag grenades coming from Migs and blanks of 214 Sin. Now on the kill feed, that's Fit will get knocked down by range, and now it's going to be the chance for Harame Bro to push in. They're not going to hold back. They're going to be committed with this push. Federalis now getting set. Oh, but they don't know there's someone from far away who's actually covering them. And now range will just put up smokes there for them to get covered. The Cowboy ready for action, gets the knockdown, but eventually will get taken down as well. And it's going to be 214 Sen, who is actually going for that third party. And this is bad for Harame Bro and Flash Vision Esports. They might get killed by 214.
Right now, 214. Looks like they are so hot right now. They are just going for these aggressive pushes from 2 different ends. A nice sandwich. They can't do anything. Can't isolate the fight. Flash Vision for eliminations. Doing much better than before. Slowly but surely, their points are going up, but this is a little bit too early for them to really accumulate that much points for the placements. And before they could even go for that reset, 214 is already on the hunt for Bro Harame. Bro Harame! We're not expecting these aggressive pushouts, and 214 looks so good.
It's all about the third-party plays right now for 214 Sin. Nades that are be popping out. Migs now using the mollies. The utilities now being used by both squads. Now Migs will still have to hide though, because there's still a lot of smokes being popped out by Harame Bro. This is really good defense coming from Harame Bro. As Cute Low Key knocks down Astro X on the feed. Now Wako will help out this teammate Migs. Eliminated now is Myth Clan in the process. Range will get hit by the splash damage of that frag grenade. Half HP on him. There's gonna be another nade coming from him. It's just utilities after utilities being used by these two squads. And now you can see who actually has a better throw of that utility. Now the one player, Jappy, goes down. It's gonna be coming from Migs of 214 Sin.
Oh man, 214! They start the fight and they are intending to end it. But Harame Bros have nowhere to go. The blue zone is just on their heels. Federal is out in the open. He wins this fight, but the car just rushes in. He still gets wrecked! How is he able to do that? He's doing so much damage to the team. Finally, his reign of terror has been stopped. Wako just stops him in the end of the day, and they're managing to go for that reset. But they have no idea where Few is. Few, he has to do something, anything. He needs to go for that revive. He cannot be the last man standing. It's gonna be so terrifying hard. Actually, no, Gewi is still very much alive, but Blank is just rushing for his life right now. He was trying to go for Gewi. He doesn't know Few was nearby. He runs the car into him. A long-range shot from the other end with his little bicycle.
Little bicycle. Imagine you being killed by someone who rides a bicycle, right?
That's actually worse than the bunny suit.
Well, that was really fun engagement coming from Harame Bro and 214 Sin. And it was like just former teammates after former teammates fighting each other. And eventually, oh, nice nade there coming from Devon.
Him on the bike
Just
again!
right-
Bicycle buff, where are you? Oh man, finally the lull. Which is the respite that we needed for now to breathe. But Heartless says no, he's gonna go straight toward the member of Austria. Just immediately just find him in the smokes and just take him out. This situation, Heartless, there he goes, finds him on the side. Finally, Gewi. His reign ends here, but Heartless showing them why his name is as cold as that. Austria eliminated 12th place right now, but still, 5 in the bag is enough to keep them at least afloat for a little while. Heartless, swapping vehicles. This is a nice little consolation prize as well for him. And in this situation, what can you do? You can guide the buggy and find out where the other members are going to be. Davan reacts, and they know APG is right there in those smokes. And he's saying that those smokes are eventually going to go down, and you are going to go down and out. There we go. BD, out. The one more person to worry about, and he is eating a lot of damage. Not the best situation to be in.
And not the best situation as well for 214 Sin. Wako got spotted by Devon. And Wako needs to also do the same thing like what APG is actually doing now. Koopa is still in the circle, using that buggy as a submarine right now for safe haven. Oh, and there we go. That's APG out for this game. So after the good games of Austria and APG, on the next game, they're not getting a lot of points. They got eliminated early. And now TQ planning on pushing See You Soon. Now able to actually spot one. Heartless goes down. Og now onto the face of Heartless. Now Devon is just being so quiet now. Now being pushed by Fern. Ooh, but there you go. That's going to be a knockdown coming from Boyshan. Taking down a 0. And now See You Soon defending with a 2v3 situation. Devon now using those utilities in order for the quarter, for them not to be able to push him.
Yeah. For just pushing it forward. TQ is doing very well in this particular match. But SysKE is just honestly their survivability, their momentum. TQ, I mean, SysKE has been surprising everyone. Not expecting them here. Look at this spray from Davan. He has been such a menace. How many times in the middle of a rotation, in the middle of a movement, that you are not expecting someone to be prone, or riding a bike in the corner, or just having one random nade just thrown straight into your smoke because you can't see anything. Sprays come through. Davan has to stop, cut the noise, but the mark is there, so the top does know roughly where he is. I don't think the nade will be hitting him. He's a little bit more toward the side. It's him, but it's gonna be Boy Sean gets his attention. It's a lot of damage from that, so the top gonna be forced to move into the circle. And I noticed that this trend where the players are slowly bit by bit inching inside instead of going straight all into the middle.
Yeah, you're right with that. And I mean, they've been doing that since last season. This is one way for them to be able to control their position, their original position, instead of like just getting into the middle of the circle. wherein you will get all the attention and all the gunshots coming straight at you. And now the quarter. Still not able to find Devon, and Devon, together with his teammate, Boyshan, just the Iron Men of See You Soon Tiger Kill enemy. Now Fern will try to go for the push now. Probably will scout out. Ooh, Devon, actually saw him. Say Cloud
Wait.
gets Amura Chili on the kill feed, and God of Death 7 is out.
I mean, God of Death 7, while quiet, they are still surviving quite some time now. TQ in trouble. I really gotta give it to Davan. That was very courageous. He just drives in, sprays out. Fern now in trouble, have no clue where the other members of TQ are. Now they have to go for that reset, so there is that one information they have. The idea is how much more time do they need? Fritz nearly goes down there. Nate to come through.
Boom!
The top gets picked up beautifully. Then he just bounces off that tree. Davon finally caught it out. His rate of terror stopped. Fritz nearly gets knocked out. So Fern, no time to do anything here. Hit that Nate one more time, and boys start putting in that pressure, which is perfect for them. Does not allow that reset, and they take this fight.
They take that fight 2v3, no problem for See You Soon Tiger Kill enemy. Now we switch things up here with ASTE versus Yangon Galacticos. Still with a 4v4 or 4v3 rather. Miner doing his best job to conceal himself in the grass of Erangel. Now Romeo Boy will throw up a nade up to the hillside where ASTE is at, and ASTE doing a great job. Ooh, now with 2 members down, now you can add up 1 more player left, and this is gonna be Romeo Boy just holding on his ground here for Yangon Galacticos, and he would have to back out here in order for him to reset and maybe try to revive at least 1 player in his squad. And ASTE doing a great job here. Incus can also get a revive here onto Kai.
Yeah, Incus, player of ASTE, I think is very underrated. There's a lot of talk on Kai's, on Miner. But Incus as well has been huge at just playing as aggressively as the other members of his teammates. Not as flashy, but definitely enough to put in that damage. You can see Koopa. I think he's inside of the water, I believe. He just doesn't want to take this fight. He's just waiting on the side. All of these fights are happening to the northern side of the circle. Like ASTE, this high ground giving them a lot of value, and I'm surprised that YG is able to go for that pickup, that reset. Because Romeo Boy, I remember he left his teammates, and I was quite surprised that no push has been done to disallow him from doing that. I think Kai's was to do that, but he has no idea where the other members are. And on top of that, I think the crossfires from the other teams is kind of deterring them from wanting to do that.
Well, it's all because of ASTE's determination to revive everyone. So they had to give up more time to Yangon Galacticos, and that gave them the opportunity to get the revives from themselves.
Oh, yeah,
so it's now going to be back to 3v3, and Romeo Boy almost getting taken down, and just right in time to be able to get inside. And WTC now using the build. Oh, and that's another nade coming from Say Cloud, and only 1 player left from Stranger's Tribe Aromacy. And this is Miner who gets DPS in the face, and they are now eliminated. 6 more teams remain.
Oh man, there was nothing he could do. They needed to take that fight, and they were out there in the open. Like it or not, they needed to win this, but they had no clue where the other members of Yangon Galacticos are. Yangon Galacticos is going to be very happy with this pickup. A good trade on top of that. Everyone was tunneling toward the front side, the front door, with YTZ on the top side. Just trading. It's just done so much value for them. Just one quick spray is all
Tash,
they need. Yeah.
Did you notice the scoreboard? There's only 1 player left for each team other than Yangon Galacticos, which has 3. So this means that Yangon Galacticos would have the highest chance of winning this game. They just need to make sure that they get the circle.
Not just get the circle, but this is a problem because while every other team does have 1 player, the biggest problem right now is trying to figure out where these players are. Or if there's this, silent stalemate that they're going to go for a cross. I mean, we saw what happened with APG earlier. They had it was a 3 versus 1 versus 1. That didn't work out. Well, Marnate picked up. Romeo Boy very quick on that pick off. Great awareness. His car is smoking, so I'm a little bit concerned. I do not like what's happening. Sin finds caps, and now we're down to our top 4, where Yangon Galacticos has the upper hand advantage. It's all about finding him, but Exquisite still on the top 4, so Aya might have been onto something.
And my pick, Yangon Galacticos for this game. Just be patient, guys. I mean, You don't really have to, do a lot now since there's like only one player left for each for 214. Now you can see here Wako. Ooh, actually gets hit now from afar. That's a Cloud finishing off 214 Sin.
I'm loving this pressure coming in from Young Galacticos. They have the pressure, they have the weapons, they have the vehicles. It's all about just scouting out together. This circle isn't super huge, so it's all about just finding and just going around, making sure they're able to just trade and play off each other. They have no idea where Koopa is. He's been inside of the water for so long. So I think the other members of Young Galacticos kind of have a suspicion that he is somewhere close by. Boy Sean is also
Ooh.
here. Boy, Sean, Koopa is the one to find one from underneath the depths of the water.
Oh my
He's
goodness.
putting himself in there, is strapped in the car. And I don't remember how long he's been there. He hasn't moved an inch.
I'll call Koopa now the Aquaman. Oh no, Boy Sean now crashes in. And now, almost getting the kill there. But now, Yangon Galacticos with a 2v1, they know now where to look at. And that's Koopa will die in the blue zone. And Yangon Galacticos will get their winner chicken dinner. Their first day, not a problem.
Exactly how to play this, and you are exactly on point with your prediction today. Young Galacticos showing us a masterclass on how exactly to be playing this map, understanding what to expect already, knowing that Austria is the type of team to always be swapping around in terms of their rotations, in terms of their draw spots, and their anticipation and reads have been chef's kiss, immaculate. So congratulations to them as we go into our final film maps. I think we have 2 Miramars coming up very soon.
Yeah, 2 more Miramar maps left for today. It's been fast. It's been quick. 4 matches is what we had
I'm
for
shocked.
for day number 2. And just time check on my time here. It's 7:51 already, so it's very very quick for all of those 4 games. But again, as expected, I predicted the Yangon Galacticos to win match number 4. Took them only 3 games to warm up. Now looking at the highlights though. This is where Harame Bro basically got eliminated, all because of the third-party situation that 214 Sin brought them. And it was Few who was like far away from all of the teammates of Harame Bro. Federales almost actually got the clutch there, but unfortunately for Harame Bro, they were just not enough for 214 Sin.
I think I'm really liking what I'm seeing from 214 Sin today as well. I mean, for 214 Sin, I think it's very reminiscent to what I always got to see from Playbook Esports. Only Playbook Esports is a little bit more aggressive. But today it seems like because Playbook Esports isn't around, it feels like they're starting to really adapt. They're starting to really play the same way as Playbook Esports. It's a very, I would say, it's a very aggression-heavy comp, a very heavy strat that they're going for. And you saw as soon as they managed to get that first pick off, that team they managed to knock out, it feels like they feel good. They're on fire. And they just start to just steamroll throughout so many different teams. Yes, eventually they do go down, but it wasn't before they had put so much damage onto a lot of teams they ran into. I think they dropped about 2.5 teams with some pickoffs on the side. I don't really remember. But it's still a very, very good run for them. So I'm liking this change in pace as well for them, because it feels like for 214, I can see their vision, but they've been really quiet. It's like as though they weren't able to execute what they wanted to do. It feels like this match might be the start of that.
Yeah, this might be the start of that. Boy Sean really sustained a lot of things in that match. Like he tried to, tack all the way through until the very end, but unfortunately it was just way too many for Yangon Galacticos. And speaking of Yangon Galacticos, they are the match winner chicken dinner team with 12 eliminations, over 2,000 damage with 7 knockouts, 6 assists, 460 kills with 17 minutes of survival time.
I wanted to say that, I mean, this was exactly what I predicted for their performance today. Remember in the pre-show, I did say that Yangon Galacticos is going to be quiet, and then suddenly they're going to pop off the 22-30 bomb. And then after that, they're going to go quiet again. This is just the style of explosive play they have. While I'm not a big fan of this style of play, because it not only gives us as, casters, as viewers at home a heart attack, it's also not very consistent. So I'm really hoping that this isn't going to be the case, because this was what I saw from them in the previous seasons. But, coming into this, I don't think they were knocked out very early in the beginning of the games either. A little bit more quiet, but It wasn't a situation where it was like, 0 points and then 30 points and 0 points like I've seen some of the teams here from other regions. Coming into the stats, I think that, you did say that today's games were definitely a lot faster. And I mean, we're clocking at 22 minutes, 25 minutes. And honestly, at this situation, I am not surprised. I was expecting a lot more slower paced maps because of how difficult the circles have been, because how weird the flight paths have been. But I think coming into today, especially because of yesterday, a lot of the teams, the bigger names or the more aggressive teams were already playing from yesterday. So they're just riding off that momentum from yesterday. And the teams coming in today, especially from Group E, from Exquisite, Enigma, Yangon Galacticos, not so much from Flash Vision Esports quite yet, are also teams that love this aggression. So they love to take these early fights, which possibly have resulted in a faster rotation, a faster fight, and with less players as well to worry about toward the end of the circle.
Yeah, you have the really good point there, because normally for Playbook Esports, like Dread Esports or maybe even Fearless Esports, they kind of like start slow in match, and then eventually mid game through the end, that's where they kind of go aggressive. Now let's take a look at the match standings for match number 4. YG got 22 here.
That's
well,
huge.
214 Sin got 12, STKE with 11, 10 now for SQS, Enigma with 7, 6 for ASTE, Austria with 5, 4 for Harame Bro, FVE with 4 as well. You noticed APG, we got really good scores from last match, which is match 3.
I think that is
Now they
the
only
one I was
had
talking about,
0.
right? Yeah, that's what I was talking about in terms of like what I expected for Yangon Galacticos, and I'm seeing it happen here for Myth, MFG. No, not MFG. MFG has been. I think MFG. This is a very unlucky map for them. But APG and Myth, I'm seeing that they pop off on certain maps, and then after that, not on certain rounds, and after that they go very very quiet. And I'm really hoping that this is not going to be a trend, because this is what I like to say whenever I'm doing my analysis. Because consistency is key, and also consistently bringing in points at least above 5 every single round is very imperative. It's very important to make sure that you don't be left behind. We're not worrying about a team that gets chicken dinner here. I'm talking about teams that are slowly collecting points in the background, just slowly overtaking you. That's my concern.
And looking at now the overall rankings, nothing has changed except for the top 3. For GE, Austria was top number 2 earlier, and then for this match, they now go down just a point, 80 to 79. Harame Bro still at number 1 with 98 points. RC still at number 4, but look at 214 Sin, getting closer now to top number 4, and MFG most likely Tosh with them having their last Erangel map now moving into the 2 Miramar maps. I am expecting MFG to have a much higher ranking after those 2 matches, which is in
Yeah.
Miramar.
Yeah, I think it's definitely that. Now, Miramar is going to be exciting. I think there was a lot of prediction from you for MFG. So I do have a little bit more expectation for them, especially since this last Erangel is kind of dismal for them. I mean, it's very unlike them to go out early, and honestly, I don't blame them. That was a very, very early fight they had to take. They lost 2 players very early. They weren't expecting that fight, so it is just one of those maps. End of the day, this is a battle royale. Now, 214 Sin was very fun for me to watch, and I don't know why, but I kind of want to see more from them in Miramar. I know that Miramar might not be their best map, but at the same time, I love when teams really surprise me, and I love when teams really catch me off guard here. So I want to see more of that. Now, another team that I don't know why, but I have a feeling Yangon Galacticos kind of have something cooking on that map. But call me crazy. What do you think?
Well, what I think with 214 Sin, looks like they kind of changed their strategy, wherein they take more of the third-party situation. If you notice from last game, they kind of like went on a third party with Genesis Esports. They were like kind of like in the edge of the southern part of the circle during that time, and they were like fighting all of the teams who were rotating in, and then all of a sudden, 214 Sin came in, eliminating I think 3 or 2 players coming from Genesis Esports, and then they heard the gunshots where Harame Bro and Flash Vision were fighting, and then eventually they came in. And now we're gonna go on a really short break here before we talk all about that. So Tash Bunny, Kuku TV, we'll be right back after this short break. Thank you very much, guys.
discover more improvements that let you be as creative as you like. Finally, in World of Wonder editing mode, the team leader can edit the permissions of team members when group editing. That's a wrap for this introduction to some of the new World of Wonder content. We look forward to seeing all your brilliant creations in-game. For more new version updates, be sure to follow the official community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's arcade base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added 2 new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot. PUBG Mobile version 3.2 update. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode, new items, and various improvements. Let's check them out. First, we'd like to introduce you to the new themed mode, Mecha Fusion. In this themed mode, you'll find a new futuristic style ship containing loads of supplies called the Steel Ark. Several steel arcs will appear on the map in each match alongside player transport aircrafts. They can land anywhere on the map. It's worth mentioning that a steel arc loaded with supplies will fly around during the match, and drop supplies consisting of an airdrop crate and several supply crates at specific drop points. Use these abundant supplies to help you win. This new area has a huge interior space with a towering and layered structure. Interact with the environment to reach the different floors of the arc. Inside, you can get rare supplies and summon an important battle vehicle of this mode, the Armamech. Let me tell you more about it. The Armamech has two weapons that you can switch between at any time. These are the magnetic arm and missiles. They're a perfect combination of the combat abilities of the two smaller mechas. They make for a near flawless battle machine. In addition, it has an enhanced jump, thanks to support from the Levitron's jet propulsion, enabling it to jump great distances and heights. Its super mobility allows it to move at ease on the battleground. Lastly, the Armamech can be separated at any time. As long as two mechas are close together, you will be able to combine them to form the Armamech. After combining, the pilot of the Levitron becomes the pilot of the Armamech. The Levitron is a new special vehicle. It can switch between a speed form and a magnetic form. In speed form, it gains a collision acceleration ability, and in magnetic form, you can activate its magnetic arm. The Strider, on the other hand, serves as the lower body component. This is an offensive two-seater vehicle. It can target designated areas and bombard them with missiles. Combined with a Levitron, they form the Armamech. Join your friends and experience the might of mechas. Besides the steel arc that spawns mechas, there's also the assembly base, where you can get supplies for yourself and your mecha. The assembly base contains not only mechas, but also a repair station, where you can replenish your mecha's health, fuel, and missiles. After battle, don't forget to come to the assembly base with your teammates to resupply. In this new version, we've also added a legendary pilot challenge. Complete difficult challenge missions to get special cosmetics for themed items and vehicles. You can get rewards such as a dance move and special elimination broadcast for the Armamech. Try taking on the challenge. In this new version, other than fun mecha battles, several new items have also been added. The first is the jetpack, which can be picked up and equipped to increase movement speed. It comes with a rocket jet ability that can be used to briefly boost off the ground, which is great for getting around quickly. Next is the personal AED. As long as you have this item, you'll be able to rescue yourself when knocked down. After using it, you'll recover from the knocked down state. Of course, for an item as amazing as this, each player can only
The leaderboard is definitely not set in stone for day number 2. While a lot of these teams have built up a lead, the newer teams are definitely catching up in the back of their feet. Tashmani here alongside Cuckoo TV. We are here at the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia, where we have another 2 more Miramar maps on to be played, and I am super excited to see how the new group plays.
Yeah, super excited as well how the new group plays in Miramar now that we're in the bigger maps, or the biggest map actually in competitive PUBGM. I would expect to see Enigma MSI playing much better in this map, because when I was in PH broadcast, we always say that Miramar is the hometown of Filipino squads. Do you agree with that?
Hometown of Filipino squads for Miramar. Might be hard, especially after what I saw cute Loki pulled off a few years ago. So we're gonna have to wait and see. I want to see your predictions. I mean, I did say that I haven't seen your predictions quite yet, so it's gonna be very different. Aya has been her predictions have been different, but I think she's onto something, so that's also very much that. Regardless, as we go into this next one, MFG, you were saying that they were cooking Miramar, they were doing well. Myth, very quiet day today. Very quiet day today, but they popped off in the end of yesterday. I'm really hoping there will be a repeat of history. on
And
the end
yeah,
of
they're
it.
kind of like doing a repeat from yesterday, and I'm kind of not a big fan of that because you have to be consistent with all maps.
Yeah,
It's not
that's
just
right.
Miramar; it's also with Sanhok, with one Sanhok and three Erangels. Now, before we even talk about that, let's talk about first our newest RP or Royal Pass A7, available until July 15th. You have around perks around 80k of UC to enjoy. It also includes custom color Nightscape Gladiator set. Also includes the Graceful Watchers set. And it also includes your upgradable Nightscape Gladiator PP19 Bison. And if you're a big fan of dancing or doing emojis in game, there's also the victory dance that you can actually flex in the social media. Just make sure you tag us, okay? So they can see how you dance in real life as well. Or maybe you can just dance in game. And on top of that, there's also the newest theme mode that we have. So we've seen in the commercial the Levitron. We also have the Strider. Have you actually used the Levitron already, Tosh?
No, I haven't used the Levitron.
Mm.
Mm-mm. The Levitron is the only one I haven't used it because the Strider is too fun.
The
You can't.
Levitron is kind of like mobile. Like you can move faster compared to a Strider.
Yeah, but a Strider has legs.
Oh yeah, I.
It's fun, you know? My favorite
it's
thing to
fun.
do is like I would just go and I'll tell my teammates like, hey, let that guy go, let me just lasso him. And I'll bring him upwards and I'll just laugh at the person as he dies. That's kind of yeah. Let's not talk about that anymore because it sounded so it sounded so scary.
Well, well, we also do have the newest collaboration of PUBGM x the Supercars or Shelby Supercars.
Yeah.
Later on, you'll see that. And speaking of cars, we're still looking at
Wait,
the
hang on.
buggy.
I'm so sorry. I need to ask you something.
Oh,
Is there a bicycle skin?
oh, I can't remember that there's one. That's a good question, actually.
Right? Imagine like just now Javan manages to get a kill and then immediately just like rides his bike away. Like what? I need a
That's
funny
a great
bicycle skin.
idea, actually.
Dude,
to
imagine
put
if there was like a
skins.
2-people bicycle in the game. Like in those uni bikes.
Oh, there actually is one.
Wait, no way.
Yeah, there is.
I've never seen that one.
You can actually. I mean, we can play right now, and then I can,
Yeah.
drive you with a.
Show me the,
yeah.
the double bicycle. Do I get to drive or only one person drives?
Only one person drives,
Oh, okay, that's
so you can be at the back of the bicycle.
okay, fine. Anyways, we also have our supercars here that's just mentioned by Kuku just now. The PUBGM X Shelby Supercars collaboration, which is happening until July 9th. You have some time to really show off your Tuatara or your Tuatara striker, and this is featured under the event Motor Crew. So the vehicle code tokens that you get for this one, it doesn't expire, so you can use it in the next corresponding event, which is going to be kind of awesome as well. So if say that you're a Tuatara hater, if you're a Tuatara hater, you cannot be my friend. I'm sorry, it's just the truth. Then you can go for the next one. But I know. I mean, I'm not saying that I want to get this so bad. But what if I don't? But what if I like the next collaboration? I've said it's 4 times already.
All right. Well, I mean, if you had like tokens from the previous collaboration,
But what if
maybe
I
you
already
can use...
used that?
Well, you can just buy UC, and you can buy tokens again, right?
Yeah, that's true. But like, what if I only have a certain amount of money for a certain amount of skins? Wow, this is getting very personal. You know what? Let's not talk
Oh.
about that. All right, let's
Well,
talk
maybe
about-
we can ask. We can maybe ask PUBG Mobile.
Okay, let's talk a little bit more about today. I think we barely scratched the surface when it comes to Group E. Now, Exquisite Esports is a very interesting team to me because they are one moment they are just out there causing havoc, and another they're a little bit quiet. Can you just explain to me a little bit about the dynamic of what we can expect from Exquisite Esports?
Well, the lineup of Exquisite Esports is totally different compared to the previous season.
Hmm.
I mean, they only had like Pickles and UI coming from the previous season, and they kind of added one member from Marami Bro,
Mhm.
which is MM, and then Koopa from Enigma.
Mhm.
So probably the chemistry is not there yet. And then they
Is
also
this
added
newly formed?
newly formed team, and then they
Mm.
added Nathan.
Oh
which
yeah.
is he doesn't have any PMCL experience yet. So
Oh, very raw talent coming through, huh?
exactly. So if you kind of like see how they kind of play like passive aggressive
Passive
during
aggressive.
during the first 4 games that we saw them. Now I think they are kind of still trying to adjust to whatever lineup that they have, and then I'm not sure if they need to play a different type of lineup. Maybe try to use Super Pickles and UI together, and
Mm.
then maybe MM and Koopa, and not play Nathan altogether for now. I think that's the best lineup for me for Exquisite Esports.
I think they are seeing these roster changes, or rather the starting lineup changes for each every game. I mean, yesterday toward the end of the day, we saw changes to Austria's lineup, and I think we saw Nang X play yesterday. Earlier, we saw Pau Pau play as well. So I think that's very refreshing. I mean, given the fact it's only the first 2 days, it's probably just to give the team a feel of how it is to be competing. Because I think it's really important to make sure that all the members are sort of warmed up. They're not on the bench at all times, which I really appreciate as well, because there are some days that are going to be off days that you want to swap out your members. And I think what better time to do it when everyone is still in the dark. They don't really have an answer or counterplay or a counter rotation, in fact, to certain teams. Now, for Young Galacticos, I am actually quite shocked to see they actually maintain their roster for quite some time now. I think it's been 2 years already since Cute Loki, almost 3 perhaps. And
Yeah.
it's very rare for us to see a team really stick with the same roster or other stem player for quite some time. And I have huge kudos and huge respect for YG for being able to do that, because at the end of the day, teams that play together the longest will have the best chemistry. And I'm glad to see that the chemistry for YG is still looking really clean right now.
And this lineup that YG has, I think for 2 years now, it's been the same. Where WTZ was added eventually, so
Mm.
that's probably why they got better communication, better chemistry compared to the others. Like going from the previous season of PMCL, they were actually the second placer team. The one on top is Genesis Esports. But now let's show you the predictions. Here is my prediction. It's just
Mm.
MFG Esports. So then you have Enigma MSI. Vince G has 214 Sin, and then Aya now going for Strangers, and then Myth Clan for Sammy, Mr. Cout for Genesis Esports, and then See You Soon for Big Daddy and Stalker with Myth Clan. So I'm kind of understanding why Sammy and Stalker going for Myth Clan.
Yeah, we saw that
They're
yesterday.
basically they're basing it from yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm doing it from yesterday as well, which is MFG, which is
Yeah.
I'm not sure
The
why the
second
others
last
didn't
game.
pick. Yeah, I'm not sure why the others didn't pick for MFG, but MFG has been playing well,
Yeah.
especially for Miramar.
I mean, the only reason why I'm choosing Enigma is because we haven't seen them really say or share anything yet or show anything yet, at least for Miramar. And I'm really hoping for this, what do you call that? Not miracle run, but a surprise run for us coming into day 2. They have had 1 day to really kind of understand and really scout out how exactly each game is going to be played by all of these players. And I'm kind of hoping that they're going to come up on top. We saw some pop-off moments from Enigma, not the strongest quite yet, but I am waiting to be surprised, because it is Enigma MSI after all. They do have a pretty good track record coming in from the team, as well as some of the roster that they brought in coming into this tournament.
Yeah, expect from Macbeth and Zyle.
Macbeth has been performing today. They're really
from
great with the
Enigma
opening.
and MSI.
Yeah. So that's also very fun. I think the only thing is sometimes for Enigma, I haven't really seen their chemistry really shine quite yet, and I'm really waiting for that moment, which is why I posted or post this prediction. It's less about actual predictions and more about what I hope to see from this particular team. Now, we
Right.
saw why MFG is there yesterday. MFG really surprised us coming into Miramar. They still managed to maintain that, I believe, top 5 in both Miramars yesterday. With 1 chicken dinner for one of the days, so that is also very, very. I understand why that as well. So it's either your pick, Sammys and Stalkers, will be coming up on top, or will be based on yesterday. But I'm really hoping that we are going to be proven wrong. Genesis
And
yeah,
remember
sorry.
Genesis yesterday, actually, Tash.
Mm.
Genesis won in one of the Miramar maps yesterday.
Oh yes, they did.
So-
That shocked me. I'm not gonna lie, because For Genesis, I would put them very strongly onto an Erangel map. So them really coming up on top on a Miramar map kind of took me back. Not because they weren't good. They are definitely a very, very good and capable team. They do well for these long range fights as well as these mid-range fights. It's just more of that. I just seen a lot better teams or stronger teams for this particular map. So them coming up on top yesterday just kind of really showing me that okay, they're getting a little bit more adept for the map of Miramar, and they are definitely a team to watch out for even toward the end of the day.
Yeah, you're right with that. And you notice when 214 Sin got closer to Genesis Esports, they were kind of like they didn't know what to do when it comes to the close range battles. I mean, they had to use utilities, but that's that's automatic for teams who would have like enemies up just right beside them. They would have to use all of those utilities in order for them to be able to back them all out. But again, this is from the previous season. A lot of teams are actually doing this, especially 214 with Rankid being the IGL of 214. Even now, they know how to pick off Genesis Esports. They did it in match number 4. Unfortunately, they weren't able to actually finish them off altogether. But for Miramar, I'm pretty sure that they will have a lot of space since this is a bigger map compared to Erangel.
I think it's also very interesting when we talk about ranked in general because I think yesterday one of the highlights that I talked about was range from Harame Bros being a fragging IGL, and I completely forgot to highlight ranked being one of those IGLs as well. I mean, he is definitely an IGL that not only frags, but he's a very aggressive one. He is playing in the front lines. He's not afraid. He's very Federalis style play style. He is literally the tip of the spear, and usually a lot of time the IGLs, they don't want to take this very heavy high responsibility roles like a fragger because you want to be able to stay behind, you want to be able to relay information, you want to be able to actively try and scout as much as you can to really feed this information to your team. But this is not the case for Ranked, and it feels like sometimes in certain rounds Ranked is not only just IGLing, but he's literally carrying his whole team on his back when push comes to shove. So he is a very not only capable IGLer, but he is definitely a teammate that you can rely on. So definitely I'm going to be keeping my eye more on this particular player.
And you know what? I'm expecting for Harame Bro to actually change their lineup because remember, they actually had few in the couple of the Erangel
previous
maps.
round. Yeah, exactly. This just
so
round
they
before
they
this.
actually used few, which is another IGL. So if you notice, there's like 2 IGLs in one team
But
for
who is the
Harame Bro.
main
That's
IGL?
range and
That is what I'm curious about. Are they having a double color sort of like lineup, or are they taking turns to do calls, or like what kind of dynamic are they going for? That's also very important, right?
right. I know for sure that few would be much more of an IGL compared to range. So probably range had to adjust on being the other fragger other than Jappy and Federalis. But if say for example, if you would actually come into the lineup, I would highly recommend for them to use the other guy, not range. So it's kind of like in the PMSL, wherein there's like designated players for designated maps. So maybe sub him out for now, since it's kind of like I mean, for me it's redundant for them to have like 2 IGLs, and then it's kind of hard for like range to adjust from being an IGL right away from being a fragger.
Mm. I think for range, I think it's a good thing if say Few comes in. I think if they ever need like a different comp or a different style of play, they can bring Few in for a fresh call, for a fresh different mindset coming through. But there are teams that also does the double IGL call out. So basically, if the IGL needs a little bit more of an extra input, the previous IGL can be okay. This is another you have the second caller and the first caller, so that might also be a very good dynamic to have, which I am very curious about. Which is why I really want to be able to do these interviews with these players and these teams to really understand like what exactly they are bringing to the table with how they play, because some teams are very different. Some teams, they have certain players for certain maps. Now I'm seeing different roles, different calls, different dynamics, different strats, and it's so dynamic now because it's not like before where a team only have like 4 players. We're seeing up to 6 players for certain teams as well, just to really swap it out. And I really like this. Watching this, I would say this what's the word on that? This dynamic changes, this fluidity. Excuse me, is what the word I'm looking for these teams. So that's also very very fun to watch. Regardless, coming into this, I think today I'm very very worried about God 7 as well as God. Flash Vision Esports, because I mean, Gods, they have been okay. They weren't the worst. They do go for those placement points, but I really want to see more firepower coming from them, and they haven't found that answer. And then for Flash Vision Esports, they have moments where they kind of join in for that third party, and I think this is the same thing I saw last season, I believe, when I saw Flash season last, and I've seen this almost when they try to third party. They want to try and make something happen. They want to go for these aggressive plays, but they're not confident in their skills. And I want them to look at themselves and say, like, yes, we made it here because we are doing very well. Ladies and gentlemen, Miramar, our first one for the day. Eyes on the screen. Let's go.
And we are now flying in to match number 5. Miramar is now the place to be, from El Pozo to El Azahar. And remember when we had one of the Miramar maps in the yesterday's matches, we had like 2 players, or 2 teams rather, right at Chumacera. Most likely they will not do the same thing for now, because it's going to be a long ways out for them to drop off to that spot. So I would also guess that there will be some type of adjustments from the other squads, especially those squads who are dropping around Puerto Paraíso and also in Los Leones. Though I would say, Tash, also Impala is actually open right now because Playbook Esports is not playing today.
Oh yeah, that's definitely something that can be done. Minas Generales Circle sounds fun. Truck Stop sounds fun. I still haven't seen a Minas del Sur Circle. I think it happened before. And I was very disappointed because I wasn't casting. Oh, Los
And the
Leones,
circle
there you
now focuses on Los Leones. So we might have a lot of urban warfare later on. But you can see now Ostia dropping to their usual spot in Monte Nuevo. No one's going to challenge them for now. No one's actually going to challenge each other for this game, except probably for RSG and God of Death 7, who are just right nearby each other on the eastern side of the map. But you can see now APG. I think their analyst or coach, Sis Jenny, says that there's no PBE. Let's go to Impala.
Yeah, that's right. I think for this particular map, sometimes I always talk about Chumacera, about how it's such a good drop spot as well, because it gives you a lot of space, a lot of areas to hold on to. But, I'm surprised no one dropped there as well. Now, for Picado, Harami Bros will be here, and it's giving them a lot of space to work with. No one dropped with them as well in this area, so I think for this particular flight path, I think a lot of teams did not get their ideal drop spot. I know that some teams they would actually go out of their way and walk even to their usual usual drop spot. I think that was what happened last year. I'm glad that trend kind of like went away, because the faster you're able to loot, or at least get a little bit of items, the faster you can kind of move into different parts of the map to kind of rotate and loot in other areas, instead of going all the way to your drop spot and then coming back to the circle again.
And again, the vehicles are very important in this game. Especially there's a lot of cities that you can actually go to in this very map of Miramar. Now, if you look further with the lineup again with the Harami Bro, they're still using that double IGL lineup. Few and range inside the Harami Bro. I'm still thinking of just having range to be subbed out and then Emas. Because, if you saw earlier in, I think the very first Erangel map, Federalis and Emas had really good chemistry.
They did.
Knowing that they came from they both came from West Point Mamba, right?
Oh yeah, they were WPM players.
Right.
Man, out of all the teams that I really miss, it's definitely the dynamic and the chemistry that WPM members had together. That was amazing. They were amazing to watch.
Oh, they also had a good coach back then. Do you know the name of the coach of West Point Mamba?
No, I actually do not know the name of the coach.
The name of the coach is Adobo.
Oh, that's great.
Didn't you know that?
For some reason, it's not in my mind. For some reason, I think
It was Adobo.
That's amazing. That's great. I love that.
Oh,
Yeah.
and by the way, he that Adobo played in PMPL Europe.
No way.
Yeah,
Oh, that's amazing.
you get a lot of history from here.
That is a lot. You're like a walking encyclopedia of player history.
Yeah. I mean, I do know. I mean, for international, but I do know a lot more in the PH side.
PH side. Yeah.
Did you know Michi played in PNPL Europe as well?
No way. Real?
Yeah, he played with Adobo.
Oh my god, they're like former
So if
teammates.
you remember, West Point Mamba had a lineup of Michi, Federalis, Emas, and
Yep.
I forgot the other guy.
Mhm.
Just the other guy. So there's four of them.
Yeah.
Michi and Adobo. Adobo is their coach. So Michi and Adobo played and were teammates in PMPL Europe.
Wonder why they decided to swap regions, you know? That's also kind of like very fun to think about. Like, you know, it must be a huge shift moving from another region, changing up the ways they play. Because I remember, like, you know, people were saying, like, why don't they play the same way? Like, you know, I used to watch PMPL MY, right? And, you know, a lot of people were like, oh, how come they play well in this region, but they don't play well in the next region? And I'm always telling them, like, the dynamic of how each team plays is so different. You're from a small pond going to a different pond. So when you
Right.
come from a different region and you join, like, you know, like what Austria is doing, they have two Thai players alongside the Cambodian players. It gives such a nice different dynamic, and it's very fun
Right.
to watch.
It's kind of like curious as well. I'm kind of curious of the communication, like how the comms would work. Like what happened with Yuhai when he joined BTR, right?
Oh yeah, but he does speak really fluent Indonesian, so you
Oh,
know, and
really?
also the Indonesian language is very similar to the Malay language, so there's also that as well. That might.
Oh,
be
and did
issue.
you know that the Indonesian language is kind of similar to Filipino language?
Oh yeah, same as Malaysian language. Like we have anak, susu, yeah, stuff like that as well. Speaking of a language barrier, I
Right.
think Team Secret had a bit of a language barrier when they used to play with Mattoy, I believe, Mattoy the Thai player. So I think that was something that they had to overcome as well. For a
Oh,
little
okay.
while, and then I don't know if you remember, Lung SKR from 7-9 moved to
Oh,
Nova. That was actually quite massive. I'm not too sure if the dialects of Chinese they spoke are the same dialect. So there's also that I really wanted to know about from Lung SKR.
well, most likely he would, try to learn the language over there because, they don't really. I mean, mostly like people out there, mostly they don't really speak good English, right?
Mm.
So
I mean,
it's gotta be.
that's the reason why a lot of teams kind of opt for having a full roster of Filipinos, Malaysians,
Oh yeah,
Indonesians. So it's that like communication barrier that you overcome. But the thing is, for me personally, if you overcome that barrier, you get so much value from having a mixed region team, in my opinion, because you have so many different styles of play, so many different perspectives, and you can kind of mix and match these styles to have a sort of controlled and clean style of play that can really surprise the people in your region, your team, and it kind of really brings you far, especially with players with different experiences. You know, especially from
oh yeah,
Michi or Adobo, who came from Europe. There is a lot to learn from them as well.
right. And did you remember like God Tuni as well played in
Oh
PEL
my god, I
with Nova,
forgot about Gatuni. It's been
right?
so long.
So this is. I mean, we are talking about chemistry and communication, so
Right.
it's kind of like related to what we're looking at right now. But I mean, nothing is happening, guys. So we're just looking at teams or players just roaming around with their vehicles. Again, this is a very slow match to say the least
This
because
is very
the
different than
flight path.
yesterday. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
We have our first
Oh.
pick up already. APG. Very aggressive Flash Vision. And we're just talking about how Flash Vision today, we're really hoping that they were going to come back at the end of the day. But out of all the teams that played today, Flash Vision is just lagging so far behind. Even Enigma and them is at least 12 points ahead. That's very I think that where Austria is high ground. This is a very YG style play at the very top side of the area here. And MFG just running for their lives and they're going to go straight for that reposition. Now, let's have a look at where everyone is. Because this is a very ping-pong circle and a very forced through the southern side circle, it looks like there's still a majority of teams, in fact, not majority, but a huge chunk of the teams are still in the blue zone. I think ASTE today has spent, I think, 2-3 maps playing in the blue zone, but they still managed to
All
make
right.
it into the circle and in top form on top of that. Because usually half the time when you're a team that's playing in the blue zone, you kind of end up in the circle with not a lot of resources left. But they really know, they're very adept at this looting game coming into the late game.
Yeah, and this is the adjustment that we talked about before we even started the whole day. STE, if you remember from yesterday, they were like always in the early engagements. Now they're taking too much time for them to be able to get all of the loots that they needed, and then try to go for a late rotation getting into the circle. Well, speaking of in the circle, we have RSG and Flash Vision Esports. I do love where Exquisite Esports is currently at right now.
Mhm.
If you look back in the circle, they were right in the middle. I think they were at that crossroads, right near Los Leones. So they're actually in prime position. Maybe they can, survive much better compared to the other games that we saw them. Now, Genesis Esports again talked about them using their skills when it comes to long range battles. They're actually showing it right now as Blanks got hit there, down to low HP, but will be able to heal himself up. And this is the beauty of Miramar, Tosh. Like you can do long range battles. Once you get knocked down, there's a high chance of you getting revived because they cannot like just push all of a sudden because there's a lot of different terrain here that you will have to run through.
Yeah. GE, a bit quiet today. And I think they really want to be able to turn this around, especially after they had like a huge lead in the beginning of the day. They want to be able to come back to that. Regardless, again, this is a very different Miramar tempo than yesterday. I mean, we were asking, what kind of tempo can these Miramar maps bring today? Given the fact that Group E will be playing. We just said that Group B was a little bit more quiet, but I have to say for this Miramar map, there's a lot of feeling happening here. There's a lot of understanding and trying to figure out where everything is going to be. This is not the best flight path. This is not the best circle as well. It's very, very pulled down, but it's okay because as we go toward the mid side of the game, where we start to see these fights are about to happen. God7 beside APG, and then they have to worry about a TQ coming into the area. Moek knocked down already. APG today looking very quick. Dots with the sprays. No tags quite yet. Gonna be just repositioned. They've been using God7 as a bit of a bait here just to make sure people are pushing out, but God7 are not eating that, and APG understanding that they're gonna have to kind of force their way into the area of God7 and just take up as much space as they can and punish them for even coming close to them. Now, Jaws, this is a very dangerous place to play. Whoa, Yangon Galactico's out at 16th place. Amura actually just ran over. That is, wow, very aggressive. Love to see it. Dust out of the game. Amura Chili just ran over back, so that's not happening. This is all over. DOS gets picked up, so APG not quite out yet, but they are going to be happy that they're slowly but surely getting all the members of God7 out. So the final member of God7 is actually still in the blue zone, so there is still that hope that they can just play for that placement points. But APG gonna have to be careful. TQ very close by. And you've seen Top really do a lot of damage. If he wants to, and he will, one of the most aggressive members that you're going to be seeing from the quarter. He's just holding, trying to catch anyone in this fight. But speaking of fight, XQS, Exquisite in this area. They've been knocked down. Super Pickles coming here, our superhero coming to the rescue, coming out on the other side, coming in for that pickup for MM. So no push in quite yet from the other members of Harami Bros because Few is the last man standing and he's very, very low. He has this very heavy task and responsibility of picking up his teammates. Might not have time for that. Federalis is out, his others are gone, and I think he's just gonna skedaddle, go for those placement points. Not looking great for them as well in this current moment.
Yeah, not looking great. And we talked about the lineup. I think it doesn't work with Range and Few together. I think Emas would be much better here in Miramar, especially Emas actually is one of those players who's actually good with the Mini 14. So Mini 14 is actually really effective in this type of map. But then again, it's going to be a third party coming from ASTE, now closing in. Kai now going for the spray down onto the side of SQS. Now Enka's able to get the knockdown onto MM. DBS all together now. No fear coming into the side of XQS, but XQS able to sustain the push of ASTE, and I think it's all because of See You Soon's fourth party in this situation.
Yeah. Kaya. Nades come through. Ooh! Right in the face. Koopa's in trouble. And just making it rain from above. Where is Koopa gonna go? That ditch can only cover him so far. Boy Sean goes to the nade one time. This time, the one's in trouble is Enigma. Ooh, that nade from Enigma. Hitting him so hard. They're coming from two different angles. Where are you gonna go? Boy Sean now in trouble. His teammates nowhere to be seen. Heartless as well. And now slowly, the team is just getting picked up. STKE is just running for their life. Kaya is also very low. And Enigma, Exquisite, and STKE forming a nice little sandwich. But the one that's going to be on the loss here is going to be Exquisite, stuck there in the ditch between these two teams. Now on the other side, GE is as well in trouble. Smile does get knocked down. Davan takes a bit of chip damage from that nade. Not quite enough to really deter him from doing anything else. This is, I personally, I think that this is the hardest circle we've seen today.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. Look at how hard it is for teams to position themselves, especially on the side where we saw a lot of engagements already. AST already out, all because of that. Rami Bro is also out. Few is already out of this game, so now APG now will have to defend themselves. G now versus MFG Esports. And this is my pick. And APG Esports is actually doing a great job on fending off all of these utilities being thrown out to them. Juggy now very low in HP, still hasn't revived yet his teammate. And that's the focus. But Liliatka will open the doors. Say hello to my little friend here with my DPS. And there you go, eliminated as well as Exquisite Esports. Now DOS. Now Diddy actually goes down as well. DOS is the only man remaining for APG. MFG now still has Yatka with them. Yaiko is still knocked down. They can go for a revive. There's actually a smoke here covering themselves. As on the kill feed, we see Kicks knocking down one player off the feed. Yatka now cooking up a nade. He does have the smoke here to get himself covered up, but DOS is very smart with his positioning. Now trying to hide behind the boxes. Well, Yatka now, I think he's trying to find his teammate, but he's already dead. So 1v1 now, APG MFG. Can DOS clutch it out for his team?
Little Yatka is one of those players that bring insane firepower. Really excited to see how he's going to be playing this. I think he's managed to... No, he hasn't spotted out DOS, but he probably did hear the sound cues. Nate comes through, clears him out on one end. DOS slowly but surely coming on the inside. But the thing is, Yatka has a shotgun. One shot is all he needs, just blow his face away. If he manages to come close enough, he's gonna just blow him to smithereens, and this is exactly what might be happening here. Bit of a zigzag between these two teams, the two players, and Molly gets to clear him out and takes a little bit of damage. No point reposition quite yet. He's walked into the fire. He's so very low. He gets barbecued, and finally APG can't do more than that, ending this first Miramar map with only 3 points.
Unfortunate for DOS. And Yatka really played his cards right, putting up a molly so that it'll, so that DOS won't have any much of floor to stand on. Now 214 Sin now getting FV. Oh, eliminated right away. That's really quick.
That's
elimination.
In the middle of the rotation too.
Oh, and that's because of Ostja also third-partying the engagement that is happening now.
That's right. Ostja is still not done. Enigma is now in trouble. All of these fights, skirmishes are all around the map. Look at this long range fight. Skyman is just really putting a lot of pressure onto Enigma. Enigma can't even get into this circle. They have to worry about themselves. They have to worry about GE at the bottom side. They have to worry about SKE. Oh man, but look at the positioning that GE has done. This is why I really like watching GE. They're very methodical, very mechanical. They really have this set play in mind. Nate comes through, Macbeth chunking down, and this might be the end. Nope, he survives another day. How are there so many nades coming through? They try to go for that pickup to Macbeth, not happening. Ostja is so quick on that punish. This is the biggest problem about Miramar, is that yes, these terrains can be your friend, but if you are so far down in a ditch, right beside a high ground, all these nades just roll straight down to you. Ostja is looking good right now, already 4 in the bag for this game. On top of that, Harami Bros out and down for the count. It should not be a huge problem for them. to really just catch up and end the day, taking over their spot. Because I think it's about like what 11, 13-ish points they have to worry about, and that's definitely a chicken dinner plus a few extra points that they need
Yeah,
to
it's
pick up
doable.
to the end. It's very, very doable for them. And Harame Bros, again, this is what I talked about in terms of being consistent. You want to be able to end the game with at least 5 to really just put yourself in a position where you don't have to worry too much about, ending the game too soon or too early. Now, coming about Myth, we did talk about like how they did have a really good track record yesterday, and it looks like they might be continuing that trend. Bunny, his head poking out, very bold play. Turk's not able to get value out of that, but it does enough information to really relay to DZ. And I think what DZ wants to do is he's gonna go for these long flanks, these long rotations, just really backstab in the back. But I think RSG is very aware. They do have one player just checking the flanks to see what's going to be happening. And movement coming in from GE as well. They were holding on to one side of the terrain. You saw the vehicle sort of move slowly forward. I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to just discourage from anyone for trying to push up toward them. But I don't think Myth is. You saw the movement from the vehicle, I think, from one member of Myth. But I don't think they want to full on engage quite yet.
Yeah, they don't really want to commit because they're kind of like checking out the circle first. Like it is still stage number 5. There's still stage 6 coming in just 35 seconds. And there's also like other squads just right behind them. Look at that. We have See You Soon, Tiger Kill Enemy. We still have Enigma MSI still standing. But for MSI, they need to relocate. This is a really bad spot. Is where they have been for the past 2 stages now of Circle. But right now, in just 10 more seconds after this, most likely Tash, GE will finally make the move.
That's right. I think for Myth, if they actually do well this map, then it will just really cement all of our belief that this is Myth's map. So look at that. They have a 2-2 formation coming through. They had 2 players holding onto the compound, and then they have Shroud with his teammate just kind of moving around the area as well, just to really scout information, see who's trying to push out there. And now they've kind of moved into a 2-1-1. I'm wondering what is the call for that and what is the idea behind that, because it might be a bit dangerous. But GE, they're gonna have to be forced down off their high ground hold. And we've seen this happen earlier, right? What happened to Young previously? How they had a nice hold to the top side of the terrain, and as they're going down, they get punished. And I'm really hoping that's not the case for GE as well. And speaking of high ground battles, makes all eyes on TQ. So hard for them to get into the circle. Whoa, here's the fight here. Marnet cooking up that nade. Joseph eats up 1 already. Shroud as well. Marnet does take a little bit of damage from iTurks. iTurks just holding on to the top side of that house. That nade beautifully done by Master Ichi. Master Ichi, just one of those players just so adept at throwing out this util, and you guys get a lot of value from it.
And right on point. 2-1 again. Now Myth Clan all of a sudden down to only like 2 players remaining. And then you can see here Migs now focuses on the quarter as he was able to actually get one of the players of TQ. Now Rankid still alive, also firing away onto Fern. And you can see Migs just waiting outside the circle, and this is really good. But you can now see Gooey versus Caps, and that is it for Enigma MSI.
Ooh. This is a very interesting situation. I was so sure that GE would have some trouble coming off this area, and I was expecting this, but they're handling this side of the terrain very well. In fact, they're even punishing anyone that's crossing in their sightlines. Top does get a bit of a chip, but it's not enough to really push them off the area. And I'm really liking the fact that this information has been relayed, and what they're doing is just kind of like moving slowly toward the edge of the circle. Just these tiny little movements that's enough to really put them in the safety of the circle, but not enough for them to just have to vacate the area. So long as the circle remains this way, it should work out in their favor. Now, for STKE is only Kai at the bottom side. I don't think they know that he's there. No one's marked him yet. No one has said anything. And I think he's going to be very safe for the time being because it is tucked in the tiny little area of this terrain.
Ooh,
he's hiding in the bush. He just gets run over. That ice cold. Marnie, that's just cold, man.
And he was like thinking, why are they not seeing me? And then all of a sudden, that vehicle ran over.
That's exactly the sound that happened. Myth Clan out
Right.
as well.
And Myth Clan
Not too sure what happened
now
there.
is eliminated.
Yeah, I wish I saw
And
that fight.
looks like Yeah, it looks like Austria has really good position right now on the south side. I mean, other squads are not really focusing on the northern side of this circle because you can see how open it is compared to the like the edges of the circle. Like you will have the ability to use the ridges or the mountaintops.
Yeah. But GE is, again, they're gonna be forced off. Oh, now is the time they're gonna be forced off this. And this is Austria's, I think, time to shine. They're gonna be relishing in this. They have their own terrain in the area, and on top of that, part of it is actually inside of the circle as well. They're pulling one area, kind of pushing forward. They're gonna put in that pressure onto GE. GE is gonna have a tough time coming off this because it is just an open area. It's gonna be hard to play on the terrain. There's barely any cover. Skynet with the smokes, just to give a little bit of breathing room, just to really cut off their sightlines. Marnet on the top side. He's been cold today, but let's see if this streak keeps going. His teammates very close. Master Ichi on the backside. They can go for a more aggressive approach, just to really just go straight in their faces. But the problem with that is that knowing Austria, look at that. Look at how many hail of bullets are already running straight to them for just even going out there in the open. And they have punished so many teams for even crossing their sight line without being prepared for it.
Skynin, the golden boy now, taking a look at the enemies right in front of him. Though I think Austria will have the opportunity. Ooh, actually Yatka now using a P90, able to knock down 2 here. Actually 3 now onto RSG. And then RSG now, or actually just 2. He was able to just knock down 1 first. And then you can now see here Migs just hiding
Wait, did he see
inside
it?
the smoke. Ooh, he didn't see him. But all of a sudden now with the SAT-97 almost getting the clutch there for
Ooh.
Sin 214.
Look at
But
little
now
Yatka.
look at Yatka, just using that P90, just bursting through the body. But no, with the defense coming from Vape, able to actually get the MFG, and now we're down to 3.
Yeah, but look at this positioning. GE has a 2-2 formation. Sorry, a 2-1 formation now, and then you have one member for RSG. They're just holding these little tiny ridges of the mountain. They're using the terrain very well, in my opinion. But Austria, they're having quite a big command of this entirety of this little hill that they're holding. Now GE's in trouble. Master Ichi is down. Naughty Boy quick on that. Astro throwing out nades as well. Not nades, it's smokes. Just really cut off that sight of vision so that GE is not able to push them at all. He needs to be able to safely pick up his teammates. Naughty Boy still not picked up quite yet. One Vape putting in that pressure onto the other members of GE. Smile is one of those members that is just so adept at doing these long range fights from across the map. So you don't really want to cross him. Marnet, you can see that he always has 3 frag grenades yet left. So it's definitely something that he doesn't want to use. But Marnet has always been one of those people just be very, not at all scared, just really push out and just give a lot of space to his teammates. He's just trying to be like, look at me, and then his teammates just kind of like trades in from so many different areas, which is why they have this nice little hole. It's 3-way hole coming through.
And right now, Austria just not really committing themselves to get inside right away, waiting for the right time to be able to pick up most likely Genesis Esports, who is still riding the edges of the southwestern side of the zone. Smile actually is the one hugging the blue zone right now. Let's see how Genesis Esports actually will play this. And you know what? Once they actually got knocked down earlier, they go for the revive right away, and they know that they have like too much space from the other spots they have left in here.
One Vape knocked down. Master Ichi quick on that. Any micro angle, he just peeks out. Oh, runs out of bullets. Safe for now. So at least he gets a little bit more space to go through. But the crossfire is coming forward a little bit much. Can't go anywhere. So the number is dwindling from RSG. They had the man advantage, but they weren't able to capitalize. And I think it's mostly because they were playing on the side of those ridges. They can't climb up safely. They pop their head up. They're gonna get headshot and just immediately knocked down. Skynin playing safe. Ooh, big play coming in from top. This prone play might be it. The nade comes through. Unfortunately, does not hit anyone, but just alerts the other members of Austria where he is. But it does make enough noise. So now, Nin takes a little bit of Skynin, takes a bit of damage, but the other members of GE weren't able to push out quite yet. They might be able to eventually, but everyone's being so cautious right now because on the other end of the terrain, there's still RSG to worry about. More needs to come through. Smile needs to be careful. One nade does pass by him, whizzing closely past his ear. Don't think he reacted quite yet. Yewi managed to get that reset. Skynin just waiting and biding time, not making any noise. There have the mollies, just really flushed them out of smokes. The nades as well, just doing that damage. A good spray, nothing connects, and GE is still playing it very patiently like they always do.
And the blue zone is also moving as well. This is the final circle. We are now on stage number 9, and Austria will be the ones the first to move. All because that they are actually right on the edge of the blue zone. Oh, and Astro X gets that nade all over to Marnet, and now the follow-up now coming from Gui, knocking down one more, and GE is out.
That is the beautiful play I've seen in my life, honestly, from Austria. That beautiful one nade is all they needed. Immediately just collapsed onto the other members of GE. GE didn't have a chance. Now Austria, they need to go for that reset. Skynet hasn't picked up quite yet, and now they're in trouble. This patient play by RSG is bearing fruit here, and winner, chicken dinner. RSG showing us their fangs and showing us a little bit of the potential that we expected to see yesterday.
This guy's Esports getting their winner chicken dinner for match number 5. And again, we are not expecting this from RSG. They're now this is their second chicken dinner for today, right?
Need to get my mind refreshed here a little bit after that particular match, but honestly, RSG, I was a little bit concerned after
they got the Sanhok.
Oh
yeah,
yes,
I
they got the
remember now.
Sanhok. That's right. I was a
they
little
got
bit
the
concerned after they lost one member. They lost that man advantage, but that patient play did pay off. I think there was a lot of comms coming through, like just be patient, guys. Just let these other two teams take this fight. Austria and GE was definitely very hard for them to win these fights around. I think in terms of firepower, I definitely would say that Austria and GE were rated a little bit higher. But the fact of the matter is, having these two giants fight first gave a lot of breathing room to RSG, and because they had that little terrain to work with, which means that if they went downwards, they will be punished. If RSG were to push upwards, they'd be punished. So the only thing they can do is wait. The only team that it makes sense for these two teams to fight is Austria and GE because they are on the same terrain.
And they kind of like did the same thing when they won in Sanhok, wherein they just waited until the last moment, and they just pick up the pieces right then after. But then again, here are the highlights, by the way, guys, where there's so many engagement happen on the southwestern side of the map. Oh, and then it ended up when Kaya was just waiting in the bush. And then here's what happened with the RSG and the MFG. RG actually almost got eliminated by MFG. It's all because of Lil Yatka's P90 weapon. Then here's the final moments of GE and Austria. Austria didn't have really no choice there but to just push towards the circle. It's just that Genesis Esports had a much closer, they were much closer to Austria at that point. So they had no choice but just to push Genesis Esports off, and RSG getting that winner chicken dinner with the blue zone finish onto Austria, and now Lilyatka getting that MVP. All of those kills came from, if I'm not mistaken, from APG Esports.
Yeah.
Is when they fought them with 4 eliminations, 1030 damage, 4 knockouts, 1 assist, 350 kills with the 24 minutes, 56 seconds survival time.
Yeah, for Lil Yatka, I think we've been noticing since yesterday the amount of aggression and firepower he can bring in while still maintaining the survivability. I think he's done so many phenomenal clutches and also survival plays, managing to get their team these placement points that they really need on games that didn't really work out in their favor. So on top of that as well, we're looking at Risk Guy Esports. I think yesterday, again, highlighting that yesterday it was all about Bunny and friends, but today I'm really liking to step up from the whole team. They're understanding the dynamics, they're on the same page, they're playing together. And on top of that, I think that they're understanding that they don't have to go super aggressive in every single fight. They are okay with taking a step back and just playing the slow game. And definitely, I would say this first Miramar map was definitely a slow game. It was definitely a lot more slower than yesterday. It was a lot of rotations coming forward. We didn't see that rush to rotations either. It was more about trying to make sure that they're able to safely get into each circle. End of the day, right? I mean, when you look at a map like Miramar, there are a lot of compounds just scattered around the area. There are a lot of high grounds scattered around the area. There's a lot of bottlenecks as well. It's really, really imperative that these players assume that every single one of these high grounds, of these compounds, are not empty, because there are so many times times in this game. I think one of the biggest highlights we've seen today, other than nade pickoffs, are also that sprays that come through for two teams that are in the middle of those rotations.
And the circle also came into the conversation here, wherein there were like teams avoiding the middle portion of the circle, all because the middle portion was very much open. So they had to like really just hold on to the edges of the circle, where there were so many engagement that happened during mid-match until the very end. But here are the overall stats here for match number 5. 59 total eliminations, 62 total knockouts, so many heals, 17 revives, so many throws used for this game. 286 is what we have here. But with this win coming from RSG, Tosh, this only means that they might go over top number 3 or maybe even top number 2, right?
Yeah, that might be a hold. Yep, there we go. RSG doing very well. Austria only 3 points behind. I mean, again, coming back, I think Austria is just one of those teams that, again, like some of these maps, some of these games are just so secondary to them to get those placement points, and it's just been a lot more value to them to play this eliminations game. And Austria is just so eager to take these fights. They love taking these fights. They love taking these areas, just wrestling it away from them. PE, despite the more quiet day, this first Miramar map looking very well, and I'm sort of understanding why this is some of the casters' picks.
And hopefully we can see now the overall rankings, because I mean, if Austria gets 15 here and then GE gets 12, well, most likely RSG will still be at number 4, and then Harame Bro will probably still be at number 1, but Austria is getting closer now to Harame Bro. And here you go. And like what I said, it's Harame Bro still at number 1, Austria still at number 2, and then GE at number 3, and then RSG getting closer now to GE with 72 points. Still 214 Sin with 61 now, with MFG actually tying things up with them. 51 for both APG and See You Soon Tiger Kill Enemy. ASTE with 48, 46 for Myth, 44 for Yangon Galacticos, Fearless with 43, 41 for the quarter. God of Death 7 with 38. Same goes with PBE. 31 for XQS, TTQ with 27, 25 for Dread Esports, Enigma MSI with 23, and lastly Flash Vision Esports with 8. Would love to see Flash Vision Esports to pop off in the last match.
Would love to see that as well, but again, coming back to what I've mentioned before about Flash Vision Esports, their biggest problem right now is firepower, it's confidence. I have not seen that at all from them today. They have been very hesitant with what they do. I've seen some insane callouts, some insane ideas. I've seen the strats come forward, the crunch coming out, the third parties. But because they didn't have the confidence, because they lacked the firepower, and on top of that, it's really important for me to reiterate that they were not seeing that those two, I would say 2-2-1s. Those 2-2s, those 2-1-1s coming forward. They're playing 1-1-1 is very separated, and I want to see more teamwork come through from the team. I'm not too sure what is going on. It feels like everyone is doing their own thing. They're not too sure how exactly to approach these things. And I would love to see a change in that, because at the end of the day, I mean, it's always fun to root for the underdog, and Flash Vision Esports is the underdog that I would love to see them just improve week to week.
Yeah, exactly. With the addition of Master Rix from APG Esports, and APG Esports from last season, Master Rix was their top fragger. So hopefully Flash Vision Esports can maybe adjust to the to now's season, which is summer season. Hopefully they can add more to the arsenal that they have now, and maybe have a much better strategy going forward. We still have one more match left for tonight. It's been a quick run here for day number 2, to be honest with you, Tosh. But before we even talk about strategies and such, let's show you again the newest RP. A7 available until July 15th. We do have a lot of skins available for this one. Total perks worth over 80k UC. So we have the custom color Nightscape Gladiator set, the Graceful Watchers set. We also have the Nightscape Gladiator PP Bison upgradable weapon. We also have the newest Victory Dance, which is please go ahead and tag us if you post it on your social media. And there's a lot more, like the Bio Scout set. We haven't really talked about that. We also have the mecha armor set here, or the skins, like the Nightscape Gladiator Levertron, or the Strider, which Tash would actually love to
I want it.
be on.
I want it so bad. Give it to me. Also, I was just thinking, when we go back on camera, can you show me briefly the dance? Yeah.
No.
What? Come on. I want to
Yeah.
see it.
If you give me the Shelby car. Yep.
Oh, yeah, I would like to see a Shelby car. I need that for myself, honestly. Imagine a Shelby
It- it-
car in pink.
If I get that, I'll show you the dance.
Oh, real? Okay, I gotta. Let me just give me like 3 business days to think about it. Regardless, while we wait for the there we go, the Shelby supercars come out. What if we saw a pink Shelby supercars?
What if we see Tash Bunny dance the Victory Dance?
No, I'm good. Anyways, this one is available from now until July 9th. So you can get yourself this car under the event Motor Cruise, where you can own a Tuatara or a Tuatara Striker. So the vehicle tokens that you use here, if you don't use it, you can bring it over to the next event. There's no worries. In fact, sometimes you can just buy a whole bunch at once. I think it's just cheaper to buy more. Then you can just just stockpile it for the next event, because that's something I do. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, I mean, you can do that.
Yeah.
But what if it'll be, you'll have to wait for long for you to have another
No, I
collaboration
buy
with
like a whole
PUBGM.
bunch, right? I buy like a whole bunch, get my PUBGM X Shelby Supercars collaboration, and then I can use that remaining one for the next one. You know what I'm saying?
Like what if these tokens can be shared to your friends, right?
No. Why would I share? They're mine. I'm selfish that way. No, bro, get your own. Get your own tokens, bro. What do you want from me, man? God dang it.
Well, I would love to have one of these supercars, or like the collaboration with PUBGM.
Oh yeah.
I haven't really had a vehicle skin.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It's
mean-
definitely something that I don't really think about, getting a vehicle skin. I'm more of a skins on my character girly. My favorite skin to have is the backpack, because you actively look at the backpack, right? So it looks nice. I
Right.
also really like pan skins. They're so cute.
Well, we talked about the headgear earlier, Han.
Yeah,
And we saw the horse headgear.
I'm so happy. I
So
I
we're-
feel like they listen.
We're still
to
waiting
us.
for the dog
Is
headgear,
there a
and
dog
also
headgear in the
the
game?
I'm not sure about
I know
that.
there's a cat. They have the bunny.
You have the bunny.
They have
Yeah.
the bear. I believe there's a bear.
Yeah, there's a bear.
Yeah,
Yep.
there's a bear. I don't think there's a dog. So that's gonna be fun. So I think one of the players probably were watching you like, oh, they were talking about the animals. So maybe we can put it on so they're happy. Listen. The thing is, when you put it on, can you survive till the end so I can actually see it till the end? There's no point for you to put it on and I get disappointed and see it for like 2 seconds. I'm being so mean. I'm just calling out these teams. I'm sorry, guys. But let's have a look at. Hey, stop it.
Well, it's Genesis Esports for both of us.
Yeah.
So
That's double
we
curse.
have.
Too.
I mean,
That's a double
I mean,
jinx, dude.
we have Genesis Esports playing really well in Miramar
Yeah.
as well. Like previously on the fifth match,
Yeah.
they were like top number 3, and they almost got that winner chicken dinner. Also, it's just that the Austria targeted Genesis Esports first. But when it comes to positioning, I love how Genesis Esports play it in the map of Miramar. So that's why that's my pick.
Right.
I'm not sure why you picked Genesis Esports as well, or maybe you just copied me.
Hey, that's the reason why. Honestly, I think it could go to 2. I mean, if I get to put 2 predictions, it would be Genesis and Harame Bro. Mostly because I think Genesis has a little bit of a more quiet day today that I expected them to have, and I think they would probably want to really solidify their day with the chicken dinner. It's number 1. Number 2, they want to solidify their lead as well coming into day 2. So that's something that they would actively want to do, given the fact that Harame Bros has put quite a big lead compared to them. Now, the reason why I would say Harame Bros, because Harame Bros has had, today is quite dismal for them. It's just they're just really lucky that yesterday they had put quite a big lead ahead of everyone, which means there's a little bit of breathing room to kind of keep them afloat. But I believe it's like what how much was the gap again? I do not remember, but it wasn't that much. It was like what 20-ish points. So I believe
Yeah.
that, yeah, so 20-ish points isn't impossible. We saw a 22 pointer today, so it shouldn't be a problem. So that's the reason why I chose Genesis. Now, coming into that, Veen seems to have an exquisite moment. Again, I'm still not seeing that huge moment from exquisite quite yet. MPG not impossible. Yango Galacticos also not impossible. But I am quite shocked in the previous Miramar that YG got knocked out very early in the game. This was
early.
not something I expected coming in from today.
Yeah, you're right with that. One thing that I could say is for Harami Bro, their lineup right now, what they're using is not effective, in my opinion.
Well, who's
I would,
telling them?
I would highly recommend for them to just have to play Emmas in the map
Oh
of
yes,
Miramar,
you did mention
and
this.
not
Because
not
of
have
the
two
chemistry with
IGLs, because
the chemistry with Fedra.
like like there was like two instances already where a few played, and the three players of Harami were pushed except for him.
So it feels like they're not on the same page, is what you're saying here.
Yeah,
It might be the.
I mean having
the,
two IGLs doesn't really work. Like if you
it,
create
it,
a like a team,
it
right?
depends. It can work if you have a first caller and a second caller, and you kind of know, like, okay, the first caller says, okay, I think I'm gonna stump. What's your call? That would work. If there is that struggle where you can't make decisions together, that's gonna be a problem. So I agree with you. It depends on the dynamic of a team itself. So there's gonna be that. Myth again, very quiet today. I mean, they did manage to go a little bit further on Miramar, compared to the earlier games today. So it's kind of like, what is going on here? Yesterday it looked a little bit better. I don't think they understand what kind of dynamic of play is coming in from, Group E, I suppose. And now Austria, not surprising, Austria has been incredible today. On top of that, I think today is a really good day for them.
Yeah, you are right with that. I mean, they're now at second place, and Haramiro needs to protect that that
First place
position of
spot.
them,
Yep.
which is their overall rankings at number one now, and they must start with their lineup. Once they change their lineup, well, maybe they can try to win again, actually, because they already won earlier, right? So, I mean, and it might happen like what happened yesterday. Like Genesis Esports can win again in Miramar. Like we've seen them played in match number 5. It's just that they weren't able to get to the middle of the circle first.
Yeah, there's definitely that as well. So it is something to watch out for. I think, end of the day, I think it's all up in the air right now, because I think there's a lot of improvement coming in from today than yesterday. We're seeing a lot more teams sort of rise up, which is very exciting. Group E has been honestly pretty good. I'm actually quite surprised at my pick at Enigma as well. I mean, I did say that I was expecting them to go for a pop-off moment. They weren't able to hold on to the area. Honestly, it was, again, a very difficult circle. I think throughout today, all the circles have been pretty tough. It's very hard rotations, either it's gonna be just really violent, pulls toward the northern side or toward the southern side. We've seen ping pongs today as well, which makes it really hard to predict the circle. Flight paths have been a little bit weird as well. We haven't really been seeing the usual central circles. I mean, Sanhok was one of the hardest as well. So I think out of all the maps today, yes, it was very fast because of the circles, but for Miramar, because the difficult circles means that there's a big change in tempo for a lot of these teams, and it's really hard for me to really pinpoint in terms of power rankings for Group E because of this. Because yesterday was very, very fast paced coming forward, and it's actually quite interesting given the fact that the team that isn't playing today is Playbook Esports, TTQ, Dread Esports, and Fearless were the teams that we said, oh, they play kind of slow on Erangel, but it was a very quick Miramar yesterday, right? But today our first Miramar is kind of slow. I mean, you said, yeah, overall it's a very fast day, but it was a very, very slow match for Miramar. It felt like everyone was just playing by the circle instead of like actively going out to fight kills, find pickoffs, go for those rotations.
Well, it's probably because of the flight path that happened in match number 5. For match number 5, there was like just a very normal flight path, wherein the circle just had them to, fight right at the edges of the circle. There were like other teams who opted in on doing late rotations going into the circle. One of which is ASTE, and
Mm.
I'm not sure if that was the real strategy of ASTE is to loot as much as they can and then try to wait until like maybe stage number 2 before they go into the circle.
Yeah.
Well, for me, it worked for the first few maps, but for the last few maps that we had, ASDE didn't really had good games.
Mm.
So maybe they try to switch it up. Maybe try to focus first on the circle. Try to loot for like a minute or two, just maybe
Yeah.
instead of like looting for the whole 3 minutes in the very early stage of the game and focus in the circle. I mean, their firepower is actually really nice, but right now we're almost about to start match number 6. This is the final match of day number 2. Let's go.
Oh wow, flight path Puerto Paraiso all the way up to the northern side, Torre Alhumada. Oh man, skew it to the right side. I'm gonna be expecting a very slow rotation map once again, unless this team decide to change up their pace. But Los Leones is very much on the menu. I'm really excited. Like hopefully Los Leones ending would be fun, but it will be very very slow. Urban Warfare is definitely that. Usually the case. Would be fun to see a power grid ending as well. Ladrillera. Gonna be a long rotation, especially since everyone will be dropping to the right side of the map. Regardless, the MFG, early drop spots. I'm just keeping a close eye on Austria, since they have been very creative in where they want to drop. What do you think? What do you think of Austria's drop this time?
It's actually different compared to the previous dropping point that they had in match number 5. Though, if the circle would go northern side, well, that would really hurt them a lot. Which is right now we're just waiting for that circle to pop off. And ooh, this is a really interesting circle. Might go to Chumacero or might go to Valle del Mar. But look at Los Leones right now. We have 2 teams, MIT together with if I'm not mistaken, Flash Vision Esports. Or no, it's actually ASTE. Oh no, it's not. It's See You Soon.
Oh my god!
Yeah, there's 2 teams
My circle!
In Los Leones.
My circle is coming through! I said Ladrillera would happen! I'm scared! Help me, Cuckoo!
Yeah, and I was saying like circle might go to Chumacero or maybe in Valle del Mar, which a big possibility. But then again, if it goes to La Deliera, then it's gonna be an open area there. You can see now, See You Soon. They noticed that there's another squad that is in this spot. They're now focusing on vehicles for them to be able to at least get as far from Myth Clan, and Myth Clan will now be able to loot up their dropping point, which is Los Leones. Most likely, See You Soon will try to focus on the circle because this is like far away from the circle right now.
Yeah. Gonna be a slow one again. iTurks today had a very quiet day. I mean, we talked about the hero plays coming from iTurks yesterday, but today has just been so unlucky for him. I see him play aggressive, but every time he pokes his head out, it's like every team has been very aware in marking him whenever they were to encounter Myth right now. So that's something that they have to be careful about. So I think for Harami Bros, I think quiet day. I might be onto something with this pick, but mostly because of the quiet day, and I think that they want to make sure that they can stay on top. They've had a good lead, and having one dismal day might just kind of ruin the momentum they've built from yesterday. And I don't think they want to go have that as they go into the next few days of this first week.
All right, and Rami Bro looting up Picado, and this is the same lineup that they've been using for the past I think 3 games already. Federales, Few, Jappy, and Range. And again, as I've said multiple times already, Emas with the far better player compared to like having two IGLs in the squad, especially with Emas being a support fragger for Federalis. With their chemistry, they can do a lot of things. Now, Young Galacticos is on their spot at El Pozo, and this is just nearby to the circle, so they can easily just run past the areas of El Pozo and go to the circle or just right below them. Genesis Esports, though, at San Martin, they will have to go through a lot as well, like what Myth Clan will probably do later on. But this is our pick, right? Our pick to win this final match.
It
And
might be a double jinx, and I don't want
No,
that.
I mean, if you follow my picks are actually
Wait,
nice.
what if it's like a jinx and a jinx? So it becomes a negative, and negative becomes a positive. So this might be a
yeah,
good
it becomes a
thing.
positive.
No,
right,
our
right.
previous pick together was wrong.
Well, that was yesterday.
No, it was today.
Oh, it was today, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's not good, man. You know what's the opposite
Well,
of
this
Das?
is a different map. This is Miramar.
Wait, hold up. Do you know what the opposite of Das is?
What?
Sad.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I saw the chance and I had to take it.
Well,
I'm sorry. I apologize to the viewers at home.
if I have like a soundboard here, I
Yeah.
would like play the put it yeah.
Or a sad piano would be very appropriate, honestly. Okay, let's talk a little bit about Flash Vision here. I really want to know. Yeah, I did talk about not being on the same page, confidence. I mean, we haven't really seen them on the radar as well. What do you think is lacking from this team coming in from an analyst from like yourself?
For Myth Clan or Austria?
FVE.
Oh, for Flash Vision Esports. Well,
Mm.
you said that. I mean, they're not really doing well when it comes to aggressiveness. So I think they have to be better when it comes to being aggressive. I think they're like second guessing when it comes to like say pushing to another squad. If you remember when they third partied in Erangel, they kind of like second guessed and they didn't really committed in that third party situation that they actually tried to initiate. So I think it's better for Flash Vision to like just focus on whatever command that they have in the first place, like to just push all the way through. And I mean, if they have done that, then maybe they can add elimination points to them. I mean, eventually there will be someone that will be killed on their squad, but if they can trade off like at least one player and then they can eliminate the other squad, then Flash Vision Esports can be in a much better place now when it comes to overall rankings.
Yeah, I don't know. I think out of all the teams today, that's really entertaining me. It's just KE. It's just so fun watching them play. They're very explosive. They don't really make it to the end, but they are definitely a team that's just really been very fun to watch. Especially Davan. It's just so aggressive. And I'm like, what is this spray? That is gross. No one even realized Caps was just gonna go onto this area with that huge spray. He nearly got two on top of that, but he will be punished. Caps in trouble. Here comes the need. He moves all the way to backside. Will be going and skedaddling out of the compound. They're just quickly rushing inside. Caps. Just heal up. Not happening. West does what he does best, which is just swinging out of nowhere, just catching him off guard. So there's that. The other members of Enigma, nowhere to be found.
And West just went for the push there without, thinking that he will probably get knocked down with a shotgun to the face. But for Genesis Esports, again, with this with the gunshots being heard, now the third party comes in. It's gonna be the quarter, and I'm not sure why Caps didn't call for help out there. Like, you could have just like try to delay things up, maybe try to use other utilities like smoke or maybe even mollies to try to delay things up. I mean, he got the kill already onto Master Ichi. So for Enigma, that's maybe a miss opportunity for them to be able to eliminate one of the Titans, which is Genesis Esports.
Yeah.
GE, our pick for today. Man, I have a lot of expectation for this team. They're clean, they're calm, they're collected. But sometimes I think one of the biggest problems GE has is that they can kind of like be stuck in this very one-dimensional moment when things start to fall apart. Not because they're not good or anything, it's just because they're not able to play off of each other. I think one thing that GE, I mean, yes, individually, this is a very, very talented team. But at the same time, it's like they do rely on a lot on each other for these crossfires, for these trades, and it's not really their fault. It's just a position where sometimes the circle is just not in their favor because they have an answer for all of these things. And speaking of answers, RSG in trouble. Stuck in the blue zone, maybe. Takes out the
Ooh,
nade.
nice nade.
In trouble. Koopa just shocks us. We talked about Koopa earlier from Exquisite, but what expectations we have for him. And right now, this final game, I think he's really showing up slowly but surely. Gonna go for that pickup to his teammate as well. Vape coming back into the game slowly, and Bunny taking up this space with the Dacia, crossing this area and just making a lot of noise and just pulling a lot of attention onto him as well, which gives him a little bit more space, his teammate a little bit more breathing room to go for that reset. Koopa sprays out. No answers quite yet, no tags at all. And Bunny close by. We've seen some insane plays. The firepower comes through, surprises him from the bottom side, zigzagging up, down, left, and right.
Oh,
The
no.
shot to the face. Bunny makes it happen once again.
And Bunny will be able to get the revive as well onto maybe. And now Exquisite Esports is now down to 1, and MM will have to bail out from the scene now and will try to survive until the very end. But now you can see now Harame Bro being pushed. Range will go down. That's cute low key, who got the best of him. And now Harame Bro is down to also 1. What is happening now to Harame Bro?
I'm not too sure what's going on with Harame Bros. I think honestly it might be this snowball effect where you're just having so many bad games in a row and you're just not able
think it's
to
the
shake
lineup.
off. Oh, yeah, it might not, maybe that, but also I really think that mental is such a big thing to have. You know, I think one of the interviews that I've had previously with some players is that, you know, if you're not able to reset your game, your brain, when you move into the next match, it might be a problem. And I'm really hoping it's not that for this team, because they need to be able to be in tip-top shape as they come into day number 3 tomorrow.
Yeah, you are right with that. Because someone else can, you know, take their position at being the number 1, which is there's a possibility that Genesis Esports, if they can still continue on with their winning ways with the last game here and then going towards the third day, then maybe they can, you know, take over of that number 1 spot. While I was saying that Exquisite Esports MM gets killed and will be eliminated in this very last match. So if you're gonna try to review the performance of Exquisite Esports for today, I think it's very underwhelming in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very southern side circle. I'm actually very in love with this circle. I don't think I've seen a circle all the way down here before. At least I haven't casted it quite yet in my 2-3 years of casting PUBG Mobile, so it's gonna be very fun. Oh, Smat's back in the lineup, so this is very interesting to see. I didn't see him play today. I don't think so. Or am I wrong?
Yeah, this is the first time. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Skynin's out. It looks like for Sis TKS TKE, I think for them today, they've been insanely just ruining. I think for all the teams at the top right now, Sis TKE is definitely a team that a lot of teams are meeting up with, and they still manage to really put a lot of damage onto these teams. Maybe you take away a lot of the utility, waste a lot of time. In fact, like, sometimes teams lose up to 2 players just going up against Sis TKE. Yes, they do lose in the end, but the amount of pain that No Fear is feeling right now is incredibly high. He plays up the side of the train, managing to survive by the skin of his teeth, but has to be careful. This buggy does not provide any cover. And the other members of TQ have all eyes on MFG on the other side. So you can always see Muet drop down already. RSG seems to be on a rampage. Don't want to stop. They started off the day strong, managed to get another chicken dinner just now. And look at that. Because they feel good, they're just steamrolling GOT7, and GOT7 not able to recover at all to the end of the game.
And you can see here Kai going for the spray down. Ooh, almost knocking down Zyle, but Zyle able to actually get off from that Murado that he's on. And now Miner just not stopping. And Kai now able to get Zyle. And Enigma MSI just rotating all the way from the edge of the blue zone now into the circle, being waited on or being gate kept by ASTE together with the quarter. Yaiko actually gets also one more member of Enigma MSI, and this is Macbeth. So we're now down to only just one more player left for the side of Enigma, and this is Kix, who's already inside the zone. And this is probably the inexperiencedness of the players of MSI, who's now in Enigma.
I think this
Again,
is
this
a
is their
good
first
thing.
time.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you, but I think this is a good thing.
Yep.
Because I think for, sometimes the only way for you to get better, yes, the inexperience will show. You're not necessarily going to come up on top. But the more you play in a higher tier, the better you are at really understanding the pressure and how exactly these teams work, how these teams think. So in a way, them just being here, and actually they're keeping up, not the worst in the world. They're doing okay, honestly, as a team that's very raw and new. So this is something to celebrate, at least for Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like sad for now, but later on they'll eventually gonna evolve into a team wherein they can be unstoppable. But
Oh,
I mean,
look at
it
this.
will take time, especially in a in the league stage like this.
Yeah.
There's like 3 weeks for you to play.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just their first
The
day,
first
so
week.
hopefully, yeah, the first week also, and so hopefully tomorrow, if they can, go back to the drawing board and try to focus on the day tomorrow, then maybe Enigma MSI can probably do wonders, right?
Yeah. RSG is doing well though. They are honestly really exceeding my expectations today. They've got this nice little terrain to play with. The top is in trouble, does go down. Enigma finding the TQ members but will be eliminated. So unlucky they weren't able to just really tie it down, but the quarter does go down at the same time. So it's mostly just both teams just taking each other down, and eventually just third party here. MFG, that scope doing wonders for them. I think they've also marked the other members of FVE as well. They have the bottom side of the train fully covered, the top side by XZ9 as well. Look at that. Putting a lot of the sprays into those smokes just to really deter anyone from pushing into the area. Now, they're going to need to pick up their teammate. ASTE is close by. It's going to be a little bit hard, I'm not going to lie, for them, because they're out there in the open. The only thing that XZ9K can do is provide some cover fire. And they also have to be careful about flash vision over on the bottom side of the terrain. So there's only so much that XZ9K can do, but he is doing the best he can. He put in a lot of damage, a little bit of chip damage onto No Fear. Cowboy in trouble from FVE. Ostia is pretty much close by, and immediately he is alerted. He's just sticking on to the other members of FVE. Like, okay, where FVE isn't here, where did he go? We can see a nade come through as well. And here come
Oh.
ASTE pushing forward. And Miner finds one. Lil Yahiko not surviving that one. See? 9K putting in a lot of shots from the top side. He does get a little bit of damage. I mean, just a little bit of Kai's, but the other members of ASTE, this kind of steep terrain has been doing them a lot of favors, just really shielding them from the initial hits. And now they spray out. Lil Yatka will be taken out, punished, taken out the car as well. XZ9K, there's nothing more he can do. He's gonna have to try to just survive for as long as he can. They do still have two members from MFG. Exit rushing away from that. There we go. Punished. One more member left alive, and XZ9K saying that it's okay, go without me. Let me just buy some time for you.
And ASTE doing a really good job on pushing MFG off from their, own position. They actually are in the disadvantage, and then they went to go for that advantage and actually got the position that they wanted. Now MFG is down to one. Young Galacticos is now looking towards ASTE, and what ASTE can do now is to not do whatever MFG was actually doing earlier. And see you soon. Able to spot here, cute low key. Good thing he was able. Actually gets the knockdown there. Able to eliminate right away, No Fear. That's a quick pickup here coming from Cute Low-Key. Now, let's look at RSG and Myth Clan. Myth Clan, you said they've been quiet. And this is their time to shine. This is their time to make some noise. They need to actually get this position because look at the mini map. They're on the northeastern side of the circle, and they don't have any other spot to be in.
Yeah, they have nowhere to go. 2 and 4S, I'm really liking their position as well here. They're trying to force these fights, and we talked about how 214 Sin, what they really want here is to kind of force people into fights, but they haven't really been able to bait them into getting these really, I think, close to mid-range fights. I think that's where they really thrive. Regardless, Naughty Boy preps that nade. You can see a member of Flash Vision, Cowboy, taken out. Now there's a lot more pressure onto the other members of mid. Flash Vision and need to come through a Molly as well, ASTE. With only 2 members from the top side trying to keep up that space, the Fit tries to punish them for it, but how are they winning? Oh man, this crunch from 2 different terrains is terrifying. Everyone needs to have a look at this team.
And ASTE able to eliminate 2 squads already. This is MFG, and now we have Flash Vision Esports. So
Flash Vision has been
ASTE.
stuck there for quite some time. They weren't able to reposition.
Yeah.
And I think because of that, they just have so much attention onto them. It's hard for them to do anything. It's hard for them to reposition. They can't really shoot back either because they don't have the high ground advantage. They were sitting ducks and they weren't able to answer as well. Regardless, coming into this next one, I like this 2-2 play by Myth. You can have Shroud as his teammate on one end on 2 different high points, able to cross off each other. You have the other 2 on the outer side as well, just to keep safe. Just really gatekeep, but this might be trouble as RSG is just looking to chunk down the other members of Myth. Strikes from the bottom side, putting in the damage. Bunny, this is a very ballsy play. Eats up damage from the other members of Myth, but he's undeterred. Left round, up and down. Naughty Boy goes down. That's not happening quite yet. Iterx wins it in the end, but here comes Bunny.
Oh.
Close range fights is his forte, and he bounces away to safety.
And Bunny will not be able to go for the revive for his teammate. Oh, and then Bunny will actually go down as well, and Vape will not have the opportunity to go for the revive because Myth Clan is actually gatekeeping them from, crawling all the way through the circle. Now you can see also on the kill feed we have Ostja and ASTE knocking down some players. APG also getting some knockdowns, and then God of Death 7 will be eliminated here, all because of 214 Sin. And then we see here Shroud now. All eyes on 214 Sin. DZ actually goes down. That's going to be Migs who actually pushed in with the AUG. And Migs now trying to finish off the knockdown. But Shroud is actually cooking that nade. He's in trouble. Oh, almost actually gets the knockdown. But then again, Shroud not able to go for that knock.
Oh no, he's in
We'll
trouble.
try to go for the spray, but then Dale is there to save 214 Sin, and they're out in the game.
I mean, survivability was the only option Myth had, and I think they were just holding on to this area. One thing that, again, as I said, if you give Sin, 214 Sin, even enough space to play close up, you're in trouble. And that's exactly what they did. They weren't able to really stop them, their push forward. Now, for the other members here, GE, they're already chunked down. I'm not too sure what happened there. Would love to see who exactly is in this fight. Boy Sean still very much alive. So STKE, a little bit more quiet. You know what? I scratched that. They just managed to get Vape. And now Risk Esports down and out for the count, not getting one more. APG as well. Slowly but surely. It's a slow start to these games. Nade misses. Oh man, Young Galacticos, this is a very terrifying area to play with. It's not the high ground, it's on the side of the terrain. He'll low-key punish for overextending. ASTE is just shooting them from above. Just from above will be the right way here. Romeo Boy goes down, so does St. Cloud. And finally, it's just YZZ as well. 7th place for eliminations is not the worst place to go in the world, ending the night at 7. So, ASTE looking very strong. They are on fire. They're feeling very warm. GE, lower side of the train, gonna be incredibly hard for them to come up on top. If this terrain is gonna keep pushing up toward the to the top side of Minas del Val, excuse me, then it will be definitely 100% the team that's holding on to the compounds on the top side to be getting that chicken dinner, or at least a 90% win condition for them done.
Yeah, you're right with that, and that is see you soon, Tiger Kill Enemy. Just hearing all of those gunshots, not really going for third parties or anything like that. They're just waiting on top of they're kind of like the big boss right now, Tosh. They're on the top of the hillside here.
The
at
gatekeepers.
Minas, yeah. And you can see now 214 closing in. Dale together with Rankid. Rankid on a buggy, I think, and he's actually using it for scout for now. But they're actually on a really good position as well. So if the circle would go hard shift after this to one of the spots of 214, then maybe they can just wait for see you soon to just push them and then wait for them to actually go out of the compounds that they have right now.
There's that as well. Yeah, I think Sis TKE not only are just comfortable, they can just pick them off one by one in the middle of the rotations. But I'm really happy to see this. There we go. This sort of discipline coming in from them. So they're not overextended, they're not over peaking, they don't want to be punished. They want to make sure that they can completely stay alive and stay very healthy toward the final circle that's coming very, very soon. Now, the other members of the team, oh my goodness,
no.
that circle is not going anywhere. GE does have a little bit of value, at least a little bit of a side of the terrain to work with. But for 214, these rotations are playing on the outside, they almost kind of resemble sharks, swimming around and looking for their prey around. So if GE is not careful, look at that. I think Migs and Rankit, they're so aware of where West and also his teammate is going to be. So they can just get another 2 more pickoffs before they finally decide to go up. And on top of that, getting these pickoffs will be very valuable to them. They get a little bit more of, I would say, those that resources. You get them more bullets, more heal packs, some more throwables as well for them to be using. But the thing is, for Gyewi, like for SysTKE, they left the top side of the area. But Gyewi is not afraid, just really play this very aggressive top side game in this terrain, even though his head is gonna be popping first. You saw a nade. I'm not sure if that was a nade coming up here toward Ostia, but they seem undeterred. Also, I think there's an airdrop
And
close
he's
by
actually
as well.
trying, and he's really trying, Tosh, to try to go up that hill. But eventually now Rankid spots Genesis Esports. And our pick to win this game will be finally out of this game. And then your exit just chilling. But now it's going to get disturbed by Incas. Incas now will get shot at. Now 2 nades coming from the side of... Ooh, that is it. Incas. Beautiful nade eliminating MFG.
Yeah. Now we are down to our top 4, each team with 4 and 3 players. There is that mana advantage for STKE, and I don't think it's going to be changing anytime soon. Unless the circle decides to hard shift to another area, STKE, they're going to be very happy. King of the hill, at least for now. Now, for Ostia, he's made it to the top side. I think he's going to try and break and breach this area. I don't know if he's aware. Boyshan is very, very close by. You can see a little bit of a nade to come through as well. Does chunk quite a big part of Kai's health. Don't think they know that Red Bull is here. So I think that what they're going to do is they're just going to slowly prone and come forward. They have to worry about ASTE playing near their heels as well. So there's that to worry about at the same time. 214. Not really playing super quietly, but what I think they're waiting for is the initial, fight to come forward, and then they can just kind of rush in and just kind of come up on top. Regardless, for Red Bull here, slowly but surely, they're gonna try and go inside the area. Red Bull, quick for that, gets 1, does not realize Boyshan is close by. Boyshan hasn't moved at all. He's trying to play off the advantage. Gyewi, punished, dropped down, and suddenly they're in trouble. Ostia down to 2, needs to go for that pickup. But also, STKE has lost 1 at the same time. Boyshan quick for that reposition into another side of the compound, wants to choose to play closer to his teammates, allowing them to just quickly not only communicate but play off each other. And that's going to be massive if they're going to be able to maintain that. Every team to be just slowly making their way into the circle. And 214 Sin, I like this little side of the terrain they're playing with. Provides some cover, provides a little bit of a high ground. On top of that is higher than the compound that's being held on by SysTKE. If the circle, which is going to pull away, which I really, really believe it will eventually, 214S seems like they're very primed and ready to be able to take this one as well in terms of fights.
And it's kind of like, see you soon, all of a sudden they're now in trouble. Because they're kind of like sandwiched now between Ostia and 214 Sin. ASTE will eventually show up at the latter stages, but for now they're going to stay quiet right at that slope where they're in right now. They're kind of like on the lower ground. So they do have the disadvantage here, all up against the Austria Esports. So the best thing that AST can do right now is for them to be patient, wait for the others to actually just fight against each other, STKE actually probably will first fight against 214 Sin because look at now the circle. It'll close in 3 seconds. This is the final circle now at stage number 9, and 214 Sin will have no choice but to just push into the middle of the circle.
That's right. It's very, very slow, very quiet toward the last few circles, and everyone's just slowly making their way in. A quick push forward. ASTE takes full advantage of that, finds Deal, knocks him down. This is the best kind of situation for Sis TKE. They know exactly where Austria is. The nade misses them, and Austria keeps very, very safe inside of the smokes. Yawi from one end, spots out Miner. None of his sprays are actually hitting, and he has to be forced to move away from his area. Has to give that up. No follow-up from his teammates as well. He's all alone here. No one to really play off him. He eats up that nade. Kai already marked his position, and they're being very cautious of where he is. They know the other members of Austria is quite close. Astro, inside the smoke. Does he actually notice that? Oh, thankfully, narrowly misses that. We saw that he was actually priming throw that that molly as well, just to flush out some areas. Not happening. Boy Sean gonna be huge. Finds Rankin. Now 214S taken out of the equation. Red Bull solo right now. Kai's doing a lot of work, playing all alone, given so much of space to his teammates as well. I think what the idea for his teammates is to try to go for that revive, try to go for that reset, but I'm a little bit concerned because it's just such a small amount of area that they're holding on to. Javan on the top side finds one. Full advantage himself. Tries to go for another. Punish for it. Kai's just trading off of him. Look at that. ASTE coming out of nowhere. Finding the full advantage ends the day with a winner chicken dinner, and everyone finally they say we are up here and we want to show everyone that we are not here to play around. Well, technically they are playing around.
Well, strangers tribe aromacy. Like what I mentioned, I mean, they just had to wait until all of the other players from the other squads to, come closer to them. They don't really had to make the push because they had the advantage when it comes to circle position in that final circle, which is stage number 9. And they also got the momentum. They got really aggressive, got a lot of eliminations. If you remember, they eliminated like 2 or 3 squads before they even got to where they were at in the final circle. So
Yeah.
ASTE ending this day with a winner chicken dinner. That's going to be a lot of benefits for them, especially with the overall rankings later on.
Yeah, AST. I mean, yesterday we talked about their overheats, their overpushes, their overcommittals, but it feels like just overnight they had really discovered everything that went wrong in the number 1, and they've really fixed it. We're less seeing that hero play come up from Miner, but instead we're seeing a very clean, I would say, double play from them. ASTE did not have the circle advantage. Just reminding everyone that they were playing on the other side of the circle. They were climbing the train just like every single other team except for Sis TKE. Sis TKE were a little bit too aggressive. They were forced out of their compound and forced out of the open. That was one of the problems I think that Sis TKE had, because they had nowhere to go and they were crunched from so many different areas, from so many different teams. They were getting crossfired and they were getting picked off one by one. Austria was doing well. It's just so unlucky that for Sis TKE decided to go for that fight against them. So for ASTE, as to what they have done is, I think it's a really good masterclass of what to do when you are in a terrain sort of fight. Understanding where 214 Sid is, they go for the backstab because they were playing on the other side, and they were just so preoccupied to trying to go into that compound. So they punished 214 Sin for that before finally just waiting for the initial hit by Sis TKE against Austria, and then finally all they had to do was just clean up house. Masterclass.
And they also used vehicles as cover right at the end. Without the vehicle, ASTE won't probably have the opportunity to go ahead for the finish there. It's good that they were able to actually get the ridge as well right at the end, and Austria not able to get the finish. Now the MVP is Miner with 6 eliminations, 6 total knockouts, with 1,063 total damage, 5 total assists, 347 total heals, 28-26 survival time. And this is who I called from last season the most improved player, and even improving in this PMCL summer.
Yeah, that's right. I think for Miner, I mean, we talked about how his journey
has been very, very different. He's very raw, still learning, and I think that it's been such a journey for him coming into today. It's only been 2 days, and we have already seen a lot of adjustments to his play. I think that he's very dynamic, and I'm really loving to see this. I think I would like to see more from ASTE. I was looking at the stream earlier. ASTE fans were definitely very excited for this one win as well for them, and they've been very consistent throughout of today. The total eliminations of 17 on this map. I think they've been moving around the map. It's definitely not slow for them. They were taking a lot of fights. And I think what's really great as well is the way that they are taking these fights. They're playing on the side of the terrains and understanding and very, very, I would say, aware. They're marking every single area where they can see someone around. And there's always going to be like a nice little idea like, okay, you mark this guy, you mark this guy, you mark this guy. This is the guy that we're going to be focusing on. But if something were to happen, I need you to quickly turn around and make sure that our backs are not out there in the open. They have been very good at managing their utilities as well. I think toward the end of the match, they were one of the teams that still had a lot of utility to be used. It wasn't that moment where they had no throwables, no smokes, nothing. They were making sure that they had enough, which is why they were taking their time. And it's honestly, this patient play looks so good on them, especially when they're very explosive.
No, you're right with that. I mean, with the utilities, they had a lot of chance to throw it at the right spot for Austria, but then again, with all of those splash damage, eventually it helped them to be able to eliminate them. But now let's take a look at the overall stats for match number 6. We have 61 total eliminations, 60 total knockouts, over 11,000 total of heals, 15 total revives, 255 throws used, 440 kilometers of drive distance, 3.79 longest elimination distance, 13 total headshots with 28-26 survival time, 2 airdrops looted. Now, with whatever happened to match number 6, this means that the tribe or Stranger's Tribe Aromacy will get a big booster when it comes to scores because they're gonna get 27 total points.
That's a lot.
I mean, they had like 17 eliminations.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, 17. So yeah, you're right about that. It's almost 30 bomb, and I think it's really exciting to see where they go in the overall standings later. Especially since I mean a lot of teams yesterday, especially in Group B, had built a little bit of a lead. Yes, there got 27 points to them. STKE with only 13. So nothing out of the ordinary here in terms of eliminations. I think ASTE, they weren't like actively going out for these fights, but they were forced to take these fights because of how the circle has been pulling. And I think this is what they prefer as well. ASTE has always been a little bit more chaotic, and I really enjoy seeing them thrive in their usual habitats, which is chaos on the side of these terrains. I think throughout today, I think they have one of the most interesting ways to navigate these terrain fights, the side of this of these mountains, of these hills as well. So I think they're doing really well there. Now, honestly, I think Harame Bros really shocked me today, going out very early as well. Again, this might be a mental thing because throughout the entirety of today has been a little bit more dismal for them. Younger Galacticos, I think they really tried to come back in this final map. It didn't quite happen quite yet. Enigma looking not bad, honestly, I think, for their first day of play today. So I'm really excited to see how this is going to work out for them tomorrow. Now, overall standings, ASTE jumping all the way up to 5th place. What do you
look
think?
at that. Wow, I mean, Austria now taking over of that number 1 spot, and this is all because of the... I think it's not really about the mental thing about Harame Bro. It's all about that lineup that they tried right at the end of this day. Like 3 games total, if I'm not mistaken,
Right.
where few who came in for MS, whereas they were like really effective with their original lineup. So I think that affected their gameplay, and look at the result now.
I think
Top number
it's,
2 with only 100 points.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad thing because sometimes you really gotta try it. Again, how you play with the lineup might be very different in a scrim than an official match. So it's kind of good that they're using today so early in the tournament to really find out what works and what doesn't for them. And it's really important that you do that now compared to later where things are getting really dire and you really don't have any ideas what to do. Like, okay, this is a desperate ploy. Let's just put in few right now, see how it's going to work out. I'm really liking they're doing it now on day number 1, on week 1, at least in the first 2 days. So perhaps in the last 3 days or maybe toward the end of the week, they'll be kind of pulling out a little bit more of their usual style of play, because I know that a lot of teams, they don't really want to show their whole hand so early because they have to worry about the grand finals coming soon. They have to worry about the final week in case they need to catch up. So there's that as well that they need to, that a lot of teams have to worry about.
Yeah, that is actually right, because if I remember it right, for the previous season's grand finals, I mean, they were dominating in the league, but in the grand finals, all of a sudden, Harami Bro, their performance went downwards. So maybe they're trying, more of the newer lineups now, so that later on they can probably like adjust a little bit in order for them to be at their top most form, which can be the championship form that they needed in the grand finals.
That's right. Anyways, I think we're coming to the end of today, the PMSL Summer, PMSL PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Summer. It's been really exciting today. I think I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Group E. So let's see what tomorrow will bring. So make sure to follow PUBG Mobile on all their social media platforms. Here's Kuku TV and Tashmani. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night, everyone. Same time, same place. We'll catch you to see who will come up on top at the end of the week.